deal with Burning's Lifestealer as best as possible.
So to me, this feels like it could be one of those turning points that you were talking about there and how quickly things can swap around. That OG, they pick up the Aegis, they have a lot of farm still on this Central Alchemist, and while IG do have ways to deal with him, laser to stop the right clicks, ostensibly a Bat Rider to control him, so many times we've seen these Alchemists become an indomitable force that just takes over the game. Do you see that happening in this one?
It could be, but it's going to be, I don't think that one pickoff is going to be the turning point. I think they still need a couple more, and how well they use this Aegis is yet to be seen. If I was in IG's place, I would be telling myself they were going to get Aegis eventually, right? Like they hit they're going to have a really good timing at this point. Bobica, okay, that was their own counter ward.
Yeah.
So a setup here. He's got Tinker rotating across.
No Tail might be sensing that something is up though, and oh, that hurts when Bobica is sitting around there for so long and not able to go onto the Vengeful Spirit. I believe he did spot out, though, that the bounty rune is taken, so should realize somebody's in the area.
I think No Tail's pretty comfortable with his HP right now. Nyx Assassin can't even come close to bursting him down, and I'm not even sure if with laser and rockets if it would be enough. It might have to be like a second round of rockets in order to get that kill. So he's being like a little bit more solo than you would probably expect.
Hookshot in, they catch there onto Bobica. Spike Carapace has been popped, and there's going to be Magic Missile, a couple right clicks. They have the dust as well to finish him off. Swap in. The familiars might even be the ones that pick this up, but with
Buy
the
some
stun
time,
available,
baby. Buy some time. That's all you can do.
Yeah, Bobica's going to drop though, and that ward being the one that set it all up.
Oh, look at OP. Oh, Jarex. Even so, like if he gets that, he'd need mass rotations to the shrine, and I'm not sure if he would get it.
Oh, he's actually going for this. On to Bobica. The rest of his team is TPing in on the shrine, but do they realize the rest of the heroes in the area? Burning and Lifestealer is already on top of him. Ana in some trouble. Q with the freezing field is destroying No Tail off to the side, but they do manage to get to the shrine. That might be enough to save the day. Fly trying to bring him low. Ana is just not going to die. Burning decides that he doesn't want any more. There's 3 already dead for IG. Burning starting to get ran down, and if No Tail can quite find vision, there's the swap back in. XSS actually gets the jump
nice.
and the Force Staff away. Flame break to create that separation.
Oh, nice Manta dodge, but ultimately he was like, he needed to get that unstable concoction range, and XXS played that beautifully. Quick reactions on the Blink Dagger, instant Force Staff as well. And that was one of those big team fights, I think. IG, I think they looked at that and they thought maybe to themselves like, oh, they're just not going to be able to rotate fast enough. We're already set up. But the problem was like one of the big threatening heroes is Ana's Alchemist. They could have committed harder to kill that Alchemist, but he still had the Aegis, right? It just wasn't worth it to them. If they trade Tinker for Alchemist and maybe there's a fight that breaks out from there, it's okay. But as it is, he's got that extra life. OG have used the Aegis quite well, managed to get a good fight and a tier 2 off of it.
And you know what was this 4,000 net worth lead into the favor of IG, right around 6,000 or so experience, is now starting to swing into the favor of OG. And it does feel like this is what we always knew could happen, at least a little bit. How do you respond to this if you're IG now? What's the, is there anything?
Patient.
Just being patient and
yeah, be patient. Keep telling yourself, keep reminding yourself, like, okay, we have good late game. We have really good pick-off potential. We have very strong high ground defense, right? Because you've got Bat Rider. I would say Nyx Assassin is a strong high ground defending hero, and Tinker obviously is huge. So just remind yourself, like, okay, things have gone bad in the mid game, but we also knew this is when OG was going to be quite strong. So everything's still kind of following the formula. Even if you maybe exceeded expectations in the laning phase and stuff like that, it still doesn't matter. Everything's kind of going according to the overall game plan of these two strategies matching up against each other. Don't freak out.
Well, there we go. As it does look like the Assault Cuirass has been finished for Ana. Clearly wanting to take down these objectives, giving that extra bit of physical damage out there. Also, we saw briefly the Nyx Assassin, after going for the Midas, is now going back for an Aghanim Scepter. So sort of continuing that narrative that we've been talking about of holding high ground defense. It's certainly a huge item for IG and their ability to hold that high ground, but it does feel like we're sort of almost waiting around for the next round.
Yeah, I would actually say that the high ground defense is so important that if OG can take a tier 3, not even necessarily taking the Raxus, but if they can take a tier 3 in the next Aegis timing, then I think they've got the game. because at that point in time, you really limit the Tinker quite a bit because you take away the shrines. This is what Tinker, like, this is why Tinker is quite good in this particular meta. Oh, that's, well, that's an okay pickoff. Like, it's just a gimme for IG. Doesn't mean too much to OG.
Yeah, I mean, anything at this point is pretty good for them, considering that Ana is still so hard to deal with. Obviously, Age is gone at this point. He's actually queuing up the first Aghanim Scepter. So we talked a lot about Jarek's not having a lot. Do you give this over to the Night Stalker, in your opinion?
Yes, I believe so. This is kind of in combination with the whole go high ground and take that tier 3, take the shrines, get aggressive vision down, play around with an Aghanim's Night Stalker gem, and what can the enemy team really do? Like, they have very limited options to be able to push outside of their base against Ag's Night Stalker.
And the other thing that we talked about and we've seen in a couple of these games is the Vengeful Spirit being able to be that high ground breaking hero in a lot of ways, swapping out. We saw the game even against a sniper, it ended up working.
Yeah, you actually pointed this as maybe like a sleeper hero of the tournament, right? You said that like this could be one of the more important tournaments in this final area of the game, and I kind of agree with you. I think that this Vengeful Spirit has actually figured out like some sort of key to be able to break high ground against some of the tougher heroes. This level 3 swap is really high range. The timings of the Vengeful Spirit are quite strong. It just, like, we've been looking at this tournament, and I would say like 80% of the games have gone to the team with a better late game. Maybe the Vengeful Spirit is the way you crack that code.
Right. Maybe it's the answer to so much greed that we've been seeing here as Ana Solar Crest in hand. They get the vision, get the stun. That's on to 2, but they also stun out Ana. Do they realize the rest of OG is here? A really big cogs. There is going to be a counter impale, but I don't know if it's going to be enough damage. Ana's going to be pulled back in, but do you really want this Alchemist closer to you? Burning on top of him. Ana trying to continue the chase is not going to quite be able to hit the stun onto Burning, but still, you're assaulting high ground. 2 are dead from IG.
Yep, good situation for OG to be in. They know they've got 30 seconds to be able to work with for some buybacks maybe, or not. What are they backing up to? Maybe take the tier 2 top? Okay. I don't think Roshan's up yet, so playing it a little bit safe. I thought maybe they take advantage of this time where the initiation just isn't there from the Batrider, but they probably don't feel comfortable trying to test high ground against mass March of the Machines.
Yeah, and I guess that in a lot of ways for OG, you still have so much more room to grow on a lot of these heroes. This first Aghanim Scepter is coming out, and you know, I almost wonder if maybe they even give it over to the Venge.
No, I think Ag's Night Stalker is such a game changer. It's one of the biggest Aghanim's upgrades in the game. It makes the hero, right? Like, there's no way they pick Night Stalker without without either, well, you can't put him as a 3 position, I don't think. So I think it's literally just with Alchemist, right? Put a support Night Stalker that has an Alchemist on the team. That's really the only way that hero is viable. So OG, they're beginning to hit those timings. They still have plenty of other Aghanim Scepters that are quite strong to give away.
Oh, XSS pulls back in 1. That's Fly. It's a decent kill, absolutely. But I'm sure that they were hoping for a little bit more as well.
I think Fly really likes this this Visage, you know, 5 support sort of situation, because it's like, well, you kill me, but I'm still doing something, right? I still got my birds to be able to work around. I can farm, I can check out Roshan. He's scouting the pit right now. Looks like 1 minute until Rosh is up.
Wow, and another pickup here. Ana just gonna let him die in the acid spray. No respect.
Cool guys don't look at kills, Gabe.
That's something I need to learn, definitely. Yeah. I don't get to kill heroes in games. I just play Dazzle and Grave.
Oh, you're the saving hero. Wow. Unfortunately, you do maybe that's also a thing. Just shallow grave and walk away, Gabe.
That's the cool guys don't look at shallow graves. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, Nyx Assassin, he's getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter, and that might be that other factor that allows them to get towards a defensive high ground. And while you do have OG hitting a really strong timing, in a lot of ways, IG will as well. You've got AC done on Lifestealer, countering out what the Alchemist is doing in a lot of ways. And, you know, the Tinker, he's got Aghanim Scepter with the Aether Lens completed. They're not looking too shabby. They're not looking too shabby for high ground defense, but everything else is questionable. I'm not even sure if they're going to be able to push out and defend Roshan. I think they probably will. I think they'll try, but I don't think the fight will go well for them. There's just too much control for OG when they have this Ags Gem combination. Very tough to be able to get a surprise, you know, play onto Rosh.
I'm not sure if they can actually burst down a hero because there are all these defensive force staffs on the side of OG, because they mostly just have to worry about the Lifestealer's damage, right? They stop the lasso with a swap, and then they force staff the heroes being targeted by Lifesteal, and they've sort of countered the initiation from IG.
Oh, they're looking, but not finding. OG wise to the situation or on the other side of the map. As far as wards are concerned, you know, IG were able to get one down over there by the shrine, so they could see some movement in. But with flies, birds in the Roche pit, there's a very unlikely situation that IG could even go in and take down Roshan without somebody knowing that it was up.
Yeah, I think IG should probably consider picking up a gem of their own pretty soon here, because smokes are the best way for them to be able to work around this Ags Night Stalker problem and such. But first they have to limit some of the aggressive vision, because it makes it super obvious if lanes are pushing in, which they kind of always are, and there's aggressive vision down, you just put 2 and 2 together if you're OG and like, okay, no heroes in mid, no heroes in top, there's no heroes in the jungle area near those areas, so unless they're just all standing in a circle inside their base, they have to be smoking out.
And the other thing too is that it's daytime. Just, you know, hide away. You don't need to end up going out. I feel like the real thing that OG could, like the huge detrimental thing that could happen is you find a pick off right now before we're getting close to nighttime, just about a minute and a half away, and then you end up losing that momentum that you've built up throughout this game. And with Tinker, with Lifestealer, certainly heroes that can take a fight and can punish heroes that are trying to run away from them.
You know, Gabe, I think this might just be a magic missile piercing spell immunity game, right? Because the Vengeance Aura it's really big. I think 90% of the time you're going to go for that, but he's only really increasing his own damage. You got this Lifestealer who's a big problem.
Well, maybe there's not even a problem if S4 can find him. Q actually is going to interrupt it. I'm not sure if he was aiming for him or not, but nonetheless, they will take that kill on the CM.
Another Aghanim Scepter coming in fast. What's that going to be? Is that going to be could be a Venge one, could be the Visage one.
Oh, it looks like he actually already gave one to Clockwork as well, so.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah. They got them all over the place. It's kind of cool because now Clockwork, thanks to this Midas and such, like OG, they're prolonging their window. This is what all these teams are doing, is when they pick one of these lineups and they have a little bit more of a mid-game focus, they prolong their lineups by being able to get like these Hand of Midases and playing some efficiency games. Most of the time it's Hand of Midas. Here it's like the Aghanim Scepter going to Clockwork.
Jarek's chasing. He wants this one bad. Swap from a million miles away. XSS going to dropped. Bobica not even able to make that separation. S4 jumps in, pushes back 2 with the cogs. Can they take any more? That's going to be an Ags laser starting to spray out damage, and OG forced to back. But still, big kill.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't have to worry about this bat for a little while. Looks like they just want to control the lanes. They gotta get everything pushed in once again. So what is it? He's not giving it a Visage, he's giving it a Venge, it looks like, his Aghanim Scepter. That's also acceptable. I think it's just kind of like a question of like who is going to end up dying here. The Visage extra bird is really nice, but the what do you even call it? The Spirit, Eventual Spirit?
Yeah, it's like a weird illusion thing.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's like, you know, he's going to be swapping and he's going to try and sacrifice his life to be able to get this Tinker out of position. And if they do target him down, well, he's still going to have some efficacy in the team fight with that, you know, extra Spirit. He's going to still have his auras out there. He's still going to be able to cast Magic Missile. Maybe there's the spell immunity pierced in there as well. You know, there's a lot of cool situations where this Aghanim Scepter, again, it like prolongs. You look at Vengeful Spirit and you're like, okay, this is your timing window, but given it a free Aghanim Scepter, that prolongs it. Give it a free Moon Shard, prolongs it even more. You get Clockwork and Aghanim Scepter, all of a sudden he's able to go for some items he normally isn't able to. Looks like he's choosing Lincolns for this game, probably more for protecting his ally on the front line. The hardest part is like, how's Vengeful Spirit going to right-click, or Alchemist, how are they going to right-click this tier 3 when they're getting lasered? So they've got to be able to solve some of these problems of cracking the defense of IG.
Yeah, and maybe it is just that initiation with the swap immediately into a magic missile, one of the cores, probably trying to find the Tinker. And they've got a lot of different ways to get on top of that Tinker. A Blink Dagger now picked as well for the Night Stalker. That long duration silence is amazing. So
yeah, what does OP really do about that?
Ana gets jumped on. He's in there in the middle of it, but they pull back in. No Tail is going to be now caught up by the Batrider, and OP might start going to town. Ana very low. They've got the Q damage coming out as well. OP might continue the chase, but he's actually out of mana, so they need to hold on for the second. Another stun onto Ana. They're starting to bring him down. The Manta, can he get out of there? It doesn't look like it. Burning is going to find the kill. So huge for IG.
Great job. IG planned that fight out really well. This whole entire time they've been stuck in their base, but they thought about this pretty hard, right? They're not going to use this straight up lasso. They put a threat, some sort of like threatening force onto the Alchemist, forcing the swap. So then the swap's used, they can then use the lasso. The OP has always had really good positioning. One of the things he's doing quite well is these familiars are coming forward, and he's actually using the laser on the familiars because they're closest thing to him. He doesn't want to be out of position, and it then bounces and hits all of these other things. So a lot of like really cool small things that IG are doing in this high ground defense that gives them the win.
Yeah, and for the first time now, OG pushing out across the river. They're trying to force a buyback right here. OP is going to start using the March of the Machines, defending that tower push like you were talking about early, and you have a secondary force now in Bobica doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, they basically got two towers now, right? It's Bobica is actually tanking the tower. Whoa, Jarex.
Good force staff away, quick reactions. That could have been tragic, but S4 jumps to OP on the back. Not sure if it's going to be enough. They do get the burning pushback from the Cogs. Still on and not up yet.
IG need to back up. That was a little bit scary there. Like No Tail could have swapped burning or something. Because whenever OP, like he's out of mana, he needs to refresh, head back to base and stuff. They need to chill out. That was a good push, you know, kind of tested OG, see if they're going to use any buyback, see if they could force the Alchemist buyback, for example. Didn't happen. That's okay. Yeah. You've got some decent map control. Push out your side lanes. OG are inevitably going to get that controlled again, but it does mean a pretty good farming window. It probably means an extra like 5,000 gold before the next push comes in from OG.
And not to mention a good bit of damage done onto that tier 3 tower in the mid lane. You get one more of those fights, that tower's going down in an instant. Yeah. So quite strong movement out by IG. They show that the high ground defense is as strong as we always knew that it could be. If you're OG, do you need to try and reevaluate how you take those fights? Do you need to reevaluate how you siege, or do you think you just try and play the same thing again and execute it a little bit better?
I think there's going to be some question marks about like what items let you hit tier 3. Like, do we pick up BKBs? Right? Do we get a BKB on Alchemist and he pops it and he just swings at that tower? Then at that point in time, the only reaction can be from IG is go for the lasso play. You've got the swap counter play, and the fight plays out like you've kind of envisioned this whole entire time. How like Lincolns and Lotus Orbs, like how impactful can these supports be in protecting their carry when he's gone on? When they had that situation, right, where they made a go onto this Alchemist without using the lasso, can we actually protect him without using that swap? There are a lot of these little things, these little item mechanics, and what exactly goes right. I would say, if I'm thinking about it, I think BKB is beginning to be in consideration for Alchemist and Venge. How do you set this up better, though, instead of just going high ground?
It's tough. Like there's obviously the swap play. I will say that I actually have the luxury of being able to check out the items, and it's looking like Alchemist and Venge both immediately queued up the BKBs. They're ready to go.
There we go. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good idea. Control the map again. Get those BKBs. I'm trying to think of like technique-wise. Like we have the item solution, right? But technique-wise, what does need to change for OG? Maybe they push multiple lanes. Does that work for them? It's dangerous, right? Because you're facing a Batrider. You can't have Vengeful Spirit be everywhere to protect you. So that doesn't really feel like a good answer.
I mean, I guess that the Manta-style illusions from Alk are going to help to push it out, but you also have decent wave clear on IG. It's Tinker, for goodness sakes.
Yeah.
I guess the other
Get those familiars a little bit more involved in hitting the tier 3 tower. I think that's a pretty important thing, because if you force, like, say, the Batrider or excuse me, not the Bat Rider, if you force the Lifestealer to come forward and hit those familiars, then you maybe have an offensive swap opportunity, right? Normally you want to get the Tinker, but maybe if he's far enough out of position, if you can set up the right kind of way, maybe for example, swap into Cogs.
Yeah.
Right? If you have a Cog set up next to the Vengeful Spirit, he swaps, you get the instant stun on Lifestealer, you follow that up with a silence from the Night Stalker, Venge comes back into Magic Missiles or something. Like, there's some combinations to work with. Unstable Concoction. There are some, cutesy things that maybe OG can do to catch IG by surprise if they can use these familiars and force a hero forward.
I mean, it's those extra little flavors that put you over the edge as far as top-tier teams, but you've also just got the classic items. You're talking about the BKB that you can build into. An Alchemist, pops the BKB, maybe he switches it out for the Armlet at that point and then puts the Armlet back on after his backpack or whatever. So lots of different options there. And I guess the other thing, too, is just sort of farming them out. At the end of the day, IG have great high ground defense like we've talked about, but it's outside of the battle. It's outside in the jungle where you end up running into these heroes that maybe that high ground defense doesn't look quite as potent, their ability to take team fights.
Yeah, I think what I like about the familiar play for OG, and it'll probably just be countered by laser, but one of the things is you won't probably lose your familiars because they have this heavy damage reduction. And as you pointed out to me, I didn't realize this mechanic, but that Visage familiar, that Gravekeeper's Cloak Aura, it's based around Visages.
Right.
And the armor that he set up on, right? And that kind of blew my mind. I was like, I thought the Visage familiars had their own individual cloak, and it was just like, okay, you just beat them down a couple times, they lose that damage reduction. But if it's based around the Visage, and Visage isn't actually taking any damage, you can actually use these familiars a bit better. But then there's the Bouncing Laser. That's going to probably hit the Visage. There's maybe some Marching Machines that maybe clips them a little bit. There's a lot of weird hero and various interactions that go on into this high ground defense. And OG and IG have to think about all of this at the same time, which is why I think it's so cool that IG made that play. They found a solution to what OG was proposing essentially for their team fight, where they're like, okay, you try and lasso, we're going to swap. What are you going to do about that, right? And the high pressure scenarios that are occurring. Unfortunately, it looks like S4 has a broken computer of some sort. I don't know what's going on, but
yeah, there's a little bit of all chat going on. Apparently, they're asking, what's happening, and then health not well.
Oh. That's not good.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but obviously you want all of these players to be able to play to their peak performance, and if there's an issue going on, take care of that as quickly as you can, and then hopefully they'll be able to get back into this one.
Man, what is I don't know if it's S4, but if it is S4, it's so unfortunate because remember that the last time he got sick in China. What tournament was that? But he was
WCA, WAC?
Something like that. And he was playing with Alliance, right? And there was that picture of him with the blanket.
Oh my God.
He looked so miserable, but they still managed to do it. I was like, damn, that's a champ right there.
I know.
Pulling through.
The Jordan playing through the cold flu-like symptoms, absolutely. And it's also, the thing that's weird about it too, though, is that I got a chance to see a couple of the players from OG as they were, getting their breakfast in the morning, and I heard in passing, I was like, this is the best event that they've had so far in China, being taken care of. So in general, the people have been feeling good, but occasionally, obviously, with travel, can run into some issues like that. So
yeah, I think that we see the OG players actually walking out of the booth right now. So it does look like this is going to be something that will probably take a little bit of time. I think it might be No Tail who's not feeling so well, but hopefully give him a little bit of time. Hopefully he's feeling better to come back to this one, because this is a very important game, right? This is the upper bracket finals, game number 1. It's not. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we misread the chat. It was actually IG.
Okay.
Who said that? So OG probably bathroom or something like that while they have this extended pause.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like since there is a problem going on, one of the players had a little bit of a medical emergency. We are going to be going to a quick little break, and we'll try and hop back into this game as soon as possible. But obviously want to make sure that people's health is taken care of in this one, and we'll be back as soon as we figure out what's going on. Okay.
Our producers told us that maybe it's not that way. We'll kind of stick with it, guys. But like, this is a very important game, right? It's game number 1 of a best of 3 upper bracket finals. Neither one of these teams wants to drop down into that lower bracket because we do have some very fearsome teams down there. Both
Absolutely.
IGV as well as Newbie look rather strong. And I think that if you're, say, you're in IG's position, these are 2 teams who know you very well,
Absolutely.
right? And an OG's position, they're also, I think, a team that they haven't really been tested until IG, I think, stepped forward in this game, number 1.
Yeah.
They shut down the Visage. They're figuring out some solutions to various things, right? And you have to kind of worry. You have to worry about yourself and go, are the other teams going to be able to do that? Are the other teams figuring something out about us that they're going to be able to? Because you're not in the same position as, say, like EG, right? We were having this conversation in the panel where you have a bad group stage because you're still kind of figuring things out. But as you do figure things out, those losses, they give you a teaching lesson. You don't really get that teaching lesson when you just kind of crush everything.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
You're just like, you're OG, and you're just like, we pick Visage. No one else is doing it. Like, fight me. And nothing really happens. Like, OG, you're just like kind of stomp all over everybody, and they're like, okay, I guess we're the best team until this point.
The other thing I would say, though, is that IG, in some ways, had a similar situation, too, though. They had a tough group, no doubt about it. But they played the same style over and over and over again. You look at the Burning Lifesteal, you look at the OP Tinker, they either had one or the other constantly, and that meant that they could just run through the groups. And they played around that so well. So I'm wondering in the series, as it continues to develop, too, you have the beginning, which is they get both of their heroes. Is OG going to be able to bring them down, and are IG rather forced into something new? And that's a little bit of a tough one indeed.
Yeah, so they've kind of had like basically 2 strategies, right? A very aggressive strategy and then a kind of a tinker strategy.
Yeah.
Those have been the major 2 that I would say they've gone through, and both of them looked pretty polished. I think their tinker strategy, especially the way they push down towers. Again, it's like we're looking at some of these heroes, these pushing heroes, or some of these late game heroes, and they're just like they're using these heroes a lot more aggressively than we used to. Like the way No-Tail uses Terrorblade and just like actually uses every single metamorphosis to go for an objective and force a team fight if it comes to that. So I think it's a very cool development on the meta so far.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to figure out how that's going to look. We are going to go to a short little break just until those players get back in the booth. So we will see you guys when that happens. Just a few minutes. Everybody, again, we are here waiting for the players to hop back into the booth, but Cap, I think that we saw him a second ago.
Yeah, I think we're getting all set up, and I think the unpause is hopefully going to be coming soon. Yeah, you can hear it. Ding, 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 ding. And into the game we go.
Again, apologize. Want to make sure that all the players are there and all good to go. We've always talked about that a good deal.
Yeah, we don't want to... what's the marker when there's some sort of circumstance to a win?
Oh, asterisk.
Yeah, we don't want an asterisk to this game. Thank you.
No problem. So Abyssal Blade has now been completed for Burning as well. Has that on top of the AC as well as Armlet and Deso. So just waiting again, just to reacclimate everybody as to where we are in this game. OG, huge alchemist, handed out a bunch of Aghanim Scepter, increasing the net worth of his fellow heroes, and it's starting to look like OG are getting set for another assault onto high ground.
I think OG just want to control for now. I don't think they want to go high ground just yet, right? The BKBs that we talked about.
Okay.
I've kind of lost track, but I think Aegis is coming up, right? Or Roshan, rather.
It should be relatively
Yeah, it looks like
soon.
5 minutes or so. So something they can kind of bide their time for. Again, it's because this Aghanim's Night Stalker that it offers them so much control of the map that they really don't have to worry about prolonging the game too much, because they're getting so much farm during this period of time, and IG is probably getting so little. Most of it's going into the Tinker. Everybody's kind of feeling uncomfortable taking a step outside the base. That said, you can't just always just sit on a high ground, right? You can't just give the OG team 1,000 gold to every 200 that comes into your coffers. You do need to do some aggressive maneuvers. So if OG kind of give them too much time, I expect IG to maybe make an aggressive smoke out, probably during the potential Roshan spawn timer. But they are beginning to set up. They've got the Alchemist going to push out bottom a little bit more, so they're kind of tightening that noose little by little.
Yeah, and you do have the BKB done for the Alk, still a little ways away, the Vengeful Spirit, roughly about 1,300 gold. But IG, like you said, that aggressive movement, they are going to be making it now with Bat Rider as well as the Nyx Assassin.
Unfortunately, they just... I mean, I can't really say that they did anything wrong there. They saw the Alchemist bottom, and they're like, okay, let's go. Let's smoke and try and get that pick off, because we know Alchemist is separated from at least some of his heroes. We see like 2 or 3, I think they saw on the map near the top and middle area. So they thought, okay, maybe we can get the Alchemist. Alchemist backs off. They know what that means. It's like, okay, he's done pushing. We're not going to catch him. They rotate through mid and try and catch something near top, but it just doesn't happen. They know it was a whiff from the moment Anna started backing off. They're like, okay, this is not going to work.
Yeah, and they almost caught there the Crystal Maiden. There was a moment where Q was vulnerable, but couldn't quite catch him. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, the Tinker did just pick up a Sheep Stick. Not only great for being able to, deal with the Alk, but also the Vengeful Spirit once she comes back into that, spirit form or whatever else it is. I do believe that does still get the instant kill, if I'm not mistaken. I remember.
Oh, really?
I think I remember seeing Venge just dropping to that, and maybe even an Enchantress taking it over at some point.
Yeah, I'll be real. I have no idea about the Spirit, because I can't say.
Stun back in. They've caught the Bat Rider, though, and this ends up looking a little bit bad for the side of OG, at least to start, although OP's taken down the Visage, so maybe they can turn this back around, forced down to the high ground, but they swap back in Burning, separating him from the rest of the team. There's no defense there. S4 has caught out OP as well, now trying to take down more Burning, running away. Q pops the ulti to just try and zone them out to the best of their abilities. S4 saved at the last second. No deal comes in the clutch. The magic missile chases. Defensive force staffs keeping him alive. IG somehow, some way get away with that one. Q is still going to die, but now the sheep stick spam as well as the lasers getting thrown out.
S4 needs to be careful. He can't come close to...
Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban.
We might be saving it for first pick, but then Monkey King plus they lead both, and then they get a trade for the Monkey King Earthspirit.
Yeah, so
the thing is, IG would ban one though.
No, because they would want one of themselves.
Yeah, but you would.
Oh yeah, you could. Yeah, you would ban one.
You're okay if you take Magnus for Monkey King. That's great if you're IG, and if you give them Magnus and you take Monkey King, I also think that's great for IG.
Oh.
Yeah, into a corner already.
Yeah, you can tell. I mean, they're digging into their bonus time for their first first ban, and normally people, this is what you fear.
Oh, they're leaving it all.
Okay,
baby.
So we're going to leave all three as the power heroes on the table. IG surely have got to get rid of one.
They might pick
Can't let them get both.
They might pick Abba. They might pick Abba as a response to Magnus, though. So maybe they ban no, they ban one of the 2 supports and then they get either Monkey King, Magnus, or Earth Spirit.
I think IG banning Abba might be pretty good, right?
Yeah, but then you give them Magnus plus either Monkey King or Earth Spirit. That's pretty bad.
Yep.
No, not if you give them, like Newbie has first pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then presumably they will take Magnus.
Presumably.
Has IG played Abba?
No.
Not really.
Not that I've seen. That's why I think they should ban it.
Yeah, they might have to though.
They might. This is tough.
This is probably the toughest opening
Look
to
at
a
them
draft
too. Look
we've
at
seen.
them. Like, Burning's like, oh,
Are they going to pick Magnus?
Monkey ban.
Oh,
Okay, so is it Magnus and then they get
They get the Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit?
You choose.
Who's the Earth Spirit player on Newbie? It's Kaka, right?
Kaka.
But he does not. He struggles on that hero bit, right?
So they
No,
go
he owned yesterday.
He did own
yeah, so
yesterday.
they'll
but
go Magnus, they won't get the Earth Spirit because IG will pick that up.
If you would compare him to Baboka, I would still put Baboka ahead
a
of him.
bit higher, yeah. Okay.
I would like Earth Spirit plus Abba, I would actually say for them to deal with the Magnus. Because there's not that many good offlaners when you play against Magnus. There's just not that many good heroes with Magnus.
Maybe they take the jug. I don't know. First,
Yeah, the jug.
okay. I was gonna say maybe they just taking the jug.
And Alchemist.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, they learned from yesterday. Alchemist was doing real well yesterday.
IG hasn't played that really at all, huh?
No, they have not.
So
big
Jug
change
out
up.
first 2, Earth Spirit still left out, which you presume that Libby would
want
quite
that
like
much?
to take here.
I don't know if you want that much melee though versus Magnus, even if you do
Right.
have an Alch on your team, is the thing.
Healing Ward Alchemist.
And the Fuzzy Wuzzy, we leave our spirit in the pool.
So Ursa, very good versus both.
So Earth Spirit gets banned phase 2 here, surely.
Yeah, more than likely.
Yeah, we have both teams selecting securing their cores. That hasn't happened that often. We see a lot of contention over support players in the first 2 picks recently.
Huh. First
Over the
pick's Ursa.
supports,
Ursa's
that is.
gonna own wherever he's at. And he has
But
Magnus.
Ursa with Mag is a little bit different than just Ursa.
I know, so Ursa can own all game now.
Yeah, he's gonna have a pretty good game versus Jug and Alchemist, just direct kind of counters in a way.
Ember gets crushed by Ursa in lane, is the problem.
IG
I
bans
don't actually know where they. Oh, Ember ban. Yeah,
God.
It pairs up nicely with the Magnus later on, but
slippery hero.
the SCCC plays it really well. So but then again, if you're gonna ban out heroes that SCCC plays really well, you're gonna be here tomorrow.
You'll run out.
So, generally when we talk about Magnus, we actually haven't seen it that often on the main stage, but you want him as a secondary initiator. So you still want another hero to run in. Centaur, Slardar, any of these are pretty good.
You want something to
set up for him?
something to be the meat shield that everybody will jump on, and then you RP on top of that.
That's where Ursa kind of like fits a little bit too, because Ursa's like a pseudo kind of jumper initiator in a way. Even though it's weird as a 1 to be doing that. See the Legion Commander banned out. That hero's been pretty much like owning really hard actually.
Especially for XXS.
Yeah, he's got like I think like a 70% win rate or something. People would not really expect that from the Legion Commander, but he's just super strong in laning phase.
Alright, so talk to me about why they're banning out cores,
Yeah.
not necessarily supports. What is the reasoning behind that?
Morphling, very commonly picked versus Alchemist. I don't think it's that amazing, but it's still decent. Ember just seems like they don't have any way to deal with Ember this game. Although I think aren't they more likely to put the Ursa versus the Alch in the mid?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So the Ember is definitely more strange than the Morphling ban.
Yeah, because even if they, I don't really. So
Abaddon
Newbie takes out the Abaddon.
And that means that IG could still select their spirit for their Baboka.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? They've got like pretty good.
Rubik to
Option point.
steal all the RPs.
We saw that try. They got destroyed.
And GH did steal several RPs in one of those games, and they still weren't able to
get
handle
destroyed.
it.
There is no mag counter.
It
Well,
could
the
be-
one we saw was Abba, I suppose.
Yeah.
Was one of the best ones. But
Could be okay, because Rubik's alright with Jog, and if you can at least get instant disables, something they could consider, but the hero overall has just not been, I feel like he hasn't been shining so much. No. It's just not as strong as all these other damage dealing supports.
how else do you deal with Magnus? I still like Veno. I remember Secret used to run Alch Veno a lot. Just kind of sacrifice your Veno, and then you just dump wards everywhere, make Magnus' life very, very difficult. It's kind of similar to Abba. You just run him with Radiance and disable the Magnus blink and just make life very, very hard for him. in the fight.
Maybe grab themselves like some kind of counter initiate, like a Warlock or something along those lines.
Warlock is pretty good. I like that, especially, I don't know, range hero is kind of important.
So they go for the
Magnus.
Rubik instead. So instant disable, great spells to steal.
Can kill him if he tries to skewer in lane.
Yeah.
If you are quick on the draw. And an axe hero.
And an Axe hero.
Yes.
I think that's
Moonshard
really,
hero.
I think that's actually a really good point. Definitely picking up Axe heroes.
What are reasons for newbie not to pick up Earth Spirit? I was gonna say, but they do.
I was
I'm
surprised.
surprised he's
I'm
got through
surprised.
second phase.
Yeah,
man.
me too.
Surprised IG didn't grab it there instead of the Rubik, to be honest. But
Boko has other plans.
yeah. I mean, we've been seeing him play a lot of different heroes. He played like the Nyx.
He
I
played
think he played some
Sand King.
Sand King.
I love SCC during the draw. He's so animated.
He's
very
so
animated.
vocal. I've actually never seen somebody so vocal.
I mean, for someone who's not the drafter, that is.
He's all over the place
mean,
too. He's like, you can tell he's like talking to one guy, then he switches and starts talking to another guy. Like,
I usually dislike the whole comparison of new player, of old player, like the new David Beckham or whatever. But he basically is the new Zhao. Just hasn't retired yet.
For that many.
Bat Rider pickup. Another Axe carrier, form of initiation.
They don't actually have a good way to deal with Bat Rider.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit's like not that great. Ursa struggles a lot. Magnus also struggles a bit versus Bat.
Triple melee.
Yeah. Pretty decent. Although they like burst. How do they kill people in the last though? Jug ult?
Just Omni
Jug
right now,
ults?
yeah.
Yeah.
Seems risky.
Space Maker though, for Alchemist, right? You put pressure on the map.
Yeah. Does that mean that we're gonna see, or we're gonna have to see something from IG in terms of supports that can help burst down anything in the lasso? Like, does that limit their options?
I like having combos with Lasso. Like, Bat Rider can't solo kill people until he gets Scepter.
What could be Baboka's hero?
Is Nyx Assassin a hero that can help kill people in lasso? Is that enough?
It's alright.
It's a bit greedy.
Yeah.
It's an Axe hero though.
It's an Axe hero.
Hey.
I just don't think like Nyx is very good at stopping people from invading your jungle. I think that's what Ursa and Earth Spirit are going to do very, very early on. Just run into Alk's jungle, kill him multiple times.
Luna!
As
gonna be the
U9 hero.
Yeah, the Ursa mid
Has played it in this tournament already.
Yeah, but...
gives Rubik another great spell to steal.
Sick.
Yeah.
Even more Axe heroes, right? Kind of. Alchemist gives Axe to Rubik to steal Luna's ulti with Axe. Wow. Amazing.
That's the burst they need for Lasso.
There you go. You only need to wait a little bit until that's able to...
Only like 40 minutes in.
Yeah, no worries, got him. I like the extra push potential coming out of newbie with that Luna pick though, because that's something that IG still lacks. Like, even if they do end up winning a fight with Bat Rider Lasso initiation, what are they gonna do afterwards?
Yeah.
Could you silence her with that? Could you silence a Rubik versus Magnus? Would that work? Like you RP and then you just that? I don't know if that would work.
The supports sound a little bit weak, right? Rubik
Yeah, that sounds
silencer
awful.
together sounds pretty, yeah. I think newbie would probably ban out the Venge? Oh no, sorry, I meant IG I thought was actually gonna ban out the Venge, but they take out the Shadow Demon.
Don't want to get SD Luna. SD is also good versus Elk.
Yep. Good versus Jug as well.
We've seen a good Venge yesterday from Faith. He was in the right position all the time.
I think it's pretty appropriate. It's very good versus the Bat Rider. It's good to switch the focus targets. Undying ban.
Where's that come from?
The dual lane. You know, the Bat Rider and Undying, they do like to run these kind of dual lanes for IG. They like to secure XXS a couple
Haven't
levels.
seen that.
But haven't seen it in a long time, no. Maybe in DPL.
So does that mean that they just want to make sure that our Spirit is free to roam and whoever is going to be paired up with Luna doesn't need any extra assistance?
That could be the Telltales.
I think you always want to pressure U9's Luna though. He's actually not that great at comeback farming if one pressured with the Luna, because we saw them pick Luna all the time
so
back
they
last
take the
patch. So yeah, Venge. Way better versus Bat.
Yep. Makes
Not
it
as great versus Alk and Jug.
Although still pretty good. So now, do you think it could be Baboka Bat? I don't think so, right? I was contemplating it for a second, but
I still think Silencer's not that bad here. It would just make their lanes really weak, but the team fight would be a lot stronger because you can actually protect the Bat Rider.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just. And there's another Ags hero, albeit he's pretty bad Ags. What is a good Ags support left?
Tanking.
Sinking.
Thanking Nix, we already indeed mentioned for the Boca.
Gives us more stun. They don't really have any hard lockdown on IG.
Yeah.
I'd like them to grab something like that. I think Kickstand's okay. Gives them more team fight, which they kind of lack right now.
Nix Assassin would also give them some more vision, some more scout though.
They seem
That might be
decided.
nice. Oh, it's a
so
Weaver.
is it going to be support Weaver or support Bat then?
Weaver
Who
Ags
knows?
is a pretty good counter to RP actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
I like that. Although I don't know where they're gonna lane it.
I'm still a little bit. I'm liking Newbie's draft.
But Alchemist.
But Alchemist is like
Magnus.
But Magnus.
Come on, Magnus.
I'm torn.
I'm always siding with Magnus.
I will go for. Oh, I was gonna say
Mags.
Newbie.
Okay.
Newbie as Newbie.
You're gonna go with Newbie?
Yes.
Okay.
Against the Alchemist. I'm sure it will be fine. Newbie.
Shiva the Believer.
Yes.
Not sure if I'm on the same train.
I'm also gonna go with the Mag. I think Mag is a decent solution to Alchemist too. You're able to always like split push the waves. You're able to deal a little bit better with the illusions. I think it's really dependent on how well the Ursa does, but I'll go with Newbie.
Okay.
I'm on Magnus team.
Team Magnus all the
Team
way.
Magnus.
Team
Yeah.
Magnus.
Newbie
Let's go.
all the way.
Yeah, Newbie.
So Newbie all the way for all three of you. I don't understand this.
Magnus.
Can I just recap here?
I don't really want Alchemist to win too, but
30 minutes ago, we all sat here and we said IG favourites, got the stronger team, better in draft, played signature heroes, should win series. And you're all going against that.
I don't think the
Just
Alchemist
based off the draft, and they got an
impressive
L.
yesterday.
It was like decent,
But
okay.
it wasn't like, oh my god, there's nothing they can do. They have to first ban it. Because if they thought they had a first ban it, they would have just first banned it. But
I think from watching the game yesterday, Alch was not a huge issue.
Well,
It was
got
just
renewed faith in him.
IGB's
Talking about
not
Faith
so good
Vengeful
play
Spirit
then.
yesterday was very good. So I feel like they've got a solid lineup. They got what they wanted to deal with the Alchemist, and they got Magnus.
Yeah.
We're going to find out, though, aren't we? Effectively,
we're
which
going
one's
in
more
Ursa,
valuable
dude.
now?
Yes.
U9 Ursa. He has Magnus though. Come on.
It's Triple C Ursa.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. Yeah.
So-
Definitely Newbie.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so I'm hearing that unfortunately we've got a small technical problem to fix for the casters to get to. Well, actually, maybe we've got them. If not, we'll get Fogged and Melini on this one, I think.
I see them sitting in the dark.
Can we talk more about
We
how
can-
good
we
Magnus
can go
is?
over
How
now.
good
So,
Magnus is? Pretty good hero.
We're all good. Let's go down to the commentary team right now for game one.
Aiden, and just before you don't miss any action, we've got Faith getting taken down by XXS. He's a bit annoyed, gods, that Newbie, they took his Magnus away from him. He'll be playing the bat this game. We're straight in. Welcome to you all, of course, here in the low bracket finals. The two hottest teams in China at the moment, IG versus Newbie, fighting it out, obviously to get to the championship, but most importantly, really, to get the chance to prove themselves in a best of 5 against OG. We've had the drafts, gods, it's something a little bit different from both sides. Venge coming out in a bit of a different capacity, back on the support. We're used to seeing it really as a core nowadays, and back over the other side, Baboka showing us that Weaver support that really started to fade out.
Yeah, and not even when it was being picked, it was almost always with the Drow Rangers, so something a bit different from IG. They get the early first blood. That's going to help out their lanes a lot. And I think also importantly to note is the first pick out. Something IG haven't been doing. They picked it over heroes like Earth Spirit that were available. They must really look at this hero after like some of the OG games and say, this is going to be absolutely absurd. We need to play more out.
On top lane, XXS,
Oh,
he was hoping to go for this trick, but Newbie were well aware of it. You've got
waiting
Kaka
for
and
the
Faith.
roll. He doesn't want to miss it.
Having to walk through a fair bit of the Firefly here, but with the roll forward, they've got vision on him. And now down, back on the ground. XX says he can try and buy as much time as he can, duking for the tree line. In fact, Faith's been caught on the wrong side. He can't get in close enough for the lockdown, and XXS...
Roll number 2. Will this one land?
He's got to hit it, and he's not going to, but he may have body blocked him up here. XXS trying for the duke around for the tree line, but Newbie will finally pick up the kill and take down the bat.
Faith is like, you guys go for the kill. There's CS under the tower. I'm going to take this. Bench is 3 CS as a support.
Cool,
That's like
Venge.
actually... I mean,
we thought it would be a support Venge.
Faith has other ideas, you know. He's done. He's like, I'm a TI winner. I'm going to take over the core role. This match is easy. Yeah, I mean, that's the efficiency play. You don't miss the CS of the tower. At least someone gets it while your carry gets a first blood, which is better than the 3 or 4 CS. So they didn't actually miss out on much. And cute little play from Bat, but, Newbie recognizing what was up and had both supports up there ready to contest it.
And of course, as we can see in the mid lane, it'll be very interesting to watch. Newbie drafting this Ursa to go, hey, he can 1v1 against an Alchemist, but then IG said, well, we'll throw a support Weaver into the lane and have Baboka sitting there being an incredible nuisance to this Ursa.
Often you see like a support come, harass, help out mid lane, but this is like a true dual lane in some ways. Baboka's just like...
yeah, take the lane whilst the Alk goes to the jungle.
Okay. Where's Alk headed? Grab some bounty runes, actually, that's where he's headed.
Maximum efficiency.
Yep. Weaver will take a couple CS while he's gone, and you're happy. Even if he doesn't get the CS, it's still XP being shared around, and yeah, as you said, efficiency is the name of the game. Very different look from IG. Normally this is a team that's being like the tempo setters, playing more aggressive, but perhaps the series against OG has given them like some different views on how Dota can be played. They're showing some versatility. Perhaps this is how they think they have to play against Newbie, because Newbie, I'd say kind of similar to OG, can be a more defensive, farm-oriented team, although this draft, not the case so much. And even the game they won against EG in that Game 3 decided, they kind of changed the tempo and took the early game in a much heavier way. Oh, Ursa's like, sweet, I'll take that plus 30 gold from the Beatles. Extra CS.
CS at the moment, as we can see.
Jungle out.
Yeah, OP keeping himself ahead with these camps, of course. Yeah, Talon and the Quelling Blade.
Yep.
All the coil damage that he can have.
Yeah, I thought it would just like grab a bounty rune and come back mid, but it seems like they're actually going to have the Weave in the mid lane. It's a pretty like unlaneable matchup against the Ursa. It's a very hard counter in the laning stage, and I think that's where IG picked this Weaver. Like, it's kind of a 4, but also a 4 that's going to get something in the lane.
Blooming heck, SCC nearly found the kill
Is he going to find the kill? Tower hit to okay, not quite enough. SCC will survive.
Yeah, also had an Earth Spirit rolling in, trying to clean up, but wasn't able to find it. Top lane, once again, XXS trying to play around, tease with the Luna, slow down United's farm, but it's only going to end up giving them another kill to the safe lane of Newbie.
Yeah, playing the safe lane very well. XXS talks about as one of those like standout players on the IG side throughout this tournament, but he's off to a rough start.
Kaka's been spotted out here by Baboka, and Baboka will certainly make him roll the heck away.
Yep.
Didn't have the bugs.
You may have seen him plant that ward. He kind of turned his head, had to change the direction he was facing to put it down before running away, so might be apparent, although it doesn't look like any sentries coming out, just the one observer ward for the mid lane.
And at the moment, this kind of greed from IG, it doesn't really look to be punished in the sense of how we're seeing the Weaver in the Alk lane and jungle. We've obviously got the rotations of this Earth Spirit, but he's headed towards the top.
Yep.
And that's going to give all the space that OP needs to get that solid start in the jungle, and Weaver to have an okay time in lane. Top lane, we'll see if Kaka can get away with this. Obviously already we have seen XXS die a couple of times up here. Playing a little safer, maybe not safe enough. Actually, Kaka going to roll up into the hands of Baboka.
Doesn't have his role, but I'm not sure Baboka is going to be aware of that one. Maybe aware that ward's there now, since it's a very aggressive spot to be in, and normally you're only moving there to get that deep ward down, so...
And Baboka with what could potentially have been a surprising movement just going up to the top lane, but it was spotted out by that dire observer ward, so Newbie know exactly where he is. And now with the lane free, I saw, in fact, SCC coming very deep across, seeing if they could find OP in the jungle. They'll see him back in the lane now, but he is on the safe side as such, as KP and Kaka won't be able to cross the middle to get to him. Yeah,
they've warded both jungles, so making sure they try and limit his farm as much as possible, and anytime he is getting a bit greedy, they're able to try and rotate in using the Earth Spirit +1. SCC. Problem is for Ursa in the mid lane, it's not a hero that doesn't excel in pushing out the wave, so typically if you're going to go gank the Alk, you have to spam the wave out and then make that aggressive move, so not too easy for a hero like the Ursa. But as it stands, Alchemist is just going to continue to jungle. Has gone for, I was going to say, he's taken like a page from the OG book in terms of the Alk pick, but this is the NB build. He went Phase, Iron Talon with the Quelling Blade, all the early game efficiency items, and these items help you jungle incredibly fast. Phase is really good damage. You get damage from Iron Talon, Phase Boots, and Quelling Blade, and you just right-click very, very hard, and you get from camp to camp a little bit faster with that Phase movement speed as well.
Top lane, aggression once again from Newbie as XXS, the third time being taken down up here. I mean, the two of them plus Kaka, Faith and U9 have been able to maintain pretty strong control of this lane. And XXS has to be careful. I mean, I guess you could say backing up to the jungle, but as we've seen, OP's pretty much got his hands on that. So yes. XXS, one of the downsides of this efficiency, causing him to be forced to go to that top lane, and it's costing him his life multiple times.
Yeah, and even though the jungle's been expanded, you've got more camps on these 7.0 patches. it's a lot riskier. There's only like one area in the jungle where it's safe, which is like the secret shop camps are fairly safe. They have been warded up heavily, but it's very easy to rotate into protecting you right by a shrine. The other camps, like the further east you go, the more dangerous it gets. So it's not like you can split the camps up, because naturally the junglers are going to kind of levitate towards the safer place to be.
And it really feels for IG. They've got to make something happen at this play. They're smoked up with Q and XXS, but again with the three of them there on Newbie, it's very hard for them to get something done. And once again, Bat in trouble. The boulder smash into the right-click damage from U9 brings him down once more. And this top lane is turning out to be an absolute disaster for IG.
Yeah. SCC's even rotating for a second kill, but Boca can Shikuchi and TP. There we go. Yeah, we'll pop the stick charges for that. But yeah, disaster. And this is the perhaps biggest weakness in their draft, is that if Bat gets contested in lane and needs to fall back to the jungle, he can't fall back to the jungle. So his only option is to keep going to that off lane, and they're trying to solve it by sending supports up there. Burning's more than okay free farming way down bottom, but I think the solution is going to have to be the Jug rotates, because even bringing both supports, the Weaver and the Rubik up there to help the Bat, proves to not be enough. Newbie respond, they have good answers with the Ursa rotation, so I think if you want to try and secure Bat's lane, Jug needs to help out. Perhaps even Bat even takes over the bottom lane, because this Juggernaut is the strongest fighting hero right now for the IG side.
Yeah, mid lane, you know, as you talk about the Ursa's rotations, SCCC also just getting a lot of space when he is sitting there at home in the middle. Yep. With the movement of the Weaver and with OP being back in the jungle.
See the fast helm. Nice little item. You can like leave your creep in lane while you go roaming around and ganking, or alternatively you stay in lane while your creep goes, helps out your supports, and you can just be a lot more active with this item. And just some very useful creeps as well that can help you fight early on, help you tank up against like a Juggernaut with like a ice armor or something.
We'll see them trying to come in. Absolutely. IG well aware of the movement. OP backs away from the middle, not to be caught out. Does have Baboka and XXS by his side. Yeah. We'll see how deep Newbie want to go with this. They can cross the middle lane.
Looks like Baboka's there to scout it out, but I mean, Alka's in a very deep spot.
See if they make the movement. The smoke now wearing off, waiting for someone to reveal themselves in that middle again. But IG just playing very safe. I mean, they've been off the map for a bit now, and indeed, Unite revealing himself. They know that IG know what's going on, and they'll just turn this into a tier 1 push. And at this rate, could be fairly successful. The fortification will come out. XXS starting to head forward. And looks like Newbie, they will actually back away. So IG able to hold them off. And all of the time whilst this is happening, of course, bottom, Burning continues to find a lot, but at the same time, KP has also been getting a lot done down here. He's been in and out of the lane and into the side jungle, and he's been amounting a fair bit of gold. We see 800 towards that blink, 9.5 minutes in on top of the Arcanes.
Even though Newbie have crushed that top lane, they're finding the kills, they're taking, well, they haven't taken towers yet. That's perhaps maybe one of the problems with their draft. Things are going well for IG. You see the top 2 net worth heroes. Alchemist hasn't really been truly contested despite all those aggressive wards. They've read the smoke moves really well, not letting Newbie connect on the Alchemist ganks. Like, you can kill out Batrider, but if you're not killing out Alk, you're not killing out Jug, you're not achieving much. SCC tried to smoke for that. That was the...
Hey, would have loved to go into the rush.
That was going to be, the 2-man Roche with the Venge. Weaver, a very good hero for scouting out Roches, actually, and that's perhaps one of the other big reasons why this hero was picked up early on. So 2 smokes in a row, ineffective from the Newbie side, and it really feels like they need to get something done soon. And I'd say the safest thing to do is just start pushing down some towers. You've got the Helm of the Dominator. Start trying to take out as many tier 1s as possible, because that's going to close up the map. That's going to take away some of those jungle farming spots from IG. Losing those control points makes it a lot harder to farm your jungle around this top secret shop area, as well as those ancients as well.
And there we have it. With that, as you mentioned, the Helm, the Luna, the Venge, they do have that pushing power. Newbie. And at this stage, with the farm, the greed that IG's playing with OP staying in the jungle, of course, trying to get that timing on the Radiance. There won't be too much of a reaction to these tier 1 pushes. 2,000 towards the Relic. Phase into Yasha for burning this game. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I don't see any of that kind of that Chinese build that some of the teams like to bring out with the Phase Shadow Blade burning, keeping to something a little more traditional.
Yep. Yeah, just making sure that he's able to fight while the Alchemist wants to play the greed game. Doesn't want to go for some kind of gimmicky-ish build that relies on pickoffs that may not be effective, but so far just the one tower for Newbie. They've rotated a large number of heroes bottom, so now it's first test for IG. Do you start defending your towers? Do you let them go and just trade for farm elsewhere? Haven't got any items on the Bat Rider, but they are going to smoke up. Alchemist, not really the best hero to fight at this stage of the game, but may look to do so.
Well, they will find
Nicely
it.
done.
Kaka. And Kaka won't have any means of escape as he just tries to walk it off as long as he can, but no way he gets away from IG there from the smoke gang.
It's a support pick, but he was trying to get deep wards down and set up to push bottom. So even though you just kill a support, you stunt that push at bottom lane. So a nice pick in itself. Frees up some room for the Alchemist, and you can see IG just looking to take control back of their jungle. They're setting up a lot of defensive sentries, trying to take away those aggressive wards, keeping some vision of their own jungle as well.
We'll see that. A little bit of a interesting ward. Yeah, not quite at the top of the stairs there.
He was trying to like ward as he rolled and probably kick like all in like one fluid motion and just slightly misclicked with the positioning of that ward.
OP, 100 gold away from the relic. We just saw as well, KP now has the Blink Dagger on the Magnus. So we could start to see some big plays from himself coming out. Very good timing.
Yeah, they need to start making moves. Start pushing towers, forcing fights with the RP, and if they don't come and fight you and defend towers, well great, take as many towers as you can in quick fashion. Because right now, the farm battle is not being won against an Alchemist. We saw this in the game 1 between OG and IG, and that's where even if other heroes aren't farming all that well, Bat Rider's been shut down, Jug's been farmed down, these heroes can be gifted things like Aghanim Scepters, can see some recovery later on. Weaver with an Axe is going to be fantastic as a saving tool.
Oh, and in fact, we just had there Burning, jumped in with the Omni Slash as he walked into Kaka, but backups there for Newbie as they will punish Burning. Thought that he could get a quick and easy pickoff, but it wasn't to be the case. As doesn't even get the kill there with that use of the Omni.
It's a bit rough. Better him than the Alch though. It's kind of always going to be the philosophy. Again, you can have 3 enemy cores, more farm than your Jug, more farm than your Bat, but as long as Alchemist is #1 and able to just power farm his way through this game, hit his timings, and then start pulling Ag Scepters, you are in an alright position. The Ag Scepters this game, not as good as that OG game, but still pretty damn decent.
There's actually a TP coming into this bottom lane. The rest of IG smoking around. Burning could be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, very kind of blind TP really coming through from him as the team was not instantly behind him. Now they'll turn up. We'll see if they can turn it. Good concoction there onto 2. Kaka drops the Magnetize, is able to roll away as well here. KP is out of mana, so not too much that he can turn and offer as Newbie are getting brought to pieces here. 2 to fall. XXS will tick out to the Magnetize, but the rest of IG continue to chase. They're looking for KP on the Mag. KP has the blink just in time before the Radiance comes into contact. Skewers down, looks for the TP out, and he will make it.
He looked like a goner. I can't believe he got away from that Radiance damage. Just blinks out in time. Still a really good fight for IG, and that's without their Juggernaut. Burning, a bit of a misstep there, TPing in before his team was in position to take the fight and help him out. And the good instant blink catch from KP securing that initial kill, but there was no way to fight. That Alch Radiance timing just proved to be too much to deal with for the Newbie side.
Yeah, this Alchemist, without RP, as you mentioned, already blown at the start to deal with Burning, just no way to control him, and he does not care at all about the Magnetize. Any of those DPSs with the regen he's got going with that Chemical Rage.
Just small things like going for these fighting items on Bat. Even though he hasn't completed his drums, he had a Bracer, he had a Magic Wand. Everyone's looking to tank up as much as possible early, and just know that the Alchemist is going to be able to continue farming, continue pulling further and further ahead, and Alch joining up with a fight is enough to tip the scales there.
And top lane Kaka, a little too close for his own comfort as XXS scouted him out with the Invis, buying time for the rest of IG to move in, and OP. The farm continues to look good as again gets himself involved in another kill. SECC looking at Roche, but a little risky at this stage.
Yeah, this is dangerous to do. Hasn't been able to secure a Roche because of the Weaver, scouting him out on a couple different occasions, which has made life a lot more difficult for Newbie. Seems like they've accepted their fate. They've let the Alchemist get his farm, or tried to stop it, but they haven't been successful doing so, and they're just going to play a bit of the farm game themselves, go back for a Midas on the Magnus, and probably look for that Roche sneak at sometime soon. Until they really get an Aegis, it feels like taking towers is just not possible anymore. Alchemist is actually ready to fight. He can get involved. He's working on a Manta style. He'll have that in no time at all. So life will get more and more difficult for the newbie side. And here we go. They are trying to indeed sneak a Roshan. This is what sets them up to take some objectives. But
the pings come out though.
Yep.
IG knows something's up. XXS ready to lead the way with the Firefly. Starts to throw the napalm into the pit. And newbie, they know that they can't continue to commit to it. They have to back off. KP does have RP available. IG will get the D ward. And newbie, can they get themselves back in? Still a little bit of a duration left on that smoke on KP.
They shrine up, so that gets them healed up, but now they don't have the shrine to retreat to. SEC just wants to finish Roshan. Actually, IG may be caught unawares. They do not have vision of this, and
yeah, it looks like they didn't expect them to go back in that quick, and newbie will end up getting away with it.
Yeah, that's a risky call from newbie, but considering how things have started to go for them with the Alchemist and the farm, he's getting involved in kills now at the bottom team fight and the pick off at top. They have to take those kinds of risks now. This game has slipped away from them, and you can't just make defensive calls when you're playing versus Alk. Letting him free farm is one thing, but you've got to go looking to go in the aggressive, find pickoffs, and take some towers off of that, which is what this Aegis will provide them.
Elsewhere, we can see Burning is falling behind a little bit. I mean, we're already seeing KP overtake Burning's farm.
Yeah, it's hard to find the farm. Alk looking to take over the whole map. Those 2 deaths in a row really probably the biggest issue for Burning. He'd be at probably closer to like 7k net worth if not for those, but when you die in quick succession around like that 15-minute stage of the game, it's so crippling to your item progression as a carry.
Let's see what the next move is going to be from Triple C here. Has the invis and making moves towards the top lane. Obviously IG grouped up around the middle. Will be a TP up to top. I mean, if OP comes forward, this could be perfect for newbie. They have a lot of heroes here, but again, OP just pushing the lanes out with the Manta, now complete, and keeping himself very safe.
They'd love to find a jump on the Alchemist in some way, but very tricky to achieve that. But alternative option, just brute force some of these towers. The initiation from IG isn't really there without the Bat Rider blink.
And look at KP's positioning as well. Ready in the tree line. Baboka will come forward, start to push them back with the bugs. XXS, once he has that Firefly and starts to move forward, he will spot out KP. And it looks like newbie, knowing that they've forced a full reaction and haven't managed to find that jump in, just have to back up. They really respect the fighting power of OP when he turns up to these fights.
Yep.
Very hard to deal with this Manta Radiance at this stage.
Yeah, I think with good reason. Bit of a freebie there coming out from that Helm the Dominator creep, but we'll see what newbie look to do. The Manta style is a nice pickup for U9, but I don't really feel like that's the tipping point where it's like, oh, we've got Manta now, we can go push. But realistically, they're just trying to find an opportunity to like go for that T2 tower when Alk's like off farming somewhere else. But the second OP shows up and is committed to defending, he's just that little bit too farm to try and fight into. Unable to really use their ultimates all too effectively this game. Like the Mag RP on the Jugger bottom lane was nice, but you've got to be able to, you can't just sit with these spells up not using them when you're playing from behind. You just want to use an RP whenever possible. Get a kill or two. Same for the Luna Eclipse. Even if you're killing supports, ideally when you get some cores, even if they're solo kills, you just need to find ways to slow down your opponent's progression towards their objectives. Like you get a couple more items on the Alchemist, you get the Manta, the Blink on the Juggernaut, suddenly you've lost complete control. You're going to start getting kited around on your Ursa. The Magnus is going to struggle to kind of scale into the late game as well, so.
It really is going to be so hard to catch out OP. I mean, this is a man known for his tinker play. He's so good at these heroes that are so good at just evading the enemy, you know, knowing where the enemy isn't. And
he's actually died 0 times this game. That's very impressive.
It's crazy.
Considering at like 10 minutes in, there were 3 dire wards in like his jungle, 2 in the top, 1 in the bottom. They had warded up everything.
Well, mid lane, Baboka, not getting a chance to get out of there at all. Straight up, bringing him down.
Yep. Sentry on the other side that he just couldn't quite get out of range of, and I'm not sure if that's enough to go for a push, but it does look like with mid lane shoved out, they are going to swing all towards top and try and finish off that tier 2 tower.
CCC will be working for that BKB, and so will U9 as well. So really getting these items together, that's going to mean that they can group up as this 5-man. People are a little less scared of the Radiance, of course. as these extended fights do go on, which IG themselves would love, with the Radiance Alchemist, with the Healing Ward and Burning. Lots of ways to keep these fights going a little longer than Newbie would like. Newbie will find the tier 2 top.
Yep. Not the biggest deal in the world for IG. They defended it for enough time that they got a lot of farm elsewhere on the map. They delayed a lot of the timing of this Aegis, but Nubia like, let's force high ground. The Alpha Wolf is really nice addition to this too.
This is their strength now at the moment, Newbie. They really want to try and get as much done as they can before OP gets the chance to get even bigger than he already is. He's now there with the defense.
Well, out comes back, he drops Acid and push probably over. But that's kind of what Nubia are trying to achieve. As much as it looked like, oh, we're going high ground with Aegis, they really wanted to make IG just 5-man defend that one. Aegis is actually expiring, so they're not going to fully commit to anything. And they get the response there. They just don't want to, because they're grouped as 5, they don't want to get picked off. They want to just keep forcing the pressure, and when they're grouped as 5, IG have to then come and respond, defend as 5 themselves. We'll see it again, no Aegis. They're happy just to say, look, you guys better keep coming and defending this.
And U9 on the front lines getting telekinesed immediately with the stolen. Down to half health. He's just having these illusions of radius makes it so hard to achieve anything more in these fights than just being an empower machine. He cannot get in the face of IG for that RP that his team would desperately love him to do so.
Big differences in how this game is played out for the carries. The killer participation from U9. Not to say Burning's played this poorly, this is just the nature of an ALK game. Like, you're not looking to team fight. U9 has been 5-manning with his team, so you really see the difference in styles as far as the drafts go and how they've dictated play. With the Luna kind of 5-manning around being a crucial component in all these kills.
IG coming out here, which is a bit of a change, as they themselves, for the most part, the first 23 minutes have been reacting straight up to just Newbie's own pushes. We'll see if they can catch them off guard. OP now for completed Octarine. 23 minutes in, this Alchemist looking absolutely ridiculous. And SCCC.
They realize something's up, because Earth Spirit's like top lane, he just pushed a creep wave, no one's coming to defend top. He's like, he must be thinking like, why is there no one top? This is like such a safe place to be farming the map. You're really close to your tier 3 towers. The only real answer is that IG have made a move like that. No one's farming any lane. There's 5 heroes missing on the map for the last like 30, 40 seconds. Yeah, he'll roll away and Kaka gets himself out. Still no Blink Dagger for XXS. Very slow game for him, but has been the nature of getting completely shut down in lane and not having any jungle to work with. So that's where I feel like a bit caught out by that smoke, because 1, it was very obvious, and 2, they didn't have the blink initiation. You should just wait and try and get your bat right at his blink before you try and make those kind of moves.
I mean, I know we keep talking about this Alchemist, but looking at the fact that Baboka has the Solar Crest as well, I mean, just popping that down onto OP on the front lines, this Ursa's going to be able to do absolutely nothing, it feels like, against this Alch at this stage of the game. SCCC just doesn't have the means to bring down something that big.
It is an Ursa with Empower, and I think it's very different as an Ursa when you play with this, because it is a hero that can kind of fall off in his damage output. You feel like you get kited a bit, but when you've got the cleave as well as that bonus damage, it really feels like Ursa actually truly scales and can become a late game beast. You've got good control from the Magnus RP, Earth Spirit as well, so it does mean Ursa will scale a lot better than your typical Ursa game and have a much better shot at competing with the Alchemist, but Radiance mischance, Solar Crest mischance with the bonus armor, he's going to need MKB or bare minimum like a BKB. So we'll see what his response is going to be in terms of that evasion.
And it really feels as well, talking about the Magnus, are we actually going to see KP get a chance to RP anyone with the way that IG's playing? Consistently just standing behind those Radiance Alchemist illusions. How does KP get in there? He's going for the Shadow Blade, which will certainly help them when IG's out on the map, but on these high ground defenses, it's you can sneak closer to not being able to still not blink in because of the Radiance.
Yeah, they may look towards the Venge as an initiator. You've got that swap into your team as a team fight starter. The problem is the Venge is also like the save. Like we saw at the top lane when Luna gets gone on, you have to swap save. But if Luna's got an Aegis, and if Luna gets like a couple more big farm tanky items, Luna might not need saving. And if you start the fight, Luna may that kill. You swap in a Jug, you instantly stun them, or silence them. Like the Venge has some really good kind of synergy if you can time that swap into silence instantly.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the things, of course, always with these Out-Naga games is if, by chance, Newbie are able to bring down the Alchemist, suddenly, just the net worth disparity that's on the map, it becomes absolutely huge in Newbie's favor.
Yep.
A lot of it is resting on OP's shoulders, and granted, they're very, very strong, beefy, muscly shoulders, as he is massive. But if they can break him, then certainly everything turns to be a little different for those a minute or so when he is down.
Yeah, and so until we start seeing like Agceptors being pulled, the rest of the team are going to be very poor. But when Alk does get those Agceptors out, can we really change the scene a bit?
Who is he going to give the Ags first to? I mean, do you look at Burning and say, look, mate, I've been taking the farm from you, we need to stat you up? Or do you just give it to someone like the Weaver or the Bat, because you could argue that the actual Ags upgrade itself is much more effective?
Yeah, so the Weaver has the best Ags upgrade for this game in terms of what it brings to the table, but there is, like you say, a good argument for Jug just based on the stats that he needs. He's struggling to fight. There's a slight upgrade in his Omni Slash with the Aghanim Scepter, so you may just say, let's give it to Jug first, because he'll farm 2-3 Ags in no time at all, assuming they can hold their high ground, and that's about to be tested with Aegis in hand. Newbie want to force a defense.
U9 getting in with the Manta Illusions. IG just, every time responding with a full 5-man. I mean, pretty much as the game has been going, we do see, even though they have this massive Alchemist on the side of IG, Newbie are still maintaining really good control of the map. It is the rest of IG that are kind of cowering behind this Alchemist, consistently having to stay very close to their own base whilst Newbie makes these movements around.
Yep.
Which is indeed, as we're seeing, on that net worth, just how that's reflected. Newbie's 3 cores getting something. As on IG, it really is OP that's only being able to keep himself miles ahead as the rest struggle to keep up.
It really is truly like a replicate of that OG game 1. One hero farm, the other 4 very, very poor. And that can change over time. You still need more room to get there in the IG camp. And it does feel like Alk is just unable to push out the map and get as much farm as we saw in Anna's Alchemist. But story right now is that Newbie do feel pressed for time. They want to try and get a high ground siege going. They want to take a tier 3 tower in Iraq.
Oh, and there's the jump in already, but the swap's there from Faith to counter it. Faith will be focused first. Goal KP, he gets a beautiful, and in fact with the damage and the Jug, the Rubik to fall as well. KP to sneak in with that RP has just made that fight at the start. It's not immediate disaster. OP is tracing down, ready for ID. They brought down the Ursa. Can they find U9 as well? That's the question. He's moving closer and closer. They might kill him twice. They are going to get the range by the looks of it for the concoction. U9 looks to man to dodge. It doesn't quite get the timing. So IG will bring him down once. OP, Baboka and Q ready to surrounding him for the second kill as they'll find U9. And again, despite Newbie's best efforts, getting beat down incredibly hard there. IG on the defense. And again, as expected, Newbie, they can kill those around OP, but they can't kill this Alchemist.
They may have been able to, if not for a stolen swap from the Rubik. That was such a clutch play, pulling OP back to safety so he could start regenning up a bit. And IG managed to hold on for now. It did take them a Rubik buyback, not the biggest deal. Just one of their supports. And they're going to push back with Cores dead. They're going to take at least a tier 2 tower here and perhaps even swing to some of those other side lanes, try to take some more towers. Pushing high ground, not impossible, but also it just doesn't feel like the time to do so. You don't have enough farm on your other hero.
And with that fight, OP's got his first Dax complete that he's going to give out. But again, as you said, eyes on the play from the Rubik.
He gets a really nice swap to save the Alchemist, who seems to be in a tough spot in that RP. Gets swapped back. That's the BKB Ursa chasing down the Alchemist. He did have Solar Crest on him, I believe. With the Solar Crest, it probably would have been enough to survive without the swap, but make sure, and then Alk is able to come back in.
And a real clean-up job indeed, bringing down the Ursa and the Luna twice. Aegis not enough to save the Moon Lady. Bottom lane, IG start to push onto the tier 2. They will back up. Now scan on the shrine, make sure that nothing's coming in for a flank.
Link Weaver.
Oh, interesting.
Not
and he did get the Axe given to him.
Yeah.
So he's like, I've got an Axe. I mean, Blink is so good with the Axe because you are always able to get in position to save your teammates. So
It's a long
Baboka-
cast range already, but with
Yeah,
the blink,
sure.
it's like you're doubling the cast range.
So going all in on being able to
Yeah.
save his team,
Yep.
no matter where he is.
Yep, good point. I mean, these fights could get pretty split up. Heroes like Ursa and Earth Spirit like to pull heroes apart. Magnus does just that with the RP and the Skewer as well, so making sure you can always get that Aghanim Scepter time-lapse off on a teammate is going to make it... Well, if you couldn't kill the Alch before, you don't need to be stealing swaps when
two
you've got
lives on
Axe.
this Alchemist, essentially, if Baboka's able to get the plays out, and he has the kit to do so.
You've kind of got to jump the Weaver at the start of the fight now. That's how this changes things in my mind. He just becomes a higher priority to actually kill. One, he's solo cresting the Alch. Two, more importantly, he's saving him with the time-lapse. And time-lapse has a very short cooldown as well, so it may not just be one save if you...
Yeah, ridiculously
You
short.
can-
How short is it?
time-lapse is like 20?
It goes right down, doesn't it? It levels up, and well, pickoffs are being made.
16, okay, there we go.
And in fact, IG not only finding one, they will find a second again. Faith caught out of position. As Newbie were once more trying to make this movement around this top half of the map. They do have that tier 3 taken on the top lane. Would love to get that pushing onto the racks, but IG just not letting it happen. And Alchemy, I mean, I'm really searching for answers for Newbie, how they can stop this OP out. You talked about it at the start, saying that they needed to put some pressure on to make movements into the jungle, and it just didn't happen. OP, 400 CS, 32 minutes in, hasn't gone down at all, and with just an insane lead in that net worth.
Yeah, they're going to be turning to their big team fight. The empowered Ursa, hitting in an RP, blowing up heroes. It's just going to be a matter of, can you catch the Weaver? Can Weaver be fast enough to save heroes in the RP? I mean, you RP 2 or 3 heroes, even if Weaver's not in them, sometimes it's hard to click that right one. Everyone kind of gets grouped up, and it's not the easiest play to always get that time-lapse off on the key hero in the Magnus RP.
Interesting as well, after that Ags purchase for Baboka, OP's actually, he's queued up to just pick himself up the Abyssal, and he's going in for that one. So had that bit of extra lockdown against an Ursa that is getting scarier and scarier with the BKB done. I believe had the Basher and had picked up a Demon Edge, ready to go for that MKB, as you were saying. Yeah, he is a threat. He certainly is.
One of the changes with the item, like, I mean, it's been there for a while now, is that it also gives survivability to a small extent with the Vanguard component, so gives a little bit of extra oomph, which is something which usually makes sure you stay alive at all costs, so definitely doesn't hurt, but yeah, the good lockdown this provides when he's frontlining. Poor Jug, he's being out-farmed by the Weaver now, burning. How the mighty have fallen, no longer getting to play that full protect burning style, but hey, you take the wins how you get them, and Alchemist is definitely one way you can get wins at this tournament.
A lot of teams have been indeed utilizing the power of the Alch, and I mean, just the way it's played as well. We saw OP, this is an Alch that he didn't really lane, does he? He just goes straight into the jungle, and just knowing the timings, knowing where to go, where to be, and where to avoid the enemy team.
I feel like
gives you an insane start.
Yeah, we saw a lot of wards down there to scout them out, but we haven't seen wards to block camps. It feels like that's like a outdated concept.
Mid lane, poor old Kaka came out, was trying to find just a little bit of farm as he's desperately clawing towards the Aghanims.
No Roche yet, though.
A little bit of a longer respawn time.
But yeah, the more we see these Alchs just get the majority of their farm in the jungle, the more I think we need to go back to that style where enemy team pick jungles, let's raid their jungle, put down wards to block camps from actually spawning. Because that way you don't have to... The problem is you put wards down, you see them jungling, but it's very hard to actually go and invade when there's a shrine there, as well as possible TP rotations, or they just run away. You go in their jungle, they run away to the other jungle, or they just run away and you're wasting time. So it does feel like just scouting the enemy jungle doesn't cut it. You've got to actually block camps from spawning.
It's just a very, very interesting game, really. I mean, it's basically Newbie just preparing for this raid boss of an Alchemist. You know, playing PvE, hitting the creeps, making sure that they have these key items, and they are getting them. With the SCCC, certainly nearly finishing the build that solves a lot of the problems that OP is bringing to these fights, with the True Strike now, with the control.
Makes a big difference. All the evasion really adds up at this stage of the game, but see Alch already transitioning out. He's not going to rely as much on the evasion when he's going to Abyssal. He's going to be like, well, rather than try and defend myself with evasion, I'm just going to try and kill you before you kill me with this Abyssal. and also just try and get his team stronger and stronger now with another Ag Scepter, I believe, ready to go soon. This one likely to go Burning's way, I'd say. Just the Bat Axe is nice, but not like essential, I feel.
I mean, I guess if XXS finds a counter initiation to an Ursa and a Magnus jumping in on the front,
that's true. Very
it could
true,
stop everything that happens during that RP.
Well, if you let like 2 or 3 people get caught in RP, then you just except for Bat blinks in. Ursa and Magnus are always next to each other. Luna's often nearby as well. So maybe there is a lot of good potential to get 2-man lassos. Let's
see where it goes. He's coming over, XXS. He wants it, and he's going to get it. So it must be exactly. You've got that, as you were saying, perfect counter to that RP duration, which Newbie's lineup is really relying on around to bring down OP.
Well, not valuing the stats on the carry, and Burning probably just saying like, look, there's more playmaking potential. Like XXS.
He used to play support for a bit, didn't he, Burning?
Yeah.
Well, the swap here onto XXS, the man with the Ags. Newbie trying to go in, but OP's already there with the response. BKB's popped by U9, moving forward with the ultimate, trying to force them back, but OP's Manta Style illusions just tank it up.
Oh dear.
And BKB's popped for that one. And Newbie don't find a kill.
BKB Eclipse.
Oh, and look what's been stolen. Q, he's got Eclipse himself.
Pull him in Ags, quick.
He is ready to fight. IG want to go. Magic Missile onto XXS on the front lines. Will be time-lapse there to jump in from SCC. Tries to go for Baboka. Isn't going to make it. He himself has also popped the enrage and the BKB. He's getting himself back up for the dual lasso. Comes out, gets 2. KP slides it with a He's caught 3. Do they have the damage? They're turning towards OP, but they can't bring him down. The Abyssal Blade comes out to U9. Time-lapse comes through. Burning survives. KP has to run away, but Burning looking to chase him. Brings him down with the crit. Baboka find faith, and Kaka tries his best to roll away. There's been a buyback from SCC. He will find Burning. Can they kill this Alchemist? The Solar Crest is on him. He's too speedy. He's out of there.
SCC
buyback
still
from KP
chasing.
as well.
Not going to get there.
Yeah, they can't get him.
They've got to get Roast, so they just shoot through buybacks. If you secure Roast, those buybacks are worth it. But getting in there is the #1 priority now.
Man, the damage that was done there by that Alchemist, 7.5k.
So far deciding not to, perhaps thinking the Alc can defend it himself.
OP wants to contest this, he's ready to go. Roshan falling, look, can he get some sort of a steal hit? U9 pots the BKB, but it's down to the tire. SCCC will pick up the Aegis. OP though, concoction out to the high ground. XXS playing around with the idea. KP under cover of the Shadow Blade, no RP though for 40 seconds still. The lasso's there, they'll bring the Ursa down once. OP ready for round 2. Enrage off cooldown in about 5 seconds. He's been telekinesed up. U9's there as well to back him up. Newbie do have the full lineup. Burning still not there for IG, but OP, he is just forcing Newbie to back away. This Alchemist absolutely massive. Concoction onto Faith. The Venge almost certainly going to go down. The rest of Newbie will be able to get themselves back to temporary safety on the high ground.
It's just constant uptime for OP, and I think that's the crazy thing we're seeing with this hero more and more, is that you almost always have Chemical Rage. With the Octarine Core in the late game, you always have that extra attack speed. More important, all that extra HP regen. You go on the Alc, if you don't kill him, he's going to heal up.
KP skewers back, he has the RP available. They'll catch him in, but the time-lapse, Baboka! He's back to hitting the rags. KP did hold on to the RP though, he still has it.
But no Eclipse.
Stolen again by Q. Again taking the Eclipse out of the hands of U9. And IG with OP on the front lines, bringing that tier 3 down. What can Newbie do? They'll have the Venge back in 10. And IG will respect that. They'll look back to take the shrines, play it safe, but again, this team fight around the Roshan pit. Newbie, they just threw everything at it and it still wasn't enough. Yeah, so close.
The constant time lapse on a 16-second cooldown, we saw it helps save the bat at the start, helps keep Jug alive a little bit longer later on as well, and there's the stolen Eclipse doing a lot of damage to the Newbie side. Great play from the Rubik.
I mean, KP as well, he does get that 3-man RP, allowing them to clean up 2 kills.
There's no damage onto the Alc. It's just crazy how tanky he is. Ursa was kind of busy elsewhere, it feels like, and you can't focus everything on the Alc unless Weaver's dead. That's the big problem.
And we saw, U9, he has a fair bit of damage with that Butterfly, but no true strike. So Solar Crest, Radiance, he can't do anything to OP. It is that Ursa. They need SCC to bring him down. But with the Chemical Rage, the Manta Star, the movement speed, he is out and safe each and every time. Burning, he's finally earned it. He's got his Agonist.
Just the poor Rubik left. Give the man an axe for that Eclipse steals.
There we have. That's big as well for Newbie.
Yep.
Getting that MKB on U9. With both cores having it, they do potentially have the damage. And it's interesting, we saw the overall net worth there as well. And it really just goes to show, you know, 7,500 lead for IG, it isn't that massive. And a lot of that is the Alchemist, as we keep saying. You know, this Luna has been able to keep up fantastically. He's only 3,000 behind this out. That's pretty insane.
If they can find a solution for this Weaver, this game becomes very winnable for Newbie still. And the solution's going to come from the Earth Spirit. You want to have Magnus, Luna,
plays.
Ursa on the front lines, but somehow Earth Spirit needs to get to the back lines, needs to find the Weaver. You don't have to kill him, just control him. Stun, silence, Yule Scepter. Just throw all of those items and spells at this Weaver and stop him from getting that time lapse off on the rest of his team.
RG moving around to second shrine. And they will actually lose their own, both teams. Have wiped the shrines. And he's got it queued up, gods. U9 realizes what they need.
We've seen this team willing to go for some rapiers this term. They did on a Lina of all heroes yesterday, and today a more conventional hero to do it on, but still going to be a tough game to hold on to it with. Ags number 4 coming from OP. The man just keeps on giving. Does probably want to hold buyback at this stage.
Sure, yeah, at this stage.
I saw him earlier, like, just throwing Ags away, like, I don't need buyback. I'll farm that in maybe 30, 40 seconds. But you don't want to be without buyback, even for, like, 30 seconds at these crucial late game periods.
Kaka just trying to find his place on the map. Get that Aghanims.
Yeah, again, control for the Weaver.
Take someone out of the fight.
Even using on an Alchemist and then just ignoring him for like that duration.
Stoning him, kicking him miles away.
Yep. Yeah. Then kill the Jug, kill the Bat, whoever else you need to. Alka is still the majority of damage in these fights.
OP in, immediately swap back in. Oh, they tried for the skewer, but KP a little off the mark there.
Yeah.
Didn't get the skewer back on OP. So OP back to just focusing the racks. KP looks to move forward. SC jumps in. An immediate pistol blaze there with the Omni as well from Burning. They've lost Ursa. SCCC is down. U9 manning up. Forces OP back. He's got a lot of damage on his hands. The BKB's out. OP looking to jump forward. KP holds back the RP. Has the bugs on him. Can't get the blink off. Still being forced back. We are seeing U9 is scary enough to make IG fully question how hard they go in. OP starts to move back forward, but Newbie, they're a man down. KP needs that massive RP to change everything.
And you can catch the Jug with the Alk, but Baboka's just chilling there, right behind, ready with a time lapse. So there's no real easy way to engage right now.
They're actually moving immediately over to this bottom lane. They know that this Ursa doesn't have buyback. U9 heading forward. OP throws the concoction back. Order smash from Kaka, gonna miss. KP leading forward with the Shadow Blade. Again, tried for the blink skewer, but couldn't get the blink off. The acid spray was out, so the skewer was in vain. And OP, can they really do it? Can they stop this out? He's so far ahead. And U9 being brought down to half health. Bounces it off, backs away. Burning jumps forward though, looking to Kaka. Kaka with the rollout.
Freeing up some space to hit the buildings here.
20 seconds and U9.
What's happening, Tom? They lost the melee racks to creeps.
The creeps are doing it for Newbie, that's for sure on this top lane.
What?
Jumping though from the bat, they've grabbed KP. KP will be swapped out. Faith gives his life. U9 plus the BKB moves forward. Burning starting to be forced back. Faith focused by OP. They've lost the Rubik. OP will get the kill on Faith in return.
MVP.
At top lane, IG just sent no one over. Fully committing and apparently weren't looking at the map gods.
Just a big creep wave. I wasn't sure if a hero was pushing it out earlier, but when I looked and when the racks was taken, there was no hero. It's just a creep wave. The tower was low because they tried to take that tower early. So if a big creep wave pushes like all the way down from like the top side of the map and that tower is low, that tower dies very quickly and racks exposed. Like a quad or quintuple creep wave will easily decimate a racks. And Newbie.
U9's like he's close to that rapier as well, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge chunk of money.
What's he actually going to switch out for?
Reds, probably. Just
rely
on
the flutter?
Full staffs, flutter, yeah. I think
go.
every other item is like adds something of value, so.
Oh, man. And we have, if he has a rapier, it's, IG are starting to slightly struggle with it. They obviously got away with the mid-racks, but that extra bit of damage OP now starting to move on to the
Whoa,
moonshots.
whoa, whoa. Alchemist, did he just pull himself an Ags and a moonshot before Rubik?
Oh my.
OP?
Did he not give Rubik an Ags yet?
Bro, yeah, like, come on.
Oh, come on.
This guy's, like...
Wow.
Q.
Confirmed. IG has no Ags there.
Oh.
Wow, that's poor Rubik. An Eclipse.
There's Eclipse, there's RP.
Someone reward this man.
Yeah, you know, you want to... Even if not for the Ags upgrades of the spells, the short cooldown. You want to be able to, like, steal spells quickly. If you steal an Empower, great. And then if he uses RP afterwards, you want to steal the RP, you know. You got to be able to have that.
Oh, man.
I'm not a fan of the Alk self-pulling an Ags first. I mean, yeah, the stats can help. May save your life. There is a lot of damage coming from a Rapier purchase, so...
And here we go.
Ooh.
I mean, I think a lot of people will be, you know, cheering on this kind of newbie lineup now.
They got a Rapier. Everyone cheers for a Rapier.
And everyone cheers against an Alka or an Naga.
That's true.
And especially an out like that. Not giving his Rubik an Aghanims. OP says, bring on the haters.
He's probably even like making Q like keep buying wards, gem. Like he's got all the money in the world. He's like, now Q, you're the support. Keep buying wards. Buy a gem for us. That's your job.
At this rate, he'll probably give the Rubik a moonshot first. Now that would be BM. Here we go, newbie. Moving on to IG's half of the map, ready to go with this Rapier in hand.
Nice high ground ward, but they won't see anything right. Well, they do see stuff here.
Oh, hang on, they managed to find the bat as well. Perfect way to start. One of the issues really when they try and commit for the fight, Kaka. Oh yeah, it's a Yule's dodge, the concoction now. OP quarter around to the sidelines. They've got the Lucid Beam on him. KP comes in with the RP. Unite plus the BKB. Look at this. Lapses there. Baboka will save OP for the time being. Omni Sash from burning as he jumps in. The lasso is there onto the CCC. Is going to be fine. Turns, looks to fight. Concoction, self-concoction, but it does stun the two of them as well. Magic missile from Faith. Unite manning up to OP again. Baboka with the time lapse, keeping OP alive. Faith pulling low Kaka as well. Unite, can he bring him down a second time before Baboka has that time lapse again? The out, he's trying to run. He realizes Unite has the bonus damage. He has too much. OP is killing all of Unite's friends. Unite is alone. The team watches on. Unite says, boys, I've got this. The concoction comes through onto him. He has Eclipse, but he can't get it out. Unite goes down as OP picks the Ultra Kill up. Ooh. Rapier into the hands of Burning.
Tried to Eclipse in the end there. That's the thing. Luna can do as much damage as possible, but only when heroes are stunned and controlled up there.
Look at the damage he did as well. 13,000 damage that fight. Still wasn't enough.
I mean, how much did Weaver heal that fight?
Oh,
it was
yeah,
probably
Baboka.
Through those time lapses, probably heals like 10,000 points worth of damage. Here's the Lotus Orb as well, which was reflecting spells. That was a very, very clutch fight. They out self-stun. That actually worked so well for him. He doesn't care if he's stunned, as long as those two carries on top of him are also stunned. Like the Luna, the Ursa, if those heroes are disabled, he's happy. He's still, it's time like where he's Chemical Rage healing or waiting for the Chemical Rage to come back up. And well, newbie, they've got no RP still. This is going to be a tough hold.
It must still be, I guess, about 20 seconds or so for RP on KP.
Yeah,
but nonetheless, they are backing away. They did get that melee racks. But newbie will hold on to fight another day despite losing that Rapier.
Yeah, it's still a 6-slotted Luna. Maybe not the ideal 6-slot since you want to have that, you need that Rapier, you feel, but you still take what you can get and continue to fight this one out. Burning, though, the danger is he has Rapier and about to have an Aegis to go with it. He can now play the drop my boots game if he wants to, or perhaps the blink. There we go. Oh, don't take the cheese, take the Aegis. And
I'll take both. Now, did that Ruby get his Axe yet? No.
No. And he's buying wards even.
He's got 5.1k. Come on, OP.
He needs buyback, to be fair.
True.
True. But Axe.
Oh, he's just picked up something. Oh, no, he's picked up another Axe. Oh, he's got it. Q.
Thank goodness.
Back in. How's that Aghanims? He'll be a happy bunny now.
Yeah, options for newbie going to be around the high ground defense, I feel. Having a refresher on Magnus looking more and more crucial. Only had about 4k gold. Perhaps this is where you like sell an item to try and get sell your Midas. This is definitely the stage of the game where you sell your Midas. You do want to get like to your level 25, but having a refresher to me, if he gets to a point where selling Midas will give him the gold for a fresher, I definitely want to see KP do it. Right now, he'd still be short, so it doesn't look like he'll commit to that. But
I'm ready for the sick. Refresh the damage cooldown, blink through the Radiance tick plays from KP. It's possible, isn't it?
Wait,
the damage, you know, with the damage cancelling the blink. If you
so
refresh it
the blink,
and instantly blink.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's a smart man, KP.
Could be. Yeah, there we go. He sold the Midas. And,
so how close did he get? Very close. Yeah. 250 gold.
He's got that GPM talent too. He'll be there pretty fast.
And I imagine you go all in, or he himself. I mean, yeah, buyback's still on cooldown for 5 minutes. Yeah, you definitely go all in.
Yep. Got to have a refresher. May even sell, like, I don't know what else you can really sell. Sell those TP scrolls, bro. I don't think you want to disassemble. You need the mana from your energy booster.
Yeah, you need that 4 stuff, yeah.
So we'll probably just see him try and shockwave a pre-boy.
Good swap. Very, 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 very good swap.
He's got blink though.
He's right back.
Oh, Kaka gets a silence.
Got stunned up as well.
Okay.
We'll force him back. SCCC though jumped in.
What happened there?
Just had the buyback.
So, I mean, the solution I talked about for Newbie to take fights. Go on the out and then silence the Weaver doesn't work anymore. The Earth Spirit can't control the Weaver because of this Lotus Orb. He just blinks in past the tier 3 tower to make sure he can get there to bail out the Alk.
They have to change Stone somehow. I mean, they need to get that Magic Missile, that Boulder Smash together, SCC getting him with the bashes.
With a refresher, I think they just RP the Weaver. Use one RP on the Weaver. Just have to. I don't see any other way around it. Ursa with an Abyssal perhaps can try and blow up the Weaver, but it's still tough. He's fairly tanky, not unkillable, but and if you go on him, you may just get lassoed. So
there's your refresh. I guess and if he's using the Lotus to remove the silence, you're still got to wait for that Lotus to come off because you don't really want to be abyssaling yourself just to lock that Weaver down as the Ursa.
I think Newbie, I mean, that right there teaches them, okay, Swap Skewer does not pull him far enough into our base to stop Weaver time-lapsing. Weaver didn't actually have to use a time-lapse there, but if he needed to, he could have. He got out of the silence, he did everything he needed to, he was right by the outside. And I think the lesson is RP this goddamn freaking annoying bug.
And I like this as well, of course, U9 says, Rapier? I haven't even built it yet. What are you on about me losing it? Team, calm down. I've nearly got it.
He's got the courier going out. Could sell his treads, but I don't know. It might be worth selling your treads to get there for this fight.
Look at KP on the sidelines. So people get swapped back. Being careful about how they go, and they know that Baboka will be there with the save.
Even the healing ward. The Alk's heal is just insane right now.
KP really needs to get something here, but there's the lasso jump. KP will find the RP, only onto one. SCCC trying to bring down him. And the Mass Stone's coming through. The Lotus Orb reflecting the Magic Missile back onto the bench. And in we go. Q, I believe, with the stolen Eclipse, just rips it to pieces once again. And it's all too much for Newbie.
Babuka was just standing there like, all right, who's dying? No one's dying. What do I do? I'm just standing in the trees. No one's dying. Oh, okay, we just won the fight. I didn't have to use time lapse. Like, Newbie just like, everything had to go so perfectly right in their teamfight execution, and they had no answers to the Weaver time lapse, so they were trying to be like really, really kind of cutesy about it with how they initiated in, but they just couldn't quite find the way to. When you can't initiate with things like swap, with blink skewer, because of the time lapse, it makes it really hard to approach those fights. High ground defense is no longer like high ground defender's advantage because you can't use that initiation power. You see the heroes, you still can't jump them. That Weaver ag's proven to be too much to deal with.
Absolutely. Baboka playing out of his mind, and OP carrying the team on his shoulders. A lot of excitement though. Rapier was great to see, and it
Reserve time. Dire team.
Just that a 5th pick Warlock is kind of weird, but this guy's a huge team fight hero. I think he's going to secure your lanes relatively well. LC is always kind of tough to shove out, but I think it's just like this big team fight hero that there is not going to be a whole lot of towers taken by Team Empire. And again, so they'll kind of fall back on the high ground defense most likely.
Yeah.
And I don't think Team Empire, I wouldn't feel good. I wouldn't feel particularly good just because you're like Sniper, Troll, Legion Commander, all these heroes need farm, but at the same time, if you look at IGV's lineup, they're going to be pushing these towers. like the Beastmaster is actually super threatening in that regard. I really like this adaptation of IGV to start picking up this Beastmaster. I was super hesitant about it at first when people were picking up because I thought it was just too slow for offlaners. But this patch, we are going in slower directions. We are going in more mid to late game focus. We're talking about heroes that scale, and Beastmaster, he fits this, right? He doesn't get his Blink Dagger like Slardar or Centaur at 15 minutes and start playing Impact, but that's okay. You just change your playstyle a little bit.
Yeah, and it's shown a growth in the team, a willingness to experiment, see new things. You love to have that happen throughout the course of a tournament. Maybe they played some scrims or something against an NP and they found a little bit of value there. Maybe they just saw the games and saw the potential of this hero. Certainly in a patch that's so dependent upon team fight, that vision advantage that you're going to gain by virtue of a Beastmaster is incredibly valuable. And well, right off the bat, it's going to be Miposhka just running at Paparazzi and making his life hell. And I really like this response as well, because time and again, it's been that Invoker who's been causing the issues. Take him out of the game. Make his life hell. This is a great answer.
Yep, Miposhka's reprising his role as a Monkey King. Basically, you just kind of sit there and no one can really challenge you, and you could just kind of laugh to yourself. Like, this is the enjoyable part of playing Ogre Magi.
Okay.
It's kind of like Lich. You have to really relish that the enemy team hates you. They hate you so badly that you're just this dumb ogre, and Paparazzi's like, I can't do anything against this hero. This is dumb. Because later on, you're going to be a walking bloodlust machine, and you're going to be the one hating life. So misery loves company. You got to hold on to that.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I think you hit the nail right on the head there. And well, misery. This is certainly what's going on right now for Paparazzi. He's forced back again. Did already have the salve there, but will possibly be forced to use it. And yeah, this looks like what's going to happen.
He recovered from this last time, right? I don't feel like Paparazzi, like that brief hiccup in the first 2 minutes, I don't think that particularly shut him down, even though it was cool to watch. So, Miposhka, he did what he needed to do. Now he's going to secure the Legion's lane. You don't ever just sit there in lane as this ogre. You just have this first minute impact, and that's kind of it.
Yeah. So another thing here is we have dogfights. Both of these players are kind of on a different role than we saw them play last time, as it does look like Super is going to rotate in and help secure and force the Ogre Magi back. But they're on less playmaking heroes, and that kind of puts the onus, I feel like, on the rest of their two teams to make things happen. King R on the Rubik, and maybe as well that Vengeful Spirit, and also this Nyx Assassin. It just feels like it could be a little bit tougher for them to get things done in the early stages.
Yeah, I do think that there's still plenty of opportunities for dogfights to actually make some plays with this support Nyx Assassin. It's a tough hero to do so, but if you look at it, right, he's got this Sunstrike to work off of. When he does hit these impales, there's a lot of extra damage that can follow it up. He can make a lot of plays with the Beastmaster as well. They've got this solid, big nuking combination between the two of them. So I think there are more opportunities there. Miposhka, I don't know, like his cores do need a lot of form before they can be pretty active. So I'm just not sure if that really fits him very well, because Miposhka has been like so critically important to Empire's success here at DAC.
We also saw Chappie in that last game on the PAs. We have a little bit of a brawl going on mid. It's Paparazzi taking some damage. You got Mr. Ogre there as well. Gonna start dealing it out. They drop the Chaos Meter, and that actually takes a good bit of damage from that. But they still find that kill. First blood on a Paparazzi.
Yeah, that's great. In July, he is getting some of the benefit out of this, right?
Whoa. Something happened. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Oh, he hit a Sunstrike on FN, but FN barely survived.
Okay.
Cool. That it had to have been real close. Because I was thinking that. I was like, he might be low up, but I was like, nah, that won't happen, right?
I thought there was an earthquake in the stadium and we were all dead. Literally, that's what went through my mind. We are no longer alive in this world.
Wow, you're such an optimistic person usually, but Jesus, when your shit goes down, apparently Gabe just abandons that sunny mentality.
I was going to throw my headset and run. Paparazzi needs to run a little bit himself. He's taking a good bit of damage. The Bloodlust onto Sniper already in some trouble. So, continued dominance in this lane. And now the lift back. King R is here. Paparazzi going to drop. And not even a Sunstrike could help him out there.
Yeah, they don't have like the same kind of rotating hero they did last time, right? It was Earth Spirit. He shut down the Centaur as much as he could, and then he rotated around 2 or 3 minutes. What's a Nyx Assassin really gonna do for you? Not very much. His movement is very telegraphed in that regard. It's not gonna get a surprise jump onto the sniper or anything like that. So this, unfortunately, there is no counterbalance like there was previous times. You know, Empire just identifying that they do need to play pretty active in the laning phase. I think they need to win this laning phase pretty hard because they've got the right heroes to do it. Sniper and Troll, lane dominators themselves. Legion Commander also has this kind of passive influence in the laning phase that she can always do better than most. So, and then the supports just need to shut down Paparazzi. So I think this is great. They're setting up really well. IGV's timing is going to be more around 10-15 minutes when they can start making these big single target pickoffs plays.
I mean, that's definitely true, but I'm just looking at the CS difference, and you've got 8 and 5 on the Invoker versus 27 and 18. Like, does that slow down the timing any further, or does it not really matter because Invoker's just a Sunstrike machine anyways? Yeah,
he's kind of like a Sunstrike machine anyways. He'll make that comeback through the pickoff plays, but what I like about this is the Empire, they've already made the kind of read, I think, in game 1, what they need to do against these situations, right? If they can just group up a little bit more, play around each other quite a bit, don't try and split up too much, I really think they can stop IGV and they're that window where they could really make the comeback.
Well, there's a deep ward dropped as well by the Rubik over there by the tier 1 tower in the top lane, maybe signaling where Empire want to make that first aggressive movement. And Chappie, meanwhile, will move over towards the 6-minute rune spot, take down a couple of boars. Do you, in your eyes, is it the top offlane tower that you try and prioritize and you bring in another hero for that, or just sort of passively break it down with the troll?
Just passively break it down with the troll. You want to make, because the problem is last time when we were talking about the Team Empire and how they played that 5 minutes, they had a Centaur, right? Centaur doesn't need like an amazing amount of farm. They could just kind of play around their Invoker, and that was fine. This time around, they've got 3 cores who all need a decent amount of farm, so you need to make the most of their independence now.
Look at how much they're bullying Paparazzi. They're giving him nothing, taking away even the small creep from the hard camp at this point. Empire, they are showing so much hate.
That's a lot of hate. I mean, Paparazzi and Invoker, I could see exactly why they're doing that. It does lose them a little bit of space, I guess, at bottom lane, but Legion Commander had the TP, so he TPs right back as the lane pushes in. Nothing major loss for Empire, just an opportunity to catch an Invoker, I guess.
I really like this response, too. It's like, if you're going to win with somebody else. You're not going to beat us with the same thing twice in a row. So Empire showing their hand as to what they wanted to accomplish. That being said, it's also Cicada, who on this Vengeful Spirit has been able to get a good amount of farm. Is he somebody that can kind of make a little bit of space for that Invoker over the next couple of minutes?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's like, that's like one of the most aggressive carries out there that you can pick up, right? The Vengeful Spirit, you don't have much of a late game window at all. You almost always need to be head as a Vengeful Spirit core. Otherwise, you're simply too squishy, right? You're just susceptible to being bursted down. So you're going to need to bully down towers, that's for sure. Kind of similar to a Terrorblade. You need to be super active in that regard. Move around the map. It's a hero that feels kind of hard to fight into as well. There are a lot of similarities there. What is Ghostic doing? He's just refusing to let Paparazzi do anything. If he actually catches the duel and Sniper pushes forward into the mid tower, he can actually make a potential assassinate play with the duel, but doesn't look like they'll catch him yet. Maybe weird.
Oh my god, they're gonna dive. They are getting set up for this one.
Oh yeah, cut down the tree, get the movement speed.
Chase forward, assassinate is
duel.
going to fly
No.
out so close. He does end up dying.
Cool.
Well, another pickup there. The crowd silenced, as too was that Invoker. They are just completely dominating this early stage, this Invoker.
There's the Cicada move by the Vengeful Spirit. Good play. They cannot afford to lose their mid tower early like this, though.
Invoker's coming back in. They're ready. They're here with 4 heroes, canceling the TP and now going to duel the Nyx Assassin. Empire bring 4. Oh, wow.
That's so cool. What happens, like, they know Vengeful Spirit's going to be active, right? So as soon as Vengeful Spirit shows top, they're like, fine, we'll take mid. But what are you going to do about it? You can't rotate a Beastmaster. Beastmaster doesn't really accomplish that. And especially as Vengeful Spirit's your active core at this point in time, he can't be there at the team fight because he went top. Well, you have to give up mid. And that, again, just shuts Paparazzi out, and it claims a much more important tower in the game. Safe lane towers go down all the time. You can give up that tower, who cares? Mid towers, those are really critical.
Oh no, and again, Paparazzi pulled back in and killed off. 0-5 start for the team, and as far as Paparazzi is concerned, he's been killed off most of everybody. 4 deaths for him by the under 10-minute mark.
Yo, Russia, Ukraine, you got to get some like cyberbullying seminars going on here, because this is just so unfair. Like Empire just like running after this one hero. They're focusing on literally nobody else. Sakai is just doing his thing and they're just ignoring him. Beastmaster's getting some farm, but the thing is, it's working because the objectives they're taking off of it as well. Like all this rotation into Paparazzi and such, like that's all fine and well and good, but it's the mid tower play that really makes this well worth it for them.
The rarely seen 209 GPM Invoker. It is a rough life indeed. And I guess here's the thing. What are they losing out on by doing this? What's the trade-off that's being made? Is it anything really?
It's early farm on Beastmaster. That's dangerous. It's also Vengeful Spirit, but you can't. You could potentially pressure a Vengeful Spirit in lane. You could rotate maybe 2 supports into a Leech command, but that's risky. I think it's just better play. It's just much easier to pressure that Invoker and take this secured play. So the only thing that's really traded, I think, is the Beastmaster farm, which Beastmaster doesn't come online, even with total free farm. He doesn't come online very quickly, right?
Yeah.
He's still a length away from Necronomicon #1. And that's one of the big first peaks.
Well, I guess the other thing is, a good amount of experience probably spread around. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if, IGV actually has a little bit of a net worth lead in spite of that kill advantage.
Probably not net worth, but more experience.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But even there.
Yeah, even there.
I guess when you get 5 kills to nothing, that's a pretty good start for your game.
Yeah, Paparazzi's like, experience, what's that?
All right.
Level 7 in 11 minutes.
IGV have had enough. This is a statement smoke. Unfortunately, it does also look to be a telegraph smoke, and nobody is in the mid lane for Empire. Although this rotation does move over. Swap. They've caught him. Okay, they kill off King R. Get 1 on the board.
Paparazzi, you guys couldn't just leave me that Sunstrike kill? Come on. Give it to me, please. All right, so they made a play like that. Didn't mean anything. Caught King R. They wanted something big, like a rotation, catch the sniper, use your Warlock ultimate, take the tower. They wanted that kind of play, and they didn't get it. So IGV still have to find a better way to come back into the
Reserve time. Dire team.
I think the Monkey King ban is still appropriate. I think Baboka plays like the best.
But are
the
you
best
then
Monkey
gonna
King
let
in the
OP's
tournament.
Tinker in? And that's a decision you gotta make. You're gonna ban Tinker?
IG actually bans the Monkey.
Oh, hey, that makes things a little bit easier for a newbie, possibly. But then IG would be getting the Earth Spirit if they wanted to.
Yep, Earth Spirit wasn't high priority last time,
It was not. Oh yeah, and the Alchemist.
Yeah, they get rid of it.
Yeah. Woohoo!
I'm
All
happy.
right.
The viewers are happy. I'm happy.
Siren.
No.
Well, you know.
Ben, don't do it.
I was trying to do it in
Don't
your
do it, Ben.
voice.
Please.
So terrible.
Wait for it.
Well, IG doesn't have to be worried that Tinker is going to be picked up by newbies, so they can take something else and pick Tinker second if they want to go for that altogether.
Switch up now.
So the Earth Spirit it is.
The Baboka Earth Spirit.
Much earlier, of course. That was towards the end of the second phase last time.
Newbie might take the Jug early this time around, even though first phase Jug isn't always the greatest. It worked last game because of what they were playing against, and it's just a great hero versus Earth Spirit in the laning phase. And Healing Ward for later on is very good versus Earth Spirit.
U9 had an insane game on the Jug yesterday as well.
That as well.
Yes, he did.
Got to be thinking that's their consideration right now, isn't it?
Yeah, probably, I would say probably the Jug, and then maybe securing KP's hero early, because he does get a lot of bans target him, even though this time around IG isn't really focusing on him. He usually does when they're in the
You
game.
don't like Abba +1?
I think Abba +1 could work, yeah.
Lina's also there.
Lina's still there.
didn't make it.
One of those three. One of the three.
SCC had a really good Lina.
Yeah, he had one of the better ones.
Hero choices that we've seen this tournament, like it was not like Ursa was not comfortable with Naga too.
Do you think they go for the 2-core opener again? Put the Lina and the Jug in there?
I would say
see a new 9 sorted.
I don't know if they want to reveal both cores right away when you're only seeing Earth Spirit.
Okay.
So we do see the Jug come out, as we were mentioning. Now it's the Lina, the Abaddon, probably the
it's pretty much
ones.
the newbie's strongest game of the tournament yesterday.
Yes. Yeah. It was very dominant. It could be. It could happen.
Vengeful Spirit for Faith again.
All right.
Okay. So they must be hoping they can squeak the Lina through in the second phase, but you'd imagine IG will focus that.
Couldn't they just take it?
May take it themselves.
Lina or Tinker.
Yeah.
Which one do they want?
They know that Tinker's going to go in the second phase, for sure.
They can pick Tinker, ban Lina, probably.
Yep. Could do it the other way around too, if they wanted to.
Tinker's not.
We have seen a lot of support Linas coming out from IG as well. They could pick up Lina, hoping that maybe Newbie won't ban out a Tinker because they're expecting to see OP Lina.
Yeah. That's possible.
And then they can still have
Jug though?
I don't know. That's the thing. It's like Healing Ward is so good versus Tinker.
Yeah, and he's also pretty good versus just Lina in general.
Yeah,
too.
and Lina too.
So maybe not.
Lina
So they go for. It's a good call. Very dominant for mid lane. Lina, Earth Spirit, pretty scary.
That's some flexible in the first two as well.
Yeah,
because they can switch if they need.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll see if Newbie wants to just, make sure that there's no Tinker in the game or take the gamble.
I think that Lina's a really smart pick in that first phase, isn't it? Against Newbie, because Newbie will know that IG can play in different positions as well.
Yeah,
just leaves it very
it's
open-ended.
not like it's an empty threat with some teams. You they could, but they never do. So you can figure it out.
Yeah. Well, another ban for XSS. Legion Commander.
A fun ban game, isn't it?
Hey,
yes.
There it is.
The Naga ban.
Woohoo.
Thank you, IG.
Maybe a little bit too excited for that one, but sure.
Yeah. No, I think that's appropriate excitement. Yeah, the Legion Commander ban, I mean, we mentioned it before, like the super high win rate, incredibly good versus Juggernaut, just very strong laner.
I think
maybe they were.
Maybe might regret that Lina, not picking the Lina and the Jug up early.
Yeah, possibly. I like the Venge Terrorblade combo too, but that's like not that great anymore after the Lina's picked up. What else is there? XXS heroes. He played Bat Rider, wasn't that great.
So Newbie
also versus Venge.
Newbie takes out the Abaddon.
That's pretty surprising. I do like it versus Jug, but I just haven't seen Invictus play it that much.
Could that say something about what they're planning on getting?
I think it's really good versus Juggernaut in lane too.
Okay.
Yeah. It's super annoying for him to deal with. You can't like not attack him with Omni. I mean, you can, but he's just gonna run at you the entire time. So mid lane might be an issue for Newbie. Lina plus Earth Spirit is one of the most fearsome dual lanes in the mid lane, I would say. Maybe Monkey King Lina is also kind of up there, but Lina Earth Spirit is very, very scary. If you put something weak like, Invoker, let's say, or most melee heroes, you'll get destroyed.
TA maybe? Yeah, TA is possible.
I can see TA.
So IG takes out Ember, and Newbie grabs the... Okay, so they put KP on more of just a straight initiator rather than a heavy team fighter like Mag.
Run at Lina.
Run at Lina, yep.
I mean, that works.
Yeah. It's one approach. It's also, if you do get the Aghanims online, it's pretty good versus the burst.
Yeah, and the return damage is really good for a fast attacker against a fast attacker like Lina, rather.
Did see a couple times like Sumail put,
almost killed himself
on the return. Yeah.
You gotta be careful with that. Also, again, depends on what type of Lina that is, though. We'll see if IG reveals that with their third pick.
It also makes their safe lane hard too. Centaur kind of limits their safe lane options sometimes because he dominates a lot of them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Having the Centaur, you kind of since the Earth Spirit wants to like roam around, then the Centaur is going to be able to get everything unless the Earth Spirit focuses him. So now it's like they have to peel their attention away. It's like, do we give Centaur full levels, or do we want to pressure mid with the Lina Earth Spirit? Lina tends to be pretty okay with himself though, and IG goes back for the Warlock this game around.
And hereby locking in Lina for OP.
More team fight, Fatal Bonds plus Earth Spirit. We've seen that combo quite a lot in the past.
That's a question mark face.
10 seconds remaining.
He's trying to solve the drafting puzzle.
What are we looking at mid for SCCC?
You're going up against Lina.
There's nothing really that, I mean, the TA is the best matchup. So SF might be a bit susceptible of the roam.
Tough lane.
Yeah.
He like has to get BKB 100% pretty early, like the second item I would say.
I like this Coddle pickup. This is something that newbies had, like, I think, one of the most success here, I want to say. Maybe like 2 or 3 games where they just very heavily dominated with the Keeper. Even though it was like 5 position Keeper, they would farm an Aghanims fast. This time they do have Avenge at least to back up on it. So OIG goes for the Burning Spectre. So they're going for like a 4 protect 1 kind of lineup with Lina.
This is where you dump Centaur and Keeper in the off lane and pressure him?
Oh yeah.
Definitely. That's
still trying to
never
think of
fun for Spec.
Just really trying to think of the SCCC hero. Not a whole lot ones left that don't suffer. Invoker is the one that he suffers, but he does give them the massive amount of team fight, and then it gives them a little bit more combination with like the Centaur.
Reserve time.
On strike combo, you don't have enough damage really to burst. That's kind of what they're lacking on newbie too, is team fight and burst potential.
SCCC played Invoker against IG both of the games they played during the group stages, and he lost both. Maybe not necessarily because of the Invoker, but generally, you know, you would expect maybe a little bit of more of a fight than he was able to give in that particular series.
Next ban could be a little bit of a telltale one, even though of course it's incredibly good versus Keeper Light, so that might be what they're thinking, but it could also be that they're looking at the Invoker, possible.
Okay.
I also like it for Spec. You can control the Haunt illusions very well.
Yeah.
And I think Invoker generally just does pretty well versus illusion-based carries.
What type of hero would you like to see for success?
Still need like an initiator.
Wow.
Damn.
That's actually...
That looks like exactly like it.
Yeah, that is scary good.
Damn.
It's incredible.
So IG thinks it might be a Storm because of that Nyx ban. It definitely was a possibility. They're okay on disables for IG, but don't want to deal with that late game potential. They want to have the late game for themselves with the Spectre.
What synergizes well with Spectre though?
Zeus! Nature's Prophet! Let's do global!
Oh god, no. So they just go for Axe. Okay, just Axe for themselves here.
A little bit more meta.
Yeah. That's a little bit more understandable. Unfortunately, it would have been a lot of fun though.
Gives them catch. It also gives them ways to catch the split pushing Juggernaut. If he's, spin TP, it gives you always that way to grab him up.
Great versus Stampede too.
Great versus Stampede as well.
Great to set up for Warlock Ultimate, or Light Strike Array, or any kick and magnetize things. This is actually a very scary lineup for IG. I like what they've done.
Invoker. I'm not really seeing that many other great picks. But
he's not as talkative as he normally is. Oh, never mind.
Whoa! As soon as you say it, he's like,
yeah. Oh,
what'd you say to me, Shiva?
Sorry. Sorry, please.
I'm sure there's more Keeper combos that we've seen.
Can you read his lips? St. Carl.
Well, he's agreeing with the pick, and it's an OD.
OD. Oh, very good versus the Axe. That's really good pickup here. You're always able to hassle the Axe on this. It's better lane. I mean, Lina still wins this matchup, but gives him also late game potential.
I don't know. I think it's still very close, though. I like IG's draft. I know what you're gonna ask. And I'm thinking I'm going for 2-0 IG, perhaps.
Really?
Based on this draft.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. IG. They already locked me in. I can't go back. Yeah, I can't go back.
Fog.
This is tough.
This is a very difficult one.
Burning Spectre.
There's a final in about 2 hours' time. So
Alright, you got time, you got time.
I'm gonna go with IG as well.
I'm going with Newbie.
There we go.
I think they have better heroes for their players. SCC can actually
more comfort.
Yeah, he has a hero that he can play. It's good. Cool with that.
Okay. 2 for IG and 1 for Newbie this time. Reminder, the 2 that have gone for IG went for Newbie in the first game, and we all know how that one worked out. Who knows how it works out in game 2. One team are on the verge of making it to the grand final, the other are on the verge of elimination. Which way does it turn? Let's find out with our commentary team of Gods and ODPs.
Thanks, Red Eye, and indeed, we're ready for game 2. IG ready to go once more against UB. They did it once, can they do it twice? This time, switching it up a bit. We're seeing Spectre coming out, and in return, that final pick, the Outworld Devour. What do we make of it? Yeah, you liking the spec? We've seen a little bit of success from it recently.
We have. I've liked when IG pick it. It hasn't been like let's just pick it all the time. They pick it in very specific situations. They pick it when they feel the hero's not going to get contested too much in lane, and he can actually get some good farm and scale well into the late game. Similarly, though, I like Newbie's draft. I think the last pick OD was a great answer to the Axe. I think it's a great hero for SEC, and I'm kind of with Ben. Like, they got heroes that really suit their players in this game, which they kind of struggled with last game. The Ursa didn't seem like it.
And of course, Unite. We saw him last game. Very solid performance, even though they did lose on that Luna. Did everything that he could to try and scrape that win against the big old Alchemist. On the Juggernaut, we saw, it was yesterday, wasn't it? U9 Jug. It was yesterday, wasn't it? The days are a blur.
Yeah, they are a little bit blurred. Yeah, we have seen some U9 Jug.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, it was yesterday against EG, right?
One of the games.
One of the games. It's all a blur.
You tell me it happened, I believe you.
But U9, this is his hero. I know this is his hero. So
yeah,
watch out for what U9 is going to be able to do this game. But yeah, Burning Spectre, the classic. And Newbie, what are they going to make in terms of laning decisions? We already see it's really good. They'll go for a level 1 smoke. They've got a lot of potency with that level 1. That Dire Observer Ward, though, I believe may have clipped them just towards the south. So I think IG should be aware of this.
It perhaps saw KP.
Yeah.
From,
if they were looking, they should know that this is coming. And indeed, IG, who do they have near? They are leaving Warlock on his own on the high ground. Q.
Yeah, they're ditching. Perhaps Q's just trying to scout the smoke and then run back to safety.
He's looking to be very careful, and yeah, realizes can't get that bounty rune. Kaka, and it's not going to throw anything out. It's for the Illuminate. No leak or such, and yeah, no way that they could really chase him down.
I like that, making sure you scout the smoke as well, not just letting them grab the bounty rune, because if you don't scout that smoke, perhaps they head mid, and then you've got like a Venge, Coddle, not the best level on ganking duo, but a ganking duo that can get a first blood on the Lina. So you protect your mid just by making sure you figure out where they are smoking. But talked about the Spectre having like an uncontested lane. With the later on picks, that kind of changed a bit. Like the Venge Coddle lane really going to give him a tough time, and he will be good against the Coddle, like once he has some items and farm.
They moved him away.
Yeah, he's going off lane.
And in response, I mean, you'd be doing exactly what you said they want to. They've just sent the Coddle straight down to the bottom as soon as they realized that IG switched their lanes up in reaction.
Yep. Ben mentioned something like, oh, are they going to just do a Coddle center in the offlane to contest Spectre? Well, they get it. It's in the safe lane, but that's A-okay. Nice thing down here for Burning is that he will have a shrine to play around with, but he may quickly decide this is also a lane he just can't farm that well in. May end up with like an Iron Talon just jungling a bit in like the kind of once the laning stage kind of falls apart.
So this middle lane, the 1v1 SCCC versus OP, OD versus Lina. Top lane, bit of a go being made onto XXS, U9. There's like a Blade Fury if they want to try and go for it. And XXS, realizes this, TP's back to safety. And we'll get himself away from that one. Actually TPing down towards the bottom shrine. So moving away from top and indeed, sending Burning back up there. They really want to keep Burning away from the pressure of that central call.
Yeah. Took the shrine use as well, but Burning's already top, so just uses it to swap the lanes up. But we'll see Coddle perhaps even just rotate again. There's 3 heroes up top. You can't really contest the Spectre with just 2, but...
Oh, a Boca. Gets him with the slow. Not quite level 2 though. Follow-up stun.
Nope. And the Centaur versus Axe is not a good matchup for Centaur by any means, but at least goes okay enough for Centaur that you may just want to continue the tri lane up top.
Middle lane, SCCC has got a lane, has got the wave coming in. OP with the lead at the moment. And this 1v1, and pretty much I think that was as the panel predicted, wasn't it? That Lina would still have the slightly better time in this lane.
Yeah, better matchup for Lina 1v1, but coming out of the lane stage, OD, very good hero against the burst damage and against the Axe, being able to just astral him as soon as he goes in for a blink call. save teammates as well against the potential catch, and pretty good at later on when Spectre gets pretty tanky, just being able to steal in off the Spectre, one of the heroes that can perhaps burst Spectre down better than others.
Bottom lane, KP not able to get the stomp off as XXS. Indeed finding the CS down at U9 as well, so this tri-lane back on the bottom, Centaur straight up to the top to break it up, so Newbie do continue to react to the movements of IG, wanting to take that Centaur away from the axe as you mentioned, and hopefully find him a bit more on the top lane against the Spectre.
Yep, Centaurs can actually be pretty annoying for Spectre lane against, whereas you don't really want the Centaur versus the Axe because of that poor matchup. And also similarly, Jug is a really good hero against Axe. He's actually one of the heroes that can kill him in lane and make sure that he doesn't get too much out of it. So with just a 2-hero combo like the Venge plus Jug, level 2 spin, like you can find some kills or at least force him to TP back to base away from the Blade Fury.
Mid lane, bit of a go being made here. Light Strike Array from OP though will be slightly off. CCC, we'll live to see another day, but indeed the CS difference really starting to escalate with OP doubling that of SCCC, bottom lane.
One spin with all those creeps, okay.
RNG not quite there for XXS.
Wasn't even, I mean, 2 spins wouldn't have been a kill, 3 would have been like maybe very low HP, but close to a kill, but wasn't expecting him to get killed, but at least do some more damage with that call. Does pull the wave off, XXS able to get level 4 already. The Axe pick proving to be pretty difficult to deal with, and right now the Jug at bottom is probably thinking, how do I get him out of this lane? The phase boots is where you've got that movement speed edge, and perhaps you can look to actually be able to chase him down with the Blade Fury.
XXS just toying with the Berserker's core potential as U9 having to be very, very careful. Top lane, the pressure onto Burning. Hasn't actually been able to slow him down that much. They've been moving around with these early levels. He's now level 4 and is up there on the CS, 20 CS. So even though Newbie certainly feels like they did draft and have made the movements to try and shut him down, it's not necessarily happening.
Yeah, the Axe pick was really good in the sense that it did give them strong lanes. Looking at Axe, Lina as your 2 solo laners, both of these are heroes that win their 1v1 matchups, so I think Newbie have felt like they've had to try to move around their lanes a bit more and just be a bit more active with their supports, and they haven't found the kills, they haven't been all that successful.
U9 will be able to pick up the side pull, get themselves some of the bigger creeps. But yeah, XXS nearly level 5. That's the money for the Tranquil's completion. Top lane, IG making the movement round. See if they can cut these off from behind. Kaka and KP could be in trouble. They'll look for the easier target first.
He's trying to block the roll.
And
really
KP
nice
trying to help out. The smash comes out first. Will connect, so they do get Kaka at least. Questionable whether they can actually bring down KP as well.
No chance.
Yeah, too big, but they get themselves that first blood, IG.
Yeah, heads up from KP to try and block the roll, but the damage with a dagger plus the Warlock Shadow Web was going to be too much anyways, and he also lands a nice little boulder smash. Immediate TP bottom. You've got 3 heroes here. You want to bare minimum force him to TP out of lane.
Let me see if they can get a kill out of this. Magic Missile. Illuminate. It's actually going to fly by as XXS. Falling low, but with the spins, U9 in trouble. He'll pop the healing ward out. One more spin would do it. He needs the spin. Babe stay with the body blocks, though. Will keep U9 alive. XXS is able to survive, and in doing so, nearly killing off Newbie in return. At the same time, top lane, Burning, Baboka, and Q move forward and get themselves another kill. Burning is having a pretty grand old time in this laning stage, despite Newbie's best efforts.
XXS outplayed them so hard bottom. He was just unlucky not to get that kill. There was enough creeps and heroes hitting him. You'd expect one more spin, but either way, he still comes out on top. Like, that's the thing. Like, he doesn't get the kill. It would have been amazing to be able to get a 1v3 solo kill on a Jug. But even without it, he is still winning this lane, getting a lot of farm, about to hit level 6. Jug is struggling here, doesn't have any real good mana sustain as well. Has only 1 spell available, be it the Blade Fury or the Healing Ward. And Axe with the level 6 is going to really try and up the pressure on him.
With the 6 next time, that Jug does not survive. And if he had it there, he would have certainly got the double potentially. And this infused raindrop doing a lot for XXS as well.
For sure.
Especially the Illuminate, Harass being eliminated, and as well that go that Newbie made on him on the bottom. Without that drop, he probably would have gone down. I believe saved him at least a couple of times.
Yeah, stopped the initial magic missile and the second Illuminate damage, doing, what, 240 damage. So the first Illuminate missed, but even if it landed, I don't think it would have made a difference. Like, he was still going to be able to probably survive at least a good chunk of the damage.
Actually, some TPs coming down from IG to this bottom lane. Maybe seeing they can bait Newbie into an unfavorable position.
Radiant Vision scouts it though, and yeah, they drop a sentry immediately. it's one of those things, you TP that bottom lane, you may as well just drop a sentry, because if they see you, you're not necessarily wasting your time, but you've got to change your approach to this gank. If they don't have wards, you can just wrap around the trees, come in from behind. Without, you've got to find another way in.
U9 just being held back on the creeps as it was on the side.
They need to get the Jug level 6. That's where they can kind of try and fight back using the threat of the Omni Slash. But until that point, playing's very difficult to play. And scarily, Burning is level 6 himself, so Haunt is available. Doesn't have the mana to use Haunt with a Spectral Dagger, though, so that does make a big difference. Really got to try and conserve your mana as much as possible. Has gone for the kills and used it a bit aggressively up top, so maybe looking to bring out a Clarity or like his Urn to give him some mana regen.
Q actually grabs a haste ring straight back down towards the bottom. Baboka has moved elsewhere. I believe IG just realizing it's very hard for them to find something down here, as Newbie they knew.
KP.
And the question is, if Newbie can get a kill out of this, they've got Stampede to close the gap. XXS will be the focus. Does have Q nearby him. Can they do anything to save this axe? He's been surrounded. The magical damages should be enough to bring him down, and it will. They'll get the kill. Good rotation from KP, securing that they can put an end to this Axe's reign on this bottom lane.
The TPS CC as well, they were probably expecting IG to actually turn and fight, but IG made definitely the right call. They didn't try and, I mean, they tried to save him with a Shadow Word, but they weren't going to fight to keep him alive. It was just a Shadow Word and leave him on his own. So 5-man rotation bottom from Newbie just to get the one kill. Not the best investment, but ultimately OD's able to just rotate right back to mid lane just with maybe one missed creep wave.
Again, U9 didn't need to use that Omni Slash as well for that one, so can still rely on that if he finds IG out of position, but it is a very hard game to get a good usage of that out, especially with that Haunt on Burning. Definitely ways to add multiple members into a takedown, and in fact top lane Kaka getting gone on him with the roll forward from Baboka. Another kill involvement that Burning finds himself in.
That's Urn charges. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, from a feel perspective, when you get those first Urn charges, the game gets so much nicer as a Spectre. You take a bit of damage, you heal yourself up, you can use it to farm neutrals with, like, because the problem with Spectres, you don't really get good HP regen if you want to, like, that's why the hero doesn't jungle well, it's because you have no HP regen. Urn charges give you that. If you want to gank, it's an extra like 100-ish damage nuke that you can use offensively with your dagger. So you haunt, you dagger, you Urn offensively. Very likely you get a kill, and that kill gets you replenishes your Urn charges. So you kind of snowball off of the early Urn charges on Spectre, and it helps you farm, helps you gank. So very important to find that first kill. If you just get Urn on Spectre and then you don't get a kill, or you just sit top farming for the next 5-10 minutes, you just wasted 875 gold.
And worth noting as well, looking at the net worth, OP on this Lina is certainly having the time of his life in these opening stages. Yep. We saw the mid lane, as you mentioned, with the rotations from SCC, getting freed up for OP, and very easily being able to spam out the wave, get all the farm that he could wish for.
He's going to have a fast level 10, get that respawn talent that we're seeing all the Linas outside of Sumail pick up, I imagine, and could look to rotate off of that. With the low respawn, it's definitely... it reduces some of the risk of rotating around and getting involved in fights, because if, hey, you go down but you get a kill, well, you respawn instantly, you're right back up on the map. So there we go, hits level 10. Will be still some time before the Bloodstone comes up. I say sometime, he's farming so well that maybe it's only going to be like 2-3 more minutes. Just needs the Vitality booster and the recipe.
Down bottom Q, gets the D ward. The rest of IG have headed down here, apart from Burning, but of course with that Horn available, I mean, he'd love to get himself involved in a potential kill onto U9 if the rest of IG can find their way towards him, but already Newbie know what's up. They are heading the hell away from this bottom lane. They do not want to have to tackle IG head on at this stage, and they'll just have to let this tier 1 go.
Yeah, they see the Lina coming down there. If they want to defend it, they have to defend with Centaur and when Lina's not involved. Lina with the low respawn now, and that's kind of exactly what I mentioned, where Lina, low respawn, these rotations, much lower risk, and if you can be a front liner and go down, instantly respawn, or close to instantly respawn, and come back and join a fight. So we'll see Lina probably play a bit more aggressively now that she's hit level 10.
Mid lane, they'll get the trade.
That's the bigger tower to be claiming at this stage as well, so nice little pickup. Will be Newbie playing the farm game as they head back for a Midas on the OD. Imagine Centaur's Blink Dagger is kind of going to be the timing which they
He's very close as well, KP.
Yeah. That's when they start smoking around the map, trying to find kills. Try and gank this Axe particularly. He's very... Axe and Lina are probably the two problem heroes. Spectre, I'm sure, up there. You don't want Spectre to get a fast Radiance, but you're ganking Axe, it means he's not ganking you. He's the tempo controlling hero that can be really problematic. Similarly though, a Radiant's timing from Spectre. Slow that down as much as possible.
U9 moving himself up to this top lane. And Baboka will be in the neighborhood, has this Invis rune. Could potentially get Kaka in a lot of trouble as Burning comes across. There's the boulder smash. They'll try and use the Stampede to get him out. It's not going to work. Omni will come in from U9. Gets a kill in return. XXS with the blink in. Berserker's called back. Needs some more damage. It's actually Newbie the side that has the backup, but they're scared. They don't want to fight this close to IG's tier 1. And they will start to back off. So just the 1-for-1 there, but of course, the bigger one for Newbie getting that kill on Spectre. Absolutely massive.
Yeah. Doesn't look like they'll want to commit with the Spectre kill. They also know Spectre's respawning with a Haunt, so if you kind of have a long drawn-out fight and that Spectre respawns, Haunt comes in, it's going to very heavily swing against you. And importantly, they didn't really know where Lina was. Lina was dying. Wasn't actually that close, was rotating from mid lane, but there was a small window if they want to try and kill Axe before Lina got there that they just didn't want to risk. Rock now up. Chaotic Offering for Q is going to be the big team fight spell that IG look to use. Yeah, they're going to smoke, try and force a pick off with the Axe, and then if Newbie respond, you drop the Rock. If they don't respond, well, you take the pick off and you try and push a tower. So very clear idea in mind. It's a gank and push kind of idea, or if there's a team fight, you've got the tools needed to win the team fight.
Oh, good scam from Newbie. They know that they're in the neighborhood, and they will respect that.
Yeah, they should.
Almost certainly very aware of the timings. They know that XXS has that blink from that last fight.
Should probably ditch this one. Oh,
SCC coming a little close, tries to jump in, but the Astral gets him before the call is off. Burning still moves forward with the Horn. A Magic Missile from Faith holds back the Spectre. SCC will be okay. Now Newbie, they have the numbers. Stampede Jews trying to close the gap. Good jump in for KP with the two-man Hoostomp. The Golem's dropped to return by Q, but they've lost XXS on the Axe. Baboka and OP turn towards the Vengeful Spirit, and it's just staying there, accepting their fate. As IG end up getting the double with OP.
Yeah, no Omni Slash. It was a great initiation from KP. They win that fight if they have Omni Slash, but they don't have Omni Slash. Coddle's not there. Coddle's just chilling at top lane farming. Kaka's TP was actually 3 seconds off cooldown. He could have TP'd either to the tier 1 mid or the shrine if he had his TP up, but didn't have the option to do so when that fight broke out, and as a result, not the worst fight. Like, you trade offlaner for offlaner with a support Venge going down. I actually think that's okay for Newbie, and if anything, strategically things are fine for them now. They don't have to worry about the Rock.
No, they're going to find something else. Kaka, who had been enjoying his time on that top lane, but he'll be gone.
Yeah, now with Rock and Haunt down, this is theoretically where Newbie should be looking to play aggressive, but the catch on the Coddle like kind of limits some of that aggressive potential. They did take the tier 1 top tower, so they got an objective in there, but another problem for Newbie is not only do they not have Omni Slash that fight, SCC has just got the Midas like with Treads. He's not exactly that ready to start fighting until he has at least a 4-star for the extra mobility. Hasn't even skilled his ultimate yet, so we'll see that point coming very soon.
And OP completed Bloodstone 15 minutes in. So next time round, they've got to be very careful where they choose to fight Newbie, because essentially this Lina's going to be in there twice with a second life.
Yeah,
with a quick instant respawn.
Don't fight near enemy towers unless you're going to dominate the fight, which is maybe a possibility. Feels like they want to try and get Jug up to level 9, level 12, sorry, the level 2 ultimate as soon as possible. That's going to be that makes a big difference in these fights on heroes like Spectre. Spectre can survive a level 1 Omni Slash, but you can't survive a level 2 Omni Slash. So same for heroes like Axe. And there's no Crimson Guards or anything like that on an Axe. So if you have a level 2 Omni Slash, you can actually get that solo kill to start a fight, and it's worth using an Omni Slash for those kind of kills that'll win you a team fight.
Smoke time from Faith and KP. Ready to try and find something, but again, it's at this timing where Burning has Haunt back online.
The Rock is down for like maybe another 20 seconds or so. Perhaps that's what they're trying to use. And
it does seem like a very small window. That
if they get some deep wards down, they may be able to scout out the Warlock and actually get the jump on him is the other big thing. And that's exactly what they've set up. So they get the ward down bottom. They won't find a kill with this smoke, but they set themselves up to succeed if they go for that bottom tier 1 tower. Although I'm not really feeling that's the play right now. They need to just play this farming game. Keep Coddle top. He's going to keep Illuminate spamming. OD's just farming the jungle. And then they're just sitting behind the Jug at bottom, protecting him in case he gets ganked. You are worried about that Axe. One of the better heroes to play against Jug. The Blink Call, when you've got Blade Mail, completely destroys the Jug. And you do have to be very wary of that with the Astral or Event Swap.
Now they'll get themselves a courier here with this smoke up. There were a lot of pings around behind the tower. They scanned around it. Yeah. It went off. Maybe expecting to be more than just the Keeper of the Light up there. but it was just the Cottle and a Courier. So IG take it, and will sweep down towards the bottom. Burning felt safe again. For that time, he was hiding up in the trees, and they've actually found a big pick as well with the jump in onto the OD. SCCC out as well, a Courier and an OD kill. The Burning able to get his hands on and involved in. Newbie at the same time, look to find a tier 1 in trade, but the TP is already starting to come through, and there is still the Chaotic Offering to drop. And with that in mind, Newbie, they back up as soon as they start to see members coming in. IG putting a lot of pressure on that mid tower with OP's double damage. And IG, again, 18 minutes in, certainly seeming to have the more favorable time here.
They're the aggressors right now. Yeah, it's Newbie who are just really trying to split the map and maximize the resources available. They have OD solo farming, they have Cottle solo pushing and farming the top lane, and then the other three heroes are playing somewhat together. OD just slightly misread. Like, I probably realized they smoke ganked the Courier when the Courier got chopped by the Axe without actually scouting the Axe, and he just thought the smoke had probably worn off. Like, he's like, all right, I'll go back to farming. This smoke's worn off. They're not going to be able to get from their secret shop to the other jungle, but they actually still had a tiny bit of duration left on the smoke to swoop through that mid lane and actually get in and into the jungle in time to gank him. So Radiant's coming soon, and this is a good timing for Burning Spectre as things develop into the mid game. Newbie need to try and find a response to this, offer some of their new item pickups.
And again, one of those games where things are going to get harder for KP and his initiations. We saw in the first game, just the Radiance causing absolute havoc for the Blink potential. And as you said, with the time in this game, it's going to be potentially a similar story. Blade Mail, it's now there for XXS, and Shadow Blade for OP. Newbie will smoke, they're ready to go. They're trying to use this time where Haunt is still unavailable, but everything else is there for IG. They have Chaotic Offering. Newbie, they really need to find the perfect jump. They'll head through the jungle, but IG themselves very grouped up, almost seeming prepared for this movement, and indeed they are. Smoke on smoke. Faith looking for the lead in, but immediate slices there from Maboka into the boulder smash. Faith has been separated from the team and taken down, and already the rest of Newbie, they scatter. They realize that they cannot stick around for this fight. IG knew what was up.
Yep.
They will get away, but again, not finding what they were hoping for with that smoke rotation.
They're just playing for the pick-off and trying to see where they can go from there, but IG ready for it, and the big reason why they're ready for it is those two deep wards they've got. They see well into the Newbie side of the map, and if you don't see anyone farming like around the top side of the map or the middle side of the map, one of those wards expires now, you know something's up. Like, why aren't they farming where it's safe?
Look how close that D wall must have been on the left. That sentry. How close is that one? It's just a little out. But they had the right idea, Newbie. They knew that IG had this deep vision. They didn't quite get it. KP will be taken down towards that bottom lane. Look to put the pressure on his Burning. Yet again revealing himself and a couple of creeps away from that Radiance.
You can kill him with the Jug perhaps, and he may think he's safe down here. Doesn't have much mana. It looks like he's just, trying to pull back as much as possible. With the Radiance money, there's no way you're risking around.
And he has that Horn ready to join the fight top if IG force Newbie back with his tier 2 push.
Yep. Ready to go. Shines up so he's got the mana, and there's no real reason to be bottom lane with all the heroes missing from the map and no vision to protect you. He'll sit on his high ground if he has to.
Aghanim's now there for the Keeper of the Light. So they will have that little bit of an edge in the vision game and the heals during the daytime, but as it seems, IG just making the most happen during this nighttime.
Yeah.
And it's not looking to be a pretty night for Newbie at all, as they will lose another tier 2. I was saying, no, sorry, just the first tier 2 on this top lane.
Lina's kind of hitting her peak now, or at least one of them with the Shadow Blade and Bloodstone. Very low respawn, very good pushing hero, the level 15 talent, giving you all that extra right-click damage as well. You just constantly throw your spells out, you're getting attack speed from the Fiery Souls, so Lina is the sieging machine in some ways. One of the limitations you see this IG draft, you think, oh, they can't really push all that well, but Lina, some of these builds can make up for that.
Patience from KP and U9 to find something. Hey, we'll see OP come out now, but the Horn actually is going to mean that they have to TP out immediately. The Horn, of course, primarily used for this top lane, where the go is being made. Ult will be dropped by SCCC, but it's IG. Now backing off of Burn, playing around in the base. Kaka, wait for the shrine, will survive just. The IG once again with the follow-through jump down, take down U9. And it's all falling apart really for Newbie. 12-4, 22 minutes in. This game, IG certainly showing us that they can make it happen,
Yeah,
and they don't need OP playing the Alchemist.
Yeah, they can really use his full hero pool. We've seen it a bit where they're quite happy to put him on different heroes when needed. Heroes he maybe even hasn't played a whole lot, and the kind of somewhat newcomer, at least to the international land scene in OP, is having a fantastic showing here at DAC. That was just such a kind of unfortunate for a newbie that they were setting up, about to get a kill on the Lina. That was just going to be a blink hoof stop in the Omni Slash if they wanted to get the kill. Perhaps they didn't have detection, which may have limited them able to go for that Omni Slash kill. The stun duration probably wouldn't have been enough to burst her down, but getting caught at top and Haunt revealing it just completely ruined any of newbie's plans there.
Another tier 2. More money in the bank for OP. Keeping that strong lead on this Lina. KP, seeing if he can get the jump. OP just a little too speedy. I mean, with those stacks and the Shadow Blade, very, very slippery at this stage of the game for newbie to try and get a catch on.
It's very speedy, and newbie are going to have to probably play around the daytime vision soon. That may be the call, but they're going to smoke up first and know that daytime is coming in 25 seconds. So around when the fight might break out, it'll be very close to that day advantage.
Burning. And to Star next. Not changing too much from the expected build. And he will TP away. Let's see if they head towards that shrine.
Showing good discipline.
XXS is there at the moment.
Time and time again, newbie have gone for these like big four-man smokes when they're behind, and it just feels like they're not connecting.
Can they kill this Axe?
Perhaps. Looks like
Windmill's out. Haunt there as well. Newbie choosing to take this fight. Boulder Smash isn't going to connect. Jump in and run the Omni Slash, bringing down XS very, very low. It's actually keeping himself alive with the Shadow Word. XXS making Yunnan work for it. They'll finally kill him. This time Newbie getting a kill. OP can't quite find Faith. Jukes out the Dragon Saver now. OP could be in trouble himself. The Mana Leak bringing him low. He's going to get stunned up. Do they have detection? They don't. OP getting the Shadow Blade off in time will escape. And it ends up just being the offlaner for an offlaner.
Yeah, not getting the Lina there in the end. Kind of costly for them. Was ultimates thrown by the IG side, but ultimately not the biggest deal using a Haunt for a fight like that. Burning more than happy with the outcome for himself, and the Rock does come back up. That was not needed for them to trade offlaners that fight. Felt like so many things went right for Newbie in that fight. Like they kill the Axe at the start. He doesn't get a Blink Call initiation. They isolate the Lina in a Mana Leak. They dodge the Dragon Slave on the Venge to make sure that Venge actually stays alive. And even with everything kind of going right in terms of initiation and dodging spells, they still couldn't manage to turn it into a big advantage.
Newbie. Lining up Q. Burning is there, Unine with the Manta, but the Chaotic Offerings drop. Maybe Newbie forgetting that it wasn't used in that last fight. XXS won't find the Blink Call, but the roll forward from the Boca will be on point as they punish U9. And yeah, just a bit of a blind attempt to get something going when I think the ult was still there from Q.
Yeah. I imagine that was a call from Jug. It looked like he really wanted to go for the solo kill in Q. He just picked up the Manta with Diffusal, so he's got great solo kill potential on squishy heroes like a Warlock. So he's probably just like, recall me in, I'm ready, I'll run at him and go for the kill.
Faith, swapping XXS down off the cliff. XXS plops the Blade Mail, a jump in for KP, but immediately stunned in return. Burning, looking towards the Centaur, the heals there from the Kotl. Burning, he's able to continue to chase though, but Boca rolls in with the slow. It's a third casualty on Newbie, as only the OD and the Kotl left. Kaka poking at Baboka. But IG maintain control around the outsides of this Roshan pit. Are relatively low. The shrine already used for them, so may not be able to stick around to finish off Roshan. But at the least, again, another one-team fight for IG.
I mean, IG just keep pulling further and further ahead. You've got a very good late game draft as well with Spectre and Lina, as well as the way the Axe can counter the Juggernaut. Very hard to play too aggressive on Jug when you don't know where the Axe is, or if you're about to get called into a Blade Mail. The end result is that Newbie have not really been able to use this OD as an effective tool this game. We'll scale into the late game, and SCC is going to continue just to look to farm. And it's just going to take that one big team fight where
Newbie can take this.
That would be great. And there's no Rock. They feel like they can go for it, but
there is a Haunt. Yeah. And they will have revealed their intentions, jumping in on the illusion.
It is
IG
daytime,
know what's up.
Daytime with the heals. I guess they're going to try and commit to it.
Can IG stop this? Down to half health here, Roshan. BKB picked up for CCC as well. OP has his own BKB. And they're going to make the jump, Porter smash, and there's the Haunt. They know the situation, they're going to jump in and commit. XXS looking to move in with a call, but it'll be held back here by an Astral. OP pops the BKB, manning up. Look at the physical damage he can get up, but the Omni Slash is there from U9. They've taken out the Lina, who did manage to get the deny off though. OP's going to be back in a clap as he's straight in with the respawn. XXS hitting the big calls, double kill as he cleans up two of Newbie's major members. And Kaka, the last one left surviving, so Newbie, they went for the all-out play there, hoping to get Roche, but IG were not to let it happen.
I mean, risky calls, but those are the kind of calls you have to make when you're struggling and falling behind. They had the constant coddle, heals, and illuminate spam. Kaka did a ton of damage that fight, and they even isolate Lina and burst her down, but the problem is, it's an insta respawn. Lina's got 2 lives. She already has an Aegis when the fight starts. You're fighting 5v6.
And that Bloodstone deny just had salt to the wounds.
Yeah, it heals up the whole team. I don't think the rest of the team had taken too much damage at that point, but ultimately there was not a whole lot Newbie could do on the second life of Lina. They effectively took that fight without an Omni Slash, just kind of how you look at that, with Lina's having an instant respawn, boots to travel into the shrine, and over a way to come out on top. OD also didn't get an ultimate off. Not really sure that's a key difference maker, but trying to bring down Burning Spectre at some point using that Sanities does seem like a key thing in these team fights.
As we see here, just the immediate Haunt usage, giving the vision that was needed. We'll jump straight back in though, because Burning, he's found U9, and with the smash from Baboka holding him down, another very, very costly loss for Newbie. As U9 hits the deck again, OP finding the solo kills as well. Absolutely huge on this Lina. Halfway towards the Aghanims, and then life is not going to get pretty for some of these BKB calls. And the jug with the Blade Fury. Goodbye.
Oh my, he's found more kills.
IG are beginning to just run away with this game too. An incredibly impressive performance. 23-5. Newbie are massively struggling. I mean, it's all fallen apart, Gods. I mean, ever since the musical lanes really at the start, where they were unable to do much about burning, XXS was still able to have a great time in lane. It felt like from that point onwards, Newbie, they didn't know what to do if they didn't succeed in shutting them down.
Yeah, they didn't make the successful rotations early on, using like the Centaur particularly had that one gank on bottom.
Oh, they will get the swap in here, but XXS immediately reacts with the Blink Berserker's call. Gyodogoffy goes well, Burning, falling low. He is down the once, he's round for round 2. U9 stunned up, the Golem punching the little kitty cat down as the ward falls. XXS back in, they'll chop off the head of the jug, and GG is called. China will have their representatives in the grand final as IG take the spot over Newbie. And I've got to say, the fans here will probably be happy with these guys going up against OG, because IG certainly earned it in this series. They look just a step ahead of Newbie today.
Yeah, IG have shown consistent performances throughout this tournament. I think they were criticized often by myself, by other analysts, like, okay, maybe their hero pool a bit predictable, you know what they're going to play. Well, they've kind of changed that. It feels like in the series against OG yesterday and even here today, we're seeing a decent amount of variation. Yes, there's a certain hero pool that they're going to go for. The Spectre wasn't a surprise pick. It is something that Burning's played before, but it feels like they are adjusting based on their opponents. They're adjusting based on the draft and what they see in front of them, and they are definitely the better team here. A lot of people coming in this tournament like IG as well as OG, the two best teams right now. They're playing some great Dota, and this grand finals based on the series yesterday should be fantastic.
Absolutely. Well, there we have it. Yeah, as you said, yesterday we saw IG, the potential to take a game. It could be a bit of an Outnaga fest, the finals, in terms of who's going to get their hands on them, who.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. 10 seconds remaining.
Ah, come on.
Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
Monkey King.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik, War Chief.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick.
Slaughter.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Lina. Radiant team pick. Phantom Assassin. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think it is also very heavily telegraphed since everybody in the world said PA, PA, PA. We all know Empire's going to pick PA because none of the other Chappie heroes were left. So I feel like it's not great versus the lineup, and it's also very expected. So IGV strategically, I think they're in a great position.
All right, well, we're hopping into the game right now. Very excited to be casting this one for sure. There was a lot of noise in the crowd going on right before we ended up going live, and I think teams like China teams when they're in China. That's kind of what I'm picking up here. There's a little bit of bias by the crowd.
I'm glad you picked up on that. But I think like the Chinese fans, what I really appreciated from like the Shanghai Major and stuff is that even when the Chinese teams got knocked out, they really do they just like good Dota. I think they recognize good Dota, and it's kind of fun to. There was also the time where there was like Chen and Enchantress still being picked up, so we were running around with satyrs and stuff. And the crowd would get super hyped every single time a satyr blast would come out and land on somebody. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of things like that to appreciate in the game, certainly. Yeah. And I think that it's going to be a really great series. I think that these two teams are pretty evenly matched, too, as far as their skill potential goes. And it's just going to come out to who is it that's actually going to perform better in this particular match. A couple sentries placed down in the mid lane. Does look like this one will not be scouted. That was placed down by IGV. And, well, early roaming heroes. We got the Monkey King. We got the Earth Spirit. It didn't happen in the first phase for the Earth Spirit. But do you feel like one of these heroes is inherently a better roamer early on? It looks like Lina got that D ward.
Pretty sure it's Monkey King.
Okay.
I think Monkey King, he scales better. I think he's potentially more impactful in the early game. I think Earth Spirit has a little bit better of a 15-minute window because he's got this really good control. But Monkey King, I think, beats out Earth Spirit in most of these matchups if you're going to look at what they bring to the table.
Yeah. So we do see, again, the early polls going on. Invoker versus Lina, two of the very in-meta heroes. I remember when we were talking sort of in between games during the last panel segment that people are feeling like there's not really a hero that deals with Lina incredibly well. How do you see this matchup sort of working out in the mid lane?
I think the matchup is just kind of okay. FN's going to be able to get his farm. I don't think he'll be particularly threatened by this Lina until dogfights come into things. The problem is that you're able to use this Monkey King in many different ways, and you're seeing one of them right now is that Dogfights is using it to be able to zone out the Centaur. Centaur is not a hero that can get zoned out. Like normally you just pick up your poor man's shield and you're like, okay, they're gonna hit me a lot, but I'm gonna be tanky enough to get my experience and everything will be okay.
Oh, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, in July, just going to do a little dance as he TPs back home. Not really too concerned about that roll in, and going to use the Shrine to boot as well. So
I love that play. I think having an early TP, when you recognize that at level 1 there's only one stun available, always pick up a TP and just play super aggressively. Play for that Shrine efficiency, because when you come back, the lane equilibrium is going to be in your favor. Notice like this Slardar is going to be in a great position for the lane.
Yeah. Well, and you see also Ghostic down here in the top lane has picked up a TP for himself as well. So capable of making that same type of play since he knew that the Jingu Mastery was going to be leveled up in the early stages, as we do have a short little pause here. So Monkey King, this does somewhat hamper his ability to roam in towards mid or any of these other lanes, but I guess that's not really super necessary since you're still going to have IGV getting the decent amount of farm on the Lina.
Yeah, I think if you look at it, the offlane Centaur is more valuable to zone out and keep from being able to get levels than the Slordar. In some ways, because Centaur I think needs more farm.
Okay.
Slordar is more of a sacrificial offlane where he just kind of wants his Blink Dagger. At the same time, his timing of the Blink Dagger is harder to acquire because Centaur does have at least some outs. Centaur is a lot more efficient at jungle than a Slordar is. So I think that's why he's fallen into the 4 position more than the offlane.
Yeah, and you can see now as well, Ghostic going to head in here, try and soak up, or rather take a good bit of farm for himself. Instead, Dogfights is going to be the one soaking experience. Also an Arcane Rune for Lina there. And actually,
you know what's going to be cool? He's going to pick up level 2 off of this. He could actually make a tree jump play, but Ghostic is actually going to back away and not finish off that one creep. Not sure if he kind of felt that Monkey King was around. Maybe he saw him.
They actually scanned up on the high ground with it.
Did they? Oh, okay. Good
Pretty
call.
sick
Good
play. So they're going to be able to spot that out. Centaur Warrunner had that poor man's shield building in towards the Iron Talon next, it looks like. And also Earth Spirit going to be picking up some boots. But guess who's spotting him up in the trees? It's Mr. Monkey King.
Monkey King, he has a huge vision advantage. Fortunately, they nerfed some of it, but it is really problematic what the Monkey King is able to scout out. He's going to, again, be seeing Ghostic. The problem was, like, Ghostic now leaves this camp. It's empty. It's going to be empty until the 5-minute mark. He's going to try and go do this hard camp, but he leaves himself open to dogfights coming in and potentially finishing him off if he gets a bit too low.
Yeah, should realize that there is somebody in
they're
there.
going to find him.
Actually going to roll in. Nice play there. They're going to pull in on the Monkey King. Get a little bit of help from the Satyr as well. Neutrals on the side of Empire. There's no home field advantage here.
Ghostic, give that one a high five. Get that Satyr a high five. Ah, man, that was sick. Empire planned that out really well. They're like, okay, we know this Monkey King's sitting on him. Let's just have Mapochka hunt him down as soon as he positions himself in the wrong place.
Yeah, and placing that ward up there as well early on, making sure that they, I mean, because how long has that ward been up there on that high ground? Has it been there since the very beginning? Okay, just placed it. So knew what was happening and took advantage.
They might have made a read off of like the Earth Spirit sitting there, and the Lina plays a little bit far back, and they're like, ooh, it looks like they know where Earth Spirit is here or something like that. Maybe they made a call off of that. Either way, just really smart move by Empire. Does give them slight advantage for this early laning phase, because you can see in July, he's getting a lot out of his offlane. He's level 4. Our Centaur's level 2. They needed something like that, right? They need a first blood, something for them to work off of, because this laning phase at a static age is not going well for them.
Yeah, and now you can see as well, IGV ready to get even more aggressive. Paparazzi chasing forward. It's going to be able to hit him. A nice little glimpse back. Ghostic in a hell of a lot of trouble. They bring in the Monkey King. He's not quite there with the Primal Spring, and now with King R here as well. They're going to try and go on the chase, get the lift back. Could kill the tree. Thankfully, Monkey King jumped out of that one, but now Earth Spirit's rolling in. Sunstrike to follow. They stun onto 2. Paparazzi going to spin, but still a very much engaged brawl as Dogfights is going to get ran down. Can they find the kill, though? They do get the double edge with Ghostic. 3-0 to start for Empire.
He's going to have his Trinkle Boots off of that, which adds a lot more farm efficiency. If IGV continue to hold this stance where they zone out the Centaur as much as possible, he'll be able to make much better use of the jungle now. So that was a huge win for Ghostic all around. That's something I really appreciate about this newer Empire going into this tournament, is that their support rotations and even the rotation of some of their core really on point, a lot faster than they used to be.
Yeah, and you see right there as well from Paparazzi, they know that they want to make that move because he picked up those phase boots, but then he ends up overextending a little bit, and then you have all these other people that need to rotate in. So really good recognition. And well, that was a little bit of a short one, but
it's like he
still fine.
Missed the boulder drop there.
So early game, 3-0 start, but PA on this Chappie player, he's pretty good, got himself a nice bit of farm. How do you see the next couple of minutes working out? Are we going to keep seeing those types of rotations?
Empire, I think they should actually rotate their PA relatively early, because there's only so much that Earth Spirit and Centaur are going to be able to do for you. Centaur needs his Blink Dagger before he gets super active. King R's, he's running around with his boots here. That's...
Invis Monkey King was stalking.
Monkey King Flying Courier.
That is just obnoxious. And now going to move in towards mid as well, and we'll see if they can make something happen for FN. Lina is all the way back home, needs to heal up, but can soak experience at least until that point.
They should really have I think the early rotation from PA is maybe like you push out the lane and maybe make some sort of like TP mid play or something. I'd like to see him. He does have the TP, so he plans on rotating. I really like this. They bring him some items. That's sick as well. Because I would like them to see them shut down the Lina.
Okay.
Failing that, Jug is also an adequate kill as well. He's just harder to take out. A little bit tankier, has the turnaround potential with Omni Slash.
Well, and that's a lot of aggression that could come out early. In your eyes, is that something that this Empire lineup has to do? They need to make stuff happen pretty early, or?
No, they don't need to do that. I just feel like it's a good way to be able to get yourself a better laning phase setup.
Sakata there just going to end up going away. Monkey King might have realized that he was in the area as well. That Salve just walking around, but that ward over there on the Dire Cliff as well, giving them pretty good vision, as well as a couple of wards there for Empire. Just a lot of emphasis placed on this middle lane. Yeah, they really want to make sure that this Earth Spirit doesn't get these repeated ganks onto the Lina that keeps her down. Oh my god, the stun going to connect, but Laguna Blade not enough for the kill, and they end up connecting on a Sakata, the rolling kick as well. They bring in Chappie, find themselves a kill. That is sick. Well played. I love that Chappie's willing to make these kind of rotations. That's so good. Because now, like, they just shut down the Lina. That really helps control, because what I'm looking at is IGV are going to have a very strong mid game, and they're going to hit super hard starting about, like, I would say 20 minutes. It kind of depends on what Angelai's Blink Dagger timing is, honestly, and when they can really start being active. But you don't want to let them like get that really hard hitting timing. So if you can start swinging at them a little bit beforehand, you know, make the first strike, kind of set IG back a step, I think that's really big for Empire going later on into the game. Well, and I mean, well, actually going to see another smoke move in towards mid. God, if they can get another one here, this would be tremendous. Sakata still very far forward, a somewhat squishy hero. But Cap, it feels like they realize that something's coming their way and maybe playing a little bit defensively. It's okay. They still get some aggressive vision down, even if they don't get them. It looks like they will. Oh my god, they're actually in there. There's the stun, there's the catch, there's the Sunstrike. They find another kill. Ooh, Empire has come out swinging, and, well, Chappie now, under a little bit of duress himself, is going to get ran down, but the blink away, they're able to save. No. Pulling back in, there's the glimpse. Chappie still trying to run. Is he going to get lucky with his dodges? Oh, they just commit the Omni Slash. Paparazzi's had enough. Omni Slash Force, that's okay. Paparazzi making a similar maneuver here. I think he did have a TP for that. They just kind of caught the PA pretty far forward. So good move by him. Paparazzi, that's the big difference. I feel like IGV do have some very clear big-time star players. Paparazzi and Dogfights have a lot of potential moving forward in Dota. Ghost Empire doesn't have quite the same, but I think they function a little bit better as a team, maybe. Ghost Dick has been obviously some really standout performances, and maybe he is a big CIS player to look out for. Absolutely. Chappie is, well, maybe going to make a name for himself here on the PA. If he can make this hero work, he can make anything work. They're going to pull back in for a moment. Maposhka in some trouble. The rolling boulder not going to be enough to get away. They've actually turned on the super, get the silence on him, but there's going to be the crush. Sunstrike trying to find a kill on a super, not going to be there. They do save Chappie's life, but great heads-up play there. Just went back for the glimpse to create that separation. Yeah, it's a little bit sad. Empire, this is why we want Chappie to rotate, because the other two cores, Invoker and Centaur, they're not as capable of being able to make those rotations. That's why IG feel good about making aggressive rotations into the safe lane. They know they're not going to get countered, right? So they're able to jump a hero like PA or Earth Spirit first, and they know that, like, the rotation simply will come. They just have to worry about a Sunstrike, and that's kind of it. Yeah. Oh, and looking at the game now, the state of it, you've got the Midas completed for FN at this point in time, and Lina has just really been hampered in the early stages. You can see right there as well the net worth below the Centaur at this point. How worrying is this for this type of hero? It is pretty worrying. The only way you really scale is if you have a net worth lead, I feel. There's still going to be this window. I think this is definitely going to be your not Samael. You've already died a couple times because Empire is being so aggressive on you. Go for the minus respawn timer on the Lina, and you can probably act like somewhat of a disposable hero as long as you're creating opportunities for the Juggernaut. Well, here comes the movement. They are going to see Paparazzi rotating into this lane, as well as another rotation coming in. Well, maybe they don't. Stampede, there's the glimpse back. They're going to get the lift, though, onto Paparazzi, and that's going to allow Ghost Tick to try the TP. Stomp's not quite there, and trying to jump away from this one. Almost kills off the Monkey King, and now the Sunstrike. Good dodge back. Dog fights. He knew what was up. IGV just keep on reading these Sunstrikes so well.
the whole entire team has just dodged one after the other. Angel Eye's in trouble, though.
Look at all this movement around the map. There's going to be a Crush that comes out trying to get on top of Angel Eye. The Phantom Strike is going to allow that closing of the gap, and Chappie finds the kill.
Yeah, Angel Eye is just not, like, repeatedly dying on the sword of theirs. Not real feel good. They got him the tower kills earlier because of Paparazzi's rotation. It was a huge boost of gold. He was able to be a part of kill, and now he just kind of fed it back into the coffers of Team Empire. And you could see Centaur's now closer to that Blink Dagger. Despite the Slaughter's early tower bounty. Another tower bounty. Paparazzi using his Juggernaut very well. He's this scary hero that nobody really wants to contest too much, so he makes for a perfect tower pusher early on. Healing Ward, and then your combined skill set is too dangerous for most heroes to contest.
Well, and so that's something that I'm a little bit curious about as well. Is there any type of like item build that you need to go in particular for these cores since you're a little bit further behind? Like he's building towards that Manta. Do you like that decision? What's that allowing him to get here?
Let's see, Manta, I think that's fine. He's got a silence to deal with from the Earth Spirit.
Wow. Quick jump in again. Can they break it? Looks like the answer is no. Ghostic just going to get out. They get the Stampede. Chappie jumps up. He wanted to get aggressive on a Paparazzi, but they could not quite find the kill. Sunstrike coming in is way off the mark, but well, it was blind.
Again, IGV just keep on dodging the Sunstrikes. They never run backwards in one direction. FN, like, he's getting the farm he needs to, but this Invoker is looking a little bit lackluster as a mid because the Sunstrikes aren't connecting. It's also because Empire aren't setting the tempo first. They've got to get that Blink Dagger online for this Centaur in order for them to be able to go for smoke rotations and have a guaranteed Sunstrike land. Get the Blink in, hit the stun. You've got a big 400 damage pure nuke that's going to follow that.
Well, and you think about it too, that was so much committed early on, trying to kill off Ghostic. Now about to finish off his Blink Dagger. He doesn't have to worry about Static Storm. You know, Juggernaut Omni Slash is still there. It's just not going to end up being probably as likely to finish off a kill if, you know, there's not more heroes around to make it happen. But Cicada farms out the jungle. TP's back towards mid. Going to continue to try and play this catch game, and he's done it fairly well so far.
Yeah, Empire, you could see how scared they are, right? They've got like 5 heroes all hovering around the mid area. I honestly thought that our Centaur was going to be caught in the top lane because it was such an interesting play by IGV to stick around there. They really want to stop this Blink Dagger from being picked up because they know that's when Team Empire can actually make better use of some of their heroes. And so what I kind of expected is that IGV would make rotations into the enemy safe lane, they invade the jungle, and that's kind of what Empire, they're giving complete credit to IGV and for any of those aggressive rotations. They're not going into their jungle at all. Even PA, like an attempted gank there from the Lina, trying to catch him while she's jungling, but he was kind of playing careful that whole entire time. So they're giving huge credit to what IGV can accomplish with these rotations while they're off map, and you could see most of their vision is centered around the mid area and trying to cover rotations through the mid lane. So you've got this 1 ward, 2 wards towards the top side, covering kind of the Roshan area, and then 1 near the bottom tier 1. So they don't really see a whole lot of heroes. They're just playing it safe. I like that.
Yeah, totally, and it's waiting for those first couple of items to come online. PA there had one of the Mithril Hammers done, so you're getting close to that Deso, and then once those items do come online, you got that ability to make the rotation. Look at that tree. It is just jigging all over the place right now.
You know, I learned this recently. We were playing at the LAN during one of our days off, and Fogged told me, I watched Merlini turn on all of the quality settings.
Okay.
And he turned on something called tree detail.
Oh my goodness.
And I was like, wait, what? I was like, what does that do? And he's like, versus Monkey King, when you see Monkey King jumps onto a tree, it actually jiggles a little bit. Like, yeah, when he just jumps on it, jiggles a little bit.
Pay to win. I can't believe it.
I kind of like, it kind of like gives you a little bit of of course, that's just what they told me. So,
all right.
I don't know how true that is or how big of a deal it is. But then I started noticing. I was like, I looked around. I was like, the tree does jiggle when he jumps on it, and maybe that's something that you can
take it to your pubs, everybody. A little bit of trivia there for you. That's awesome.
Yeah, but look at this guy, 2,200 gold. He was sitting in that top lane at 2K.
Yeah.
How many other offlaners would have just been like, I'm just 200 gold away. I'm just going to take this extra camp. Like, I doubt they're sitting like 3 heroes here in this top lane. I'm just going to farm one more creep wave.
Right.
He would have been caught at 2k gold, knocked down to maybe 1800 or something like that. Would have been, off the map for 30 seconds, would have been dead. That's your Blink Dagger timing reduced by like almost a full 2 minutes. Instead, he's going to have it by 14:30. They're going to be able to make their first aggressive play, ideally with the smoke, because as we know, IGV do have some very aggressive wards. Again, centered around trying to find the Centaur. You could see both of them are kind of covering the offlane camp area. So they were trying to focus on that. Those wards could catch out the first couple of rotations. That first big rotation with the Blink Dagger could be spotted. So hopefully they go for a smoke gank.
Well, and the thing that I'm thinking about too is that if they do find that, you can still show the Invoker in lane. Sunstrikes have not necessarily been on point, but if you get a quick hoof stomp down there's not a whole lot that you can do to respond to that Sunstrike coming in. So, no Force Staffs obviously online. That might be something that we end up seeing IGV go back for in the later stages, is Force Staffs to help deal with the PA. She jumps on top of one target, create that little bit of separation so that way you don't blow up. That being said, if you get PA big enough, then maybe you don't have time to force step only because they're just going to melt you anyways.
PA really drops off as a hero. It's kind of similar to Ursa when you start getting, when the supports start getting luxury items, right? It's not so much about the cores, it's about when the supports start getting Force Staffs and Ghost Scepters. I do feel like the more Diffusal Blade became a much more common pickup to be able to deal with these Ghost Scepters and make sure that the PA had a little bit more sticking time. You even saw on some Ursas as well. So they had a much better sticking time. They didn't immediately drop off as soon as these items were picked up, but it does still eventually become a problem. So I think you're right. Force Staffs would be quite helpful. Slardar will probably get one. Disruptor kind of depends on how he feels. Maybe he feels Glimmer Cape is more warranted.
Yeah.
Monkey King, though, I think he'll start transitioning into... he picks up his Midas, and then who knows? I think he probably tries to transition into a core like most Monkey Kings do. Have a Basher and roll on RNG. Let out that ultimate and just hope that somebody blinks in and gets insta-bashed.
That EG game the other day when we saw Zai playing it and just constantly, there was that one fight where he had 10,000 damage dealt in the team fight, the most on any team, and I was just like, how is this a hero? It can just be so incredibly powerful. And likewise, Lina, this is another one of those heroes. Granted, in this game, it hasn't shown itself as much so, 0 kill participation, but it of course is something that comes online a little bit later, and it's proven to be an incredibly strong meta hero.
Yeah, I think it's kind of replaced the Queen of Pain in some ways, and that early on we had this active mid that was able to scale quite a bit. Lina is now taken over that spot that used to be occupied, and she's able to scale going into the late game as well. The Slardar was such a great pick for them. Slardar really does amplify the Lina's output of damage so much more. Your 45-minute window is kind of awkward for a Lina because you're still, you still don't really hit hard, but when you have Corrosive Haze on top.
They're on top of them, and that's going to be a quick kill onto King R. So something that IGV certainly are going to be happy about. With the Blink Dagger finished now for Ghostic, might be a moment where we go for that smoke, although it is now going to be revealed as well.
Yeah,
and
spotted.
Slardar actually had the Midas queued up, but he goes back for the Blink Dagger now. So these timings identical, and IGV know that Empire has it. Is there a play there where they try and go for some type of a counter smoke thing?
Possibly. You probably don't want to overthink it too much, because you can never be fully settled on what the enemy team is going to do. For example, I would have expected Empire to probably, meet up at the tier 2 mid, smoke up, push out through mid and into the enemy jungle or something. But instead, they're following this push through bottom lane. So they're kind of baiting Chappie right now. IGV, they're playing pretty safe, right? They don't know if a smoke gang's coming, for example. They are also not rotating towards that bottom lane because they know this timing is just not good for them to do anything but potentially smoke gank as maybe a 5-man crew. I don't think they should do anything without Juggernaut because they don't know what Empire's up to.
And they're actually all grouping up, and they do have that smoke, so they're going to go for, not
Roche?
that play, but in towards Roshan instead.
Yeah, they made the bait. They read the bait play, and they're going to try and take advantage of that bad positioning from Empire, all sitting behind them. But Empire already made a rotation of their own, and they do have the opportunity to contest now if they can just sense it out.
Right. The unfortunate thing is that IGV do have a lot of wards in the area. This Roshan is falling rather rapidly. Now, will Empire come over to contest? It looks like they realize something is going on now.
Get a
they
kick
do
off.
have
Come
Stampede. Poshka thinking about going in. They're going to roll in. They're on top of
Jesus.
it. The huge combination. It is a Monkey King ultimate on top of all of it. The Chaos Meteor is down as well, but it doesn't look like it's enough for Empire. They've walked into hell, and it looks like IGV are the ones coming out on top.
Well, Rubik picks up the consolation kill on Lina. That was really nice. Boy, that combination was so close to being good. If Empire could have just made that read maybe like 5 seconds earlier, right? The Invoker gets there sooner, and they don't just have a Sunstrike. Maybe they have a really good Meteor Blast that follows up the jump-in stop. Dogfights was in beautiful position, though. Sitting on the outside like that. He wasn't for earlier, then he jumped away to the tree just at the right time.
Oh man, getting that Monkey King ultimate inside of Roche.
Does Paparazzi get the spin-off before the stun?
Yes, he does. That's what ended up really spelling the doom.
Right? Because then Chappie's in the middle of that with the Disruptor ulti and a spin on him, and he's just trying to target this Juggernaut. If the Juggernaut doesn't get that spin off, he gets hit by the Stomp, they're going to burst him down. Like, they'll target that Jug first because he's such a big damage output. And then, boom, they could actually potentially still win that fight despite being in a Disruptor Static Storm and a Monkey King ultimate at the same time.
Well, that certainly gave a lot of life to IGV and the crowd. There is going to be a pick-off there as they take down the Lina, crush forward onto 2. Can they find more? Boundless Strike interrupted. Oh, great play there by the Earth Spirit, able to get the silence, and now the stun to follow. Goes to hit the 3. Oh, beautiful, beautiful plays coming out.
Lina's
Empire turning
back,
it. In July, going to be disarmed for the moment. Wants that bounty rune before he dies. Chappie says no. Double for him.
Oh man, that was sick. Maposhka, really clutch play there, as you pointed out, managing to stop that Boundless Strike, managed to get the 2-man stun that led into the Centaur Stomp as well. I thought for a second IGV might have been able to turn the tail end of that fight with Lina coming back in, but maybe he didn't have a TP, or it might have just been too late to actually fight that one out. Yeah, it was still on cooldown. I thought they were going to fall into that Lina trap, you know, where you're like, oh, Lina's dead, guys, we can still fight. And then next thing you know, she's back there again. And they got a mid-tower off of that too. Empire, that's such a big swing.
Yeah, this is a great moment for them as well after that disastrous Roche fight. And now, the next couple of minutes, again, looking quite good for Empire. You're building into this 4-staff next for the Centaur. And FNG up on the high ground, just going to drop another one of these Chaos Meteors down and clear out the creep wave to the best of his abilities. IGV, though, going to stick around with that healing ward, make sure they get the tower.
What's cool is, like, Empire, they lost that fight, but they're like, okay, Static Storm, I'm not sure if Omni Slash was used in that Roshan fight, but it was like, they're not going to be ready to fight, so let's just get aggressive again. And then IGV are doing something similar. We just lost an engagement, but let's get aggressive anyway because we know they won't really be ready to fight. Empire isn't very cooldown reliant, but they're probably just from a positioning angle, need to be able to heal up, back out, spread out, and farm. So they just go straight for that mid-tier 1.
Well, they definitely have that ability to stay constantly aggressive, even just with the low cooldowns on all of these. And now Sakata finishing off that Bloodstone. So this does kind of reset things in a certain way, I feel, because all of those early kills on Lina, you can start to build up those Bloodstone charges as well. Allows you to farm a little bit more quickly, things like that. And now just going to trade off these towers. So in terms of the difference in net worth between these two teams, we can see, on the graph that it's not really going to be that huge of a difference at this point, only about 3,000.
Tier 2, it's just kind of tier 2 bounty. I think your tier 2 safe lane is always one of the hardest towers to defend, so it's not a gigantic win. Ooh, 4-staff there for the Centaur is his pickup. That's an interesting choice rather than going for like the Hood of Defiance against a lot of this magic damage.
What does that speak to you for what they want to try and accomplish? Like, is it just they want to try and finish the game as quickly as possible? Because I feel like sometimes the Hood is more farming oriented.
No, I think it's just to kind of work around the initiation of Slardar to, he initiates, he gets that stunned, then the LSA is going to follow up. I think it's more to work around that. Same goes like Boundless Strike could follow that up or something like that. So they've got this combination of stuns on IGV that you want to be able to deal with. So we're going to see, both these teams, not super cooldown reliant, pretty active, very mid-game heavy, and they're also probably going to get a lot of 4-staffs and that sort of thing. So we're going to have some really fun team fights, Gabe. That's what I'm saying.
I'm super stoked. It's also worth noting that Lina is still a little bit further behind the Invoker, does have the Midas on the Invoker, so that's something to maybe expect a little bit. But do you think that she's going to be fulfilling her role, picking up this Shadow Blade next?
If IGV can have like 2 big team fights in a row, then I would say Lina can possibly match the Invoker in output in this game and like what you're accomplishing. But it's looking like right now, Empire's been able to do so much to be able to buy space for FN. He's about to come online soon. If we check out the Invoker, what level is he? He's like, I think he's hitting his peak. Yeah, he's 17. Like level 17 with the Ags. We're also going to have the BKB up about this time for Chappie. I think he's finishing off in the jungle right now. So they're going to get that time. I think they should. This is the time to fight.
Oh, and they think that so as well, as they're going to take down this Lina. Actually gets the Bloodstone Suicide off, but nonetheless, that is a start of the aggression to come out. And we've seen FN's Invoker go off. That was something that the panel was wondering about earlier, is how well he was going to be able to do it, and just had a fabulous display of it the other day.
IGV are going to go for a pretty fast smoke play here. Straight into the enemy jungle. Might just catch something. Chappie does have his BKB, though.
All right, counter play could come out in a second. They're actually turning it. Ghostic on top of him. They throw down the Static Storm. It does hit onto 2. Chappie with that BKB just eliminates Super, eviscerated in the jungle. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I think everyone else from IGV should be able to get out.
It's 2 picks and Static Storm used as well. This is feeling like another one of those opportunities. They actually found the Lina. They are on top of her. Light Strike Array is going to hit. Dogfights is there as well to get a counterplay. Laguna Blade stolen by the Rubik. Oh my word.
Now they might even be able to catch a little bit more. Monkey King just ahead of the Earth Spirit, and Slardar hiding away in the jungle. So they're okay there. So what, 3 pickoffs off that team fight? Turnaround. The BKB timing is obviously what made a lot, but that Centaur stomp, the counter initiation there from the supports and the offlaner, again, perfect timing by them. They have pulled so much at their weight. Let's just hope these cores pull through, because these supports and the offlane deserve a win.
Stun on the Monkey King, but he is still going to be there. They force step to the low ground. Ghost Stick looking like he had the Ags, but it was just the force step to get him away. Chappie throws the dagger, going to blink to his friend, but will be pulled back in now. But the stun, turnaround, magnetize. It's onto 2. Ghost Stick jumps in with nothing. They are both going to drop for that one, and I don't know if it's going to end up being worth it. KingCharlie jumps up onto the tree. Is going to go for the primal spring onto Sakata. No mana. He just wants to punch him in the head. They are going to bring down that disruptor.
Again, like the supports in the offlane just pulling this out. Empire, both Miposhka and
KingCharlie.
And Ghost Stick. KingCharlie's been done pretty well, but I really think it's the 3 and 4 position. They've done so much work. They saved Chappie, or at least managed to like make that fight look real good for Empire once again. Level 20 Invoker, very rapidly closing in on level 25. I don't think IGV have much of an out anymore. Like, I do believe that Empire have the better late game, simply because of the Invoker. I think it scales better than the Lina or the Juggernaut. PA drops off, though, so it's kind of questionable. But still, like, Empire are going to be super strong for the next 20 minutes, when I thought IGV, their best timing window was going to be around 30, 35, and hopefully close out the game by 50. But, and still not fully set. Oh no, he missed the force staff kill.
Oh no. Well, they still will be able to go for the Stampede. Chappie with the DD rune wanted to jump there onto the Monkey King. They get the lift back. Oh, KingCharlie using his own abilities against him.
You can't fool me. Can't fool me with that tree disguise.
Look at KingCharlie here. The Rubik animations when he steals somebody's spells are just one of my favorite things about Dota.
Oh yeah, the Bat Rider Firefly steal, and he rides his stick with like a broomstick.
Yeah, it's great.
Free Roshan? Probably. IGV, I'm not sure what their timings are really going to be, though. Jug, is he close to anything? I'm sure the Lina is not.
Well, Diffusal Blade.
Diffusal. That was another thing, obviously, we didn't think about, is the Force Staff on the Centaur, killing trees. Great way to be able to catch the Monkey King a little bit easier.
Yeah, and I mean, he's farmed towards that next item. You've talked about how impressive Ghost Stick has looked on this Centaur, and You know, started early on being able to dodge and get away from those ganks that were coming his way before the Force Staff, as they have found a bash now onto FN, the tornado to lift, turning it back around. Paparazzi, they are going to be slowing him down with that Fusel Blade, but Ghosted gets the Force Staff to make his escape, and now the rest of the side of Empire is starting to show up there. On top of Paparazzi, gets the stun. Meanwhile, the lift on the other side of the fight. Chappy is there as well. Sunstrike not going to connect, but it does look like they're still going to be able to stun and kill off that Juggernaut.
Empire just always maintaining what is close to a 5-man vigilance. They know IGV are getting pretty desperate. They knew their timings, like with that Blink Dagger timing, right? They grouped up around the mid area, didn't let themselves get picked off. Empire, I think, are just reading very well how this kind of lineup is supposed to operate for IGV, and countering with just kind of like, not fully conservative movement, but a general group up that disallows pickoffs.
Well, they're going to jump now onto that Slaughter. Actually ended up catching off more than they thought they would. Ghostic going to run away, and it does look like he will make his escape. But they bring down the Earth Spirit. It's a start. It's something. IGV needed something.
Oh, yeah. They're going to need a lot more somethings. FN still has not, like, had that big Invoker impact yet. And we know it's coming because FN really does put out those performances.
Oh, no. Paparazzi. They're not going to be able to catch up with him. Also in that last fight, Rubik did steal Laguna Blade as well. Not sure if he actually is going to quite have the mana pool to use all of his spells at this point. That was pretty...
He's like, all right, telekinesis Laguna Blade. That's all I got, guys.
You know, almost has a Blink Dagger as well. So this is feeling to be Empire just in control of this game in a way that we haven't seen Invictus Gaming play, at least in this series so far. So I'm trying to figure out... Do you feel like the thing that led to this lead was more decision-making, the draft, the way that worked out? What's your read on how we've gotten here?
I think, first of all, Empire did the right things, like moving Chappie pretty early, ganking the Lina a whole bunch, particularly important.
Oh, no. Super.
Wow.
Well, there's a crush. He might pay for this one. They do have a Laguna Blade, going to turn it Ghost Scepter as well as the Force Staff, but it is not enough to save Chappie. This is one of the problems with this hero, is that you can get picked off and killed by his high magical damage.
Yeah, even like if this Lina was having a better game, for example, we would see the Aghanim Scepter upgrade be there, or at least be close to there by now, but he's not even close. Looks like, is that a Silver Edge he's got queued up? What's that a recipe?
Boots of Travel.
Yeah. He's got brown boots. So Boots of Travel, that's probably for the best. They got to play a pretty split pushy style now. I think they need to split push and see if they can force Empire to break apart sometimes and then get the pickoffs, you know? Like, if bottom and top are both pushing in, Empire has to deal with both lanes. Maybe they split up and you can get some kills off of it.
There's a blink forward. Oh, Rubik with the help of the Laguna Blade. They find a kill on the Paparazzi. And when you can have the support in the off lane solo the carry like that, this hero Juggernaut that's supposed to be survivable, supposed to allow you to be ungankable, it just makes it so difficult.
Yeah, before all he was worried about was Earth Spirit getting the insta silence on him because he would see Centaur blink stomp or he would see a boulder coming and he would always know to spin. But now with Rubik having a blink dagger, they can no longer leave the Jug alone in these side lanes to split push, so that then inhibits what we're talking about, right? One of the ways that IGV could come back into this game, or at least stall it up, would be utilizing these two cores to push out waves.
Well, Basher done as well for Chappie, so even if it is a situation where it turns into a fight, you can't even necessarily rely upon spin TP any longer.
Yeah, they've got the Aghanim ulti for the Centaur to help counter some of that burst damage when it comes Chappie's way, and he's not going for an Abyssal Blade. He's actually going for a heavier stat and more of a late game item in the Scotty. He'll go back for the Abyssal, but I do kind of like the idea of this Scotty and just trying to survive through the burst of Lina and Juggernaut.
And FN is also so farmed right now. Octarine Core Aghanims with the Blink Dagger. It is a struggle right now to be IGV, that is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we keep on saying this about FN, like he's super farmed, and it's just like his team's just kind of been winning the game for him. It's not like he has had no impact, but he hasn't had to have the big Invoker impacts that we've needed to see a lot of the times. That usually starts now, right?
Yeah.
So, FN, if we don't close it out in the next 5 to 10 minutes, it will be your time to shine throughout this late game scenario. Kind of feeling, though, I think Empire is going to close it out. I think they're going to secure the next Roshan, get Aegis, and they don't have the best high ground pushing team. but I think it'll work just because they're so far ahead.
So for IGV then, we're looking for the dream fight, the thing that, you know, allows them to get back into this. What does that start to look like? Is it dependent upon jumping the supports first, or do you need to try and take down the Invoker?
I think if you can, getting the initiation onto the Invoker or PA and eliminating one of those heroes with your Laguna Blade would be pretty damn sweet. I don't think they can fight with Invoker or PA having no impacts. So that would be really good, but kind of unlikely. They simply can't let Empire take Roshan and go high ground and feel like the team fight. Empire would get their positioning kind of right. You need Empire to screw up their positioning, so your AoE, like the Boundless Strike, the ultimate from the Monkey King, Static Storm, Slardar Crush, like those things have more than just one hero impacts. So you kind of in some ways need to push out when it's time for Roshan, catch them around that area.
Yeah. And you can see right here, IGV knowing that the perfect time to fight is not when Empire is completely missing off the map and most likely 5-man smoking, which they were. And Empire, they scan the high ground, spot out that that's going on. The other thing to keep in mind is that you also have that Centaur Axe, which was completed a little while ago, so there's even better potential for, you know, the side of Empire to get out of in a big team fight. It does look like the entire IGV team pretty much is going to be scouted underneath this ward.
They spotted that.
They smoke under it. Oh no, this could be a tragedy. Up by the shrine. It doesn't look like Empire want to try and take the fight. They're just going to back out.
They had the Invoker TP and push out bottom, so he was kind of working his way back through the jungle, so they couldn't make a quick 5-man unit in order to counter this smoke, so much better just play conservatively. They go into their shrine area, a big high ground area, and obviously the shrine with the rejuvenation is quite helpful as well. So IGV think they had to go for a smoke like this, but at the same time, I think they really need a gem. There's so much aggressive vision. They know Empire have had good control of the game for quite some time, so they really needed to get some of those aggressive wards out of the way first before they made this kind of play. Still, though, maybe the aggressive wards and they maintain an aggressive stance where the wards simply aren't. Maybe this could still work out for IGV, even if the initial smoke has not.
And I mean, Chappie here can just sort of bait things out because there's always that backup of Aghanim Scepter Stampede. So there's no way that IGV can just initiate on a Chappie at the start. Not enough burst damage there, I don't believe.
Yeah, he's got 2,300, and then you take away 40% of that from the damage reduction of the Aghanims from Centaur. So yeah, you simply, thanks in part to this stat build and also the Aghanim Scepter, you just won't have the burst most likely.
So 33 minutes into it, it's 24-13. We've seen Empire take control and basically dominate the map from now on, but IGV have been able to at least hold off the bleeding that was occurring earlier. In your eyes, what is it that they're going to need to start pulling themselves back into this game? Do they have to team fight their way out of it? Can they just try and go for split pushing and farming up and getting to that next tier of items?
No, I don't think there's very few lineups that can win through split pushing in this meta, and it certainly isn't what IGV's is. They do have to fight. It's just about picking and choosing their windows, and maybe this is one. FN would be, again, a really sweet quick pick, but simply not feeling comfortable with it. They saw the PA at top, but they didn't know where the other heroes were.
Yeah, and the other thing there as well was that you did have that ward up on the high ground, so even though there was the chance to jump on the Invoker with everybody so close at hand and Aghanim Stampede available, Empire is playing this so disciplined.
Yeah, they are. That is the first thing that stood out to me. Early rotations, grouping up as a 5-man unit, I think it was just all discipline. That is one Empire this game. IGV, I think they're instilling some discipline of their own, though. They didn't immediately jump on some of these pickoffs. They're waiting for some of their item progression before they try and fight again. The Aghanim Scepter for the Lina is essential to be able to quickly deal with this Phantom Assassin. So we'll see if they can actually fight around Roshan, but you can already see Empire trying. They're not grouping up in the pit.
Right.
They're making sure IGV don't get a free jump.
And there's still that ward that's up on the high ground there as well that's scouting all of this out from IGV, but getting into position now to come and contest, but the Aegis is already down. FN has it.
That's
IGV,
okay.
Oh man.
They didn't have a better choice. There was no way. They forced that fight. It's just going to go terrible for IGV. Better to look for a better opportunity in your high ground defense.
Still a scary prospect. I guess the one thing that you do again have on IGV is that Monkey King ulti with the Basher completed. This is going to be something that Empire can't just run into.
No, they really can't. It is really disruptive in team fights. What I would like to see is Empire just kind of chip away. Even have the Centaur stand in that tier 3 area. Just let the tier 3 take some shots and slowly chip away at that. See if you can force IGV to get a little bit outside of their base to initiate. Maybe they obviously don't want to give away the tier 3 for free, right? That's going to be Shrine. So,
well, here's a start. There's a jump forward. The counterplay out with the tornado. A little bit off the mark there since the Centaur jumped in and was already stunned, but it looks like they're still going to be able to run down at least the Monkey King. So no ulti for him. He's gone for 40 seconds. It looks like they are going to be able to continue to take this fight as FN in a little bit of trouble. Does still get forced step away. He's going to be fine. Chappie on top of Sakata. They throw out the Magnetize as well. In July trying desperately to find these kills, but nobody is dying. They do finally bring down Chappie. That is a big kill, and it looks like with that, Empire will retreat. Healing Ward lasted the entire duration.
I have to say, Sakata, props to him. I think it's props. I don't know. He could have just finished off FN with the Laguna Blade, but then you would have a full HP Chappie you couldn't deal with. He tried to kind of get both.
Oh no, and now they found him. So this is going to be the Lina most likely dying as they find the Sunstrike. Godlike for FN. They are going to jump forward. Paparazzi trying to bring down FN. That is going to be the Aegis, but can they find any more if they want to? Ghostic can turn onto this in just a second. There's going to be the crush, but the blink out. FN's too quick. And now stampeding away.
Now they're all too quick.
Yeah.
All full movement speed. Well done. Empire executed that really well. They just lost their Aegis. They got tier 3. Shrines are open. They'll take those next. Losing Chappie, I think, was perfectly acceptable for that. How many buybacks and stuff they forced. So IGV just, like, they got initiated on, and you couldn't afford to let that happen. They lost their 2 supports, neither of which got off an ultimate, and neither of which had buyback. So from there, Empire was just going to overwhelm you.
I mean, in terms of the macro sense of this game, though, losing a tier 3 tower there for the Aegis and not losing any of the lane of racks, isn't that relatively okay at this point?
I mean, they just didn't get enough, right? It wasn't like they just lost a tier 3. They also invested buybacks, one of which was the Juggernauts. That's really important. They're going to lose their shrines. So Paparazzi just took a hit in farm, and he's going to take a further hit in farm when he doesn't have the same kind of map control they once had. It's tough. It could have been worse, right? It definitely could have been worse. Part of that was Sakata holding on to his Laguna Blade, not just killing the Aegis of the Invoker, looking to kill the big hero of Chappie. 4 Bloodstone charges, though.
Ugh. Yeah, it's a hard
you're getting close to that throwaway territory.
So another thing here, we saw for the Earth Spirit, he's actually gone and instead decided to pick up a Solar Crest. What do you think about this choice? I've heard a lot of people say that this item is broken, that they think it's underused.
Yes, I think it is very strong. Works really well with the PA in this regard. Put the minus armor on some hero. Also, maybe helping out whoever's amplified and being targeted. So maybe the Invoker is jumped on. He gets amplified. You can help save him a little bit of grief. That extra armor. Yeah, Solar Crest has once again become a very value item. It seems to have this, it's very delicate to balance this item because it is such a big sway against physical damage and also used offensively that it's either going to, I think, always be an item that is either overly picked or completely ignored.
Right. Well, we'll have to see if they're able to blow things up. Certainly with all of this high physical damage that you got on this team, makes it quite difficult to deal with. And the movement in towards the top barracks, IGV not completely set up for this. And looks like Empire going to get a free couple pot shots onto that barracks. Actually, the Phantom Strike back from Chappie is able to dodge the stun from In July. That was fancy.
Yeah, he really wants to make sure he doesn't have to use his BKB for a poke.
Dogfights, they're there. There's a jump forward.
Can they finish
him?
him?
Trouble is going to be dropped low, but Chappie turns to fight. Is going to jump forward for more. Dogfight's already dropping low, as too is In July. He throws out the stun, but Chappie doesn't care. Back up to full HP. My goodness gracious. This man hits hard and is going to try and chase down a bit more. Is an Omni Slash, though. Going to start to bounce around a little bit. FN not going to drop to it, but they did end up losing that Rubik.
I like the fact that he blinked backwards there. Juggernaut knowing Melee Rax is gone. Maybe they can get a pick on somebody on the way back. Chappie?
Well, there's a glimpse back, but Tornado possibly saving that disruptor from a crit. Instead, is just going to jump on a super yet again. FN is the one that finds the kill. But they are just running all over IGV. Empire don't care. They are going to take another tier 3 tower here, possibly another lane of barracks. And if it continues like this, the game as well. Sunstrike to land onto the Lina. Sakata explodes. Huge crits. And barracks going to drop.
Nothing they can really do now. They got to wait for their supports. So just, you're going to have to fight this out with one lane of racks left.
Well, they are going to find a kill onto the Earth Spirit. So that's something, but Chappie decides to turn now. He's going to jump onto Sakata, stunned for the moment, but will finally fall. The Shrines are no salvation. Chappie continuing to dive on this PA. They're finding kills. It's actually FN that keeps on picking them up, but GG is going to be called. Empire too strong.
They really were. I'm a believer of Empire right now. Like, I'll tell you, I felt like throughout this, also farms. When you never want to be in a situation where Alchemist is farming, guys, what do we do? You want to be able to say, Alchemist is farming, we don't care because X is happening. It's either X is, we're taking towers and we've got map control, we're going to take the whole entire map control pretty soon, or it doesn't matter because we have our own hard carry farming as well, and we're going to just play an efficiency game, pick up Hannah Midases and stuff. So you're right, absolutely right. Terrorblade does straddle this middle ground. It gives you the pushing power, still does scale okay into late game.
Wow.
Free right-click time for Miposhka. He knows it.
This is such an annoying thing to have to deal with, I'm sure, for Paparazzi. Going to lane with 380 HP, it doesn't feel great. The matchup that we're going to be seeing, Alchemist versus Invoker, oftentimes we'll see Invokers pick up something like a Ring of Bassi to build up that extra bit of armor, because standing in Acid Spray hurts a lot as well. And now you've also got Monkey King camping your courier coming out to give you a salve.
Yeah, if he knows the courier isn't coming, then he can just jump onto Paparazzi again and get some even more damage. This is why he has the... oh, man, never mind. He's only got the shared tangos to be able to work off of. That doesn't feel good. I thought he was going to buy himself tangos. He's going to have to pop the early shrine. This could be like a really big lane-losing maneuver if the Monkey King continues to be this harassive and he can't get his courier out to him. He only has one single shared tango to work off of. That's not even up for another 15 seconds. Just zone the Invoker, baby.
They're going back in again. Oh, man, that really feels bad. Just constantly getting ran down. And look at the range as well. They're going to keep the pressure on.
He'll get the courier now, though. That's the trade-off. It's like, okay, you showed yourself. I'll get my healing salve. I'll recover the damage you just did. Yeah. So that's okay. He's still in the same position. I have one shared tango to work off of. They gotta go for it again with all these creeps tanking tower.
Oh no, he doesn't have the mana. Certainly was thinking about it. He is gonna have the mana now, but no longer the creep wave. And FN gonna taunt as well as he heads out.
Give it to him, FN. Tilt that Invoker player. Tell him that you are that you're the real Invoker here. Yeah. With your beautiful dyed hair.
No, that's an interesting thing there.
He's cosplaying, man.
Absolutely. They're going back. Spring forward. Paparazzi going to take a little bit of harassment. They're trading off the damage between the tower. Paparazzi pops the cold snap, but it is not enough.
Do it. Do the dance, FN. Do it.
Oh, let's see it. Make our day.
Come on, baby.
Nah, he's not going to do it. Instead, up top, they're going to be going on to In July. IGV in some trouble.
The Shrine?
They're going to get there, but Monkey King as well. Everywhere right now, but they are going to be able to keep you away for In July. Man, what a start.
That was pretty sick. I love that, though. And like them committing to shoving the Beastmaster entirely out of lane. It's a cool idea. It's like one of the big advantages of PA is that you offlaners hate you so much. You're getting daggered constantly. At any point in time, this hero could jump on you and commit. So they're doing a good job keeping the Beastmaster contained, because as an offlaner, he is super greedy. Very few teams can pull it off. NP being one of the notable ones, and they're already out. So now it lies on IGV to show us that the Beastmaster is a viable offlane hero.
Well, they're going to try and help out at least their early laning stage here. Dogfight's going to run into FN, but he is just going to taunt on his way out again. Feeling quite good with himself. I don't know if you can taunt when you got a Monkey King that's ganking for you. I'm not sure if that's taunt worthy at that point.
Yeah, but no. But it gets into the enemy's head because what they're thinking is, okay, you have Monkey King, you shouldn't be able to, but they're tilting, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that AFK farming hero that like gives the enemy team the question mark when his team is just winning the whole entire game for him. He just gives them the question mark, and you're just like, you're just sitting there AFK farming. Like, why are you giving me the question mark? But you're tilting. That's what's happening, Gabe.
Psychological warfare at its finest. The CIS region, they know it well. So the movement now, dogfights again, going to see if he can make something happen here. You do have Miposhka up on a tree, ready to jump down. Does have the mana this time up to full HP as they make the rotation in onto Ghostica. Stomp is not going to be there. The Primal Spring, it's just going to mean that Miposhka doesn't really save his Centaur, unfortunately.
Yeah, IGV, the reason their Spirit wasn't having an impact in mid lane is that they're really trying to prevent Ghostic from being able to get a strong start. They've definitely done that. Whether or not it's worth the Alchemist having this total free lane and being able to actually put pressure on the Invoker is yet to be determined, but you can understand the reasoning, right? Ghostic was hugely impactful in almost every single game of Empire so far and definitely played his part in game number 1 masterfully.
And now they're actually going to go in onto Sakata. He does have Metamorphosis just about to wear off as well. Jingu stats going to start to get built up, and actually they didn't end up hitting the stun onto the Miposhka Monkey King. They bring in Chappie as well at this early stage. Jumps down
nice
low
stun.
ground. They're able to get the stun onto the Monkey King, trying to bring him low, but he's regenerating so much they end up taking down dogfights instead. Oh, the lifesteal was too strong, but still, it is going to save the life of their Terrorblade.
What a heads-up play. Sakata, like, he just makes that play. He's, like, running away, and he knows the Monkey King jumps onto that tree, so he cuts it down with his Quelling Blade. That's so dope, because if the Monkey King jumps, if he gets off of that tree, then there's no way Terrorblade lives. Not against that Jingu Mastery. Again, good rotation by Empire, though. Oh, what was that, a 4.5-minute rotation from Chappie?
Yeah. Well, and he's still sticking around. That is going to be a Sunstrike, but they find the kill on a Ghostic before he can get the stomp off. So great play coming out from Paparazzi, hitting the Sunstrike when he needs to. And IGV take a 3-2 lead, although there is still the problem of the Alchemist, who is now, at this point, headed back into the jungle, got a little bit of farm for himself and building into an armlet.
Beastmaster is also getting some much-needed farm at top lane because Chappie's gone. But if he gets a kill on Paparazzi, it's all worth it.
Oh, man, FN. Actually the one that picked that one up. But yeah, Chappie being involved this early on. I mean, he's got phase boots. Who expects the sub-6-minute rotation from the PA? Empire is the one that would do it.
Now they're going to catch In July, I think. They have Boundless Strike. He's wrapping around behind. I think In July might die here.
Now there is going to be that jump. Boundless Strike comes out as well as the Primal Sling. Slowed all the hell. FN rotates in because he got a haste rune. Going to pick up another kill. A killing spree at the 6-minute mark for the Alchemist.
Oh dear, that armlet is going to come real quickly. Empire are simply just outplaying IGV. They're playing so fast. Dogfights is not able to have the same kind of impact as a 4 position. They're putting so much pressure on the Centaur, and that's great, but they're losing all their other lanes because of it.
And thinking about this way that this game is going to go out, you did say that Centaur is a hero that's going to need a lot of farm and needs to be able to build into that Blink Dagger. But in some ways, since you do have Chappie who can get in on top of one of these heroes from IGV, get in their face, it ends up maybe balancing out a little bit?
Yeah, it kind of balances out for sure. I would agree. Because you have the Centaur ultimate, so Chappie's initiation is even better. They're going to find Sakata.
Oh, God, this is not what they needed in the least bit. King R is here as well. They're going to body block him. No need for Glimpse when you can just wrap around and find that type of kill.
Notice that about Sakata. I feel like he's got good individual mechanics, and within a team fight, he makes right decisions, but overall, a little bit awkward. Out of position there for that bottom lane.
One of the things that we've talked about a lot is Monkey King being able to transition into a core already almost up to that level 6. This is something that's been nerfed a lot. The roaming heroes sometimes struggle to find experience for themselves, but he's been so involved this early on that he has been able to, I mean, with PA leaving early, he is going to die there, but I feel like he's not too mad about that, right?
Well, it didn't cost IGV very much, right? It was a rotation from the Earth Spirit and In July using his ultimate, plus the Sunstrike. But you just have to accept that. You're gonna lose to some of these Sunstrike kills.
Yeah.
IGV do have really good setup for it.
And now you are kind of in another situation where Empire can play a little bit more fast and loose because they know that that roar is going to be down, at least for a little while. They still have to wait for that next rotation, but in a good spot. Next couple of minutes, how do you see this working out? Any other big rotations that you feel like IGV needs to do? Do you try and use your Metamorphosis cooldown?
Use Cicada, yeah. You use your Metamorphosis to bully down towers.
Well, King R is going to be the one that they decide to initiate on, do find that kill, but they will not be able to catch FN, who is still farming and, well, building towards that Radiance.
Poshko was being hunted down by the Beastmaster. He had the Hawk, and he was just trying to get the right tree, but looks like they are going to be able to get this mid-tier 1 tower. It is a huge win of the Terrorblade. We saw OG use this hero fantastically. No Tail had some sick Terrorblade games, and the group stage, what he did is he just used this hero to bully down all the outer towers super early, because nobody really wants to fight into this Metamorphosis, especially if you got a team behind it. And it happens so quickly that you don't feel like the enemy team is getting a whole lot out of it. You look at them, what were they really accomplishing? They're jungle farming. It's not like they were threatening an objective of their own. They can't. It's not possible with their heroes.
Yeah, that's the tough part about it, certainly, as far as Empire is concerned. And you do have to be wary of, getting into this trap of an Alchemist getting really farmed early and then getting picked off a couple of times, because the Armlet doesn't necessarily equate to him staying alive. You've got a ton of pure damage coming out from the Invoker. Terrorblade can tear him apart as well. And, of course, you've got dogfights there for all the control that you could ever want in your life, as well as in July. So, Tier 1 tower already went down in the mid for the side of Team Empire. They don't quite catch the Monkey King there.
This is going to be a tough Monkey King game for Maposhka. He's got a lot of things to worry about. Vision from the Beastmaster, the Axes for tree clear, the Earth Spirit for tree clear. Has to worry about when his ultimate, when that becomes a factor, not getting swapped out of it.
Oh, but they want to party right now. Going to jump forward. Maybe going to be able to get level 6 at the first kill as Cicada is going to drop, and it does look like he would not quite have Sunder. Monkey King does have level 6 now, so they could go again if they wanted to, but nobody from IGV showing.
Yeah, opted not to level it. You see a lot of Terrorblades do that, not picking up the Sunder, because they feel like if they're going to be ganked, they're just going to be bursted down anyway, and they won't have an opportunity. And he's right. He wouldn't have. Nothing would have changed even if he did Sunder early before the Centaur stun. Wouldn't have changed. He still dies. So good rotation by Team Empire. Gotta catch that Terrorblade when his even better. Maybe Metamorphosis is up, but you can still catch him. Maybe force that meta to be used more defensively and still kill him.
Swap into Roar, they're looking for it. Do manage to queue that up perfectly together, and the Sunstrike's going to get the kill. Exactly what they needed.
They're going to catch, though.
Empire looking to turn this back around. Boundless Strike there. Pump fake, wants to go for it finally. Ends up connecting onto the Beastmaster, and this should be enough for a kill. Actually, King R ends up dropping, and now with Cicada showing up, the Terrorblade, big, large, and in charge, takes down 2.
And that'll probably be a tier 2 as well. Empire, they're being abused for their Alchemist timings. This is what Terrorblade does best. See, the problem is they're gonna be able to rival like the Alchemist's net worth. They're gonna take control of the map, and then all you have is this Alchemist who's like just carrying this big bundle of gold, but isn't really able to do much. Like the Alchemist takes so much farm on the map. And it feels like it takes even more if you're an ally when you're losing all your towers. You're like, I only have this little control, and Alchemist is farming that. What do I do for farm? Right. And your supports get really under-leveled and under-farmed. Disruptor as well as Monkey King are not heroes that can abide by those kind of rules. Centaur, I don't even know if Centaur is even close to his Blink Dagger. Oh, he is. So 1800, maybe they can start changing things. Like Empire's just going to have to hope that even though they are going to be a bit underfarmed in comparison to the enemy cores, that they're still going to be able to make these fights work. So Centaur and PA, they are early game aggressive heroes. Once they have that Blink Dagger, they can hopefully start changing things around.
Well, we'll have to watch out for that. And then as you can see as well, you've got the DD Rune, you're getting closer and closer to the Radiant. This is maybe going to alleviate some of the concerns as well about, being able to farm very quickly the enemy jungle and then backing out again. They do have pretty deep wards, Empire, into the Radiant jungle right now. You can see there as well a couple of them that might give them some vision of where there's a free place to farm. But nonetheless, it's definitely IGV that are keeping up the pressure. They haven't been able to take down the tier 2 tower, interestingly, in the top lane, though.
Yeah, they actually didn't. Not sure, maybe it was just a combination of glyph and stuff, but attempted swap Earth Spirits and Sunstrike play on Chappie again. They know this hero's like super susceptible to support ganks, particularly with the Sunstrike available. And PA does not farm well. Very dependent on getting kills. I don't think they should be having Chappie from top, though he is playing defensively enough doing so that he's staying ahead of this gank.
Yeah.
I would almost rather have Alchemist showing there and PA. I don't know, they kind of have to farm, I guess. They can't always play aggressive with these 4 heroes.
Yeah, that's the tough part. You mentioned it, is like Alchemist taking up so much space, and so you have to kind of trade off between the two of them, put 1 foot forward. It's still 10,000 net worth Alchemist. It, granted, should be about that far ahead of where the Terrorblade is, but it's feeling like IGV, they've taken a step back from that early movement that garnered them a little bit of momentum, and now they're kind of in this awkward spot where they're sort of going to be forced into a move, but Empire is sort of prepared for it.
Yeah, yes and no. I think it was the right time to play a little bit more passive. They've got their, I think they wanted, like, I don't know, I can't see if Necronomicon is up now for in July, but either way, they've got Metamorphosis. He's got it in Courier? Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that was the right time, right? They were just waiting for that timing. That's why they were passing up. Just wait. It's like, you can't always be aggressive. Sometimes you have to wait for item timings, and that's exactly what Empire was doing as well. They were waiting for the Blink Dagger Centaur. IGV, smart rotation. They made like a similar read, right, where they were trying to bait out Chappie when they first hit their item timings on the Centaur. It seems like they read that the first time. They're going to read it a second time. As this time around, they're trying to bait out like the Alchemist. So they're all sitting behind the Alch, knowing he is a very high value kill for IGV, expecting IGV to maybe make a rotation to pick him off, but doesn't happen. IGV claim a much more important objective.
Yeah, and this Aegis does sort of solidify that thing that we've been talking about, which is Empire having to be the ones that are trying to avoid the fights. They're going for a split push in the bottom lane. Likewise, IVG is going to push out the safe lane of Empire a bit further as well. And as we're standing pat, what is the sort of moment where IGV try and, like, what do they need to accomplish with this Aegis?
Just take the rest of these tier 2s, get some good aggressive map vision up. We've kind of already done that. I don't think they can go high ground.
It looks like Empire want to fight this?
Looks like they're done conceding map control. Tier 2 is hard to defend, though, in that top lane. I don't think it's where you make your stand. Make your stand, like, they could all set up around the shrine as the rotation out of that tier 2 push comes away, or I much prefer defending mid. I don't think they should give that tower up, even if it is against an Aegis.
Monkey King, you know, if there's one thing that's for sure, it's that in July's wild axes are telegraphed what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
He throws out those axes, you jump off your tree.
Yeah, and Monkey King is like such a fair and balanced hero that he's able to jump away at a moment's notice, and very hard for the enemy team to punish. It's good, though, because it's not like Monkey King is strong in any other areas, right? So good to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
The hero has these options.
I felt a little bit of salt on your breath when you were talking right there.
No, I definitely haven't lost to Monkey King a lot.
Yeah, Empire, they're playing it pretty well so far. Maposhka, I mean, he obviously was doing it all throughout the group stages, making it happen here as well. You can see Chappie there, his damage statistics as well as kill participation. They're on top of FN right now, though, and are going to be able to hit a follow-up stun. That was after the Stampede. Sunstrike comes in as well. Brought down low, not killed off as of yet. Is actually turning to fight. He is big and not able to arm with toggle through the magnetize. The stun, no, it's all gone wrong for IGV. In July drops. Oh, wow.
What happened in mid, though? They traded some kills. Cicada, he got 1 kill on that Monkey King, but he died for it, so that was definitely not. So they just lost 2 fights.
They lost 2 fights simultaneously. The radiance right there, the timing, the armlet toggles, everything working out for FN into his favor, and he is really proving to be one of the star players of this tournament in a lot of ways for me.
He's done some serious work, man. That was... Oh, no. Oh, God. They're going to lose. They just got team wiped. If they lose Paparazzi here.
Dust, Sentry. He does have 1 Sentry waiting to place it there.
That's all you have?
Is he going to get him? No, he's solo, and it does look like indeed. Boundless Strike. Oh, he doesn't have
it for
it.
8 seconds. Random stomp.
Oh my god. Oh, Ghostic. They knew they were close. All right, if Miposhka can hit this blind, 2 seconds away.
No way.
Seems unlikely.
Way too many options. Boy, that was a butt clencher. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm sure for Paparazzi as well. So he's going to head back home now. Had the Aegis still, so it wouldn't have ended up being a complete
he would have died
kill,
twice. I think there's no way he gets away from that.
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay. Well, a couple things. We learned IGV cannot kill Alchemist with only 2 hero rotation. Gonna need to make a little bit more commitment than that. Other than that, I don't know, they still protected their towers and stuff, so it's not like they lost the mid-tier 1 off of that. Still okay.
Well, trying to find him. They brought 4 heroes this time.
Commitment.
Is it enough? It looks like it is, but have they dropped everything to try and kill him up? Looks like they're also going to be able to possibly take down Chappie, pull him back in as well with the swap. So the 2 cores from Empire, most farmed in the game, end up getting dropped as well.
That's the thing, Gabe, is when you bring a Terrorblade to these fights, there will never be a situation where have we used too much, right? Because Terrorblade just dominates the team fights, and he's like, I have so much damage, you can't fight into me. This is why you're able to utilize this hero aggressively, and boom, they start going tier 3. Very good. Force all the buybacks.
Yeah.
Force them all.
They forced the buyback there. Oh, a tornado to interrupt the follow-up double edge. Sakata's still very healthy. They're going to bring down Ghostic. Possibly no. He ends to end up falling there, and now the chase onto Sakata. Terrorblade not able to get off the Sunder, and that's going to be another death. Empire, they pull him back in, and soon to bring him back down, Paparazzi falls as well.
I'm trying to think. It's like, what is that worth it? They forced PA and Alchemist to buy back. They lost the exact same 2 cores. They got a Centaur killed. I think that's got to be worth it, right? You've given yourself a big endgame scenario now. Like the next Metamorphosis that is up, I think Empire should play super conservatively. Or alternatively, they could play super aggressively and see if they can actually take the fight to IGV on their side of the map. But one or the other, right? There's no mid ground because IGV are just, they're going to look for a win now.
Yeah. Oh, that tornado very well timed, and granted, he still ended up Ghostic dropping. Man, that combination was just so potent. And at the end of the day, when I'm looking at this, you also talked about the PA buying back. She was already fairly far below the other cores of IGV. It's very much just a one-trick pony with this Alchemist being very far ahead.
And it's not like Alchemist can give PA anything that actually boosts you as a carry, right? There's no Axe upgrade. Moonshard doesn't even feel that good. You really do need to. This was not Empire being able to utilize this PA to get bunch of kills and actually transition. It was definitely a early game focus that has now lost its way going into the mid game. But this is where FN should be able to cover some ground. They do need some successful team fights, though. This is really the quick way that PA can come back, just because this hero can't farm very well. Can't like wave clear or anything like that.
Oh, this is a big moment. Gets the Arcane Rune stolen away. Sakata takes that one. Metamorphosis cooldown would have been very low. They swap back in. Ghostic in a control for the moment and bring him down.
30 seconds. IGV have used Metamorphosis. They're going to go high ground here.
Did Sakata actually get that Arcane Rune too?
I think he did, yeah. That's the little bit of glow on him. Maybe.
Yeah, so that means that this is going to be a lowered cooldown on Metamorphosis as well. So take advantage of this one and don't necessarily lose out on not having it for the next round of fights.
Yeah, I was trying to, I don't think the Centaur's death timer was quite enough for them to go high ground. So just play it back.
Yeah. Wait for that next Roshan, possibly, see what's available there. There is a DD rune as well that can be taken up by IGV if they want to.
You just need to grab it. I don't think there's any heroes that are going to utilize it right now.
Right.
With Terrorblade meta down, they just want to sit back and farm. He's working towards a Scotty. Do we have Necrobook 3 on Beastmaster?
Like
he's got Necrobook 3. We're going to work towards a Blink Dagger now.
But the big movement in as well. Looks like Empire wanted that Terrorblade so badly.
I'm sure if they would actually be able to burst him down. Because you BKB Sunders, right? Then you've got you're operating around Shrine as well.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, big windows coming up. BKB for Paparazzi is another upgrade. They're going to have this big time window. Empire got to split push the hell out of this. Time for Alchemist. mean, they gave him all the money.
I mean, he has the items. You don't have the Manta style yet. Oh, there it is. What am I talking about? Yeah, he's got the Manta style, got the Octarine core, has the Radiance, Armlet as well. And they're actually going to be going for a little bit of an aggressive play. Mid lane was not fully pushed out. They do have an illusion there that's going to be doing it, but top lane is completely pushed in. So this might be telegraphed a little bit, although Cicada, he gets jumped upon, pops the BKB, didn't even get stunned. And yeah, let's get out of here. Time to run away.
Okay, BKB use. You just bought yourself another 60 seconds. You maybe even bought a potential, like, if they stick around, they could go back in if IGV. It doesn't look like they're going to make any positioning errors. They're not going to get sloppy here.
Roche looks to be a relatively short timer as well. So that is going to mean that there's a chance Empire could steal that since it is up. It's a little bit tough because IGV are going to know about it with the Hawk there.
Yeah, they've got some pretty good contesting heroes. Invoker's one of the best.
Well, it looks to be IGV.
Trying to think what the maneuver is. Maybe Empire go, I don't know if they have another smoke, but maybe they smoke, wrap around behind IGV, because the IGV is going to do this pretty quickly, and they also have really good defending.
Well, it looks like Empire realized it. They do send in an illusion, then back out afterwards. No reveal as of yet for that Invoker, although he might have spotted out that the Monkey King was hopping through the area.
Yeah, it's got to go for a real quick push at top lane. I like this. Keep the pressure up on the lanes. When a hero has to defend this, they're slightly out of position for Roshan. You never know like what kind of opportunity that's going to present, right? But you just kind of try and make those plays.
So IGV still trying to hold the line for a little bit. It definitely feels, though, as if it's Empire that are the ones dictating the flow of this game, where IGV basically just have to run away from them whenever there's these moments where they somewhat clash together. Do you think now that there's a way that IGV can try and take back some agency in this game?
Yeah, absolutely. It's around I think the Blink Dagger is really big for the Beastmaster, and get that you'll have a harder initiation to rely on. The BKB for Paparazzi gives him a lot more leverage in team fights. He can play a lot more aggressive, knowing that he has this BKB to be able to fall back on against the Static Storm. And then, well, there's nothing really to say about the Terrorblade. He's just always kind of get bigger. His like important item was kind of like the BKB for mid game. It's not like Scotty is coming up anytime soon, nor is it going to be a huge swing. It's just going to be a nice big stat upgrade that will just allow him to do more. I'm trying to think how Empire played this out, because I'm still not fully set on. Well, that was awkward.
Yeah. Stomp still gets the DD rune, so it feels like Ghost Stick has gone for a couple of those plays where he jumps in and tries to, get the rune stolen away from him, but nonetheless, no real pressure towards Roshan either. It feels as if both are in an impasse, both teams.
Yeah, BKB for Paparazzi, BKB for Chappie. They're both really important items, because I don't know if Chappie could stick on a hero without that.
All right, well, Sunstrike a little bit off the mark. Monkey King still going to die in spite of that. They take down the tree. And now that paves the way for Roshan. DD there for Terrorblade. Do we see Empire contest?
Oh, he's going to buy back, and they aren't going to contest.
All right. Well, there's going to be a stampede. They pull back in. Cicada pops his BKB. Stunned back by Roach. Oh, no. He does still get off his BKB as well, though, and able to catch on to Paparazzi. The BKB's have been popped all around the way, but FN trying to run out of here. They have the Monkey King ultimate as well. Sunstrike off the mark. They have to run through the MK ulti, but he's already going to be dropped down. Now they're going to be able to turn on to FN. Does manage to get his ulti up, but it's not nearly enough. They take him down as well. So 2 big kills go in the way of IGV.
FN, I think he kind of freaked out there. He just barreled into the enemy so hard. I think the moment he saw the BKB used by the Terrorblade, call that a win, back off with your own BKB and say, okay, Metamorphosis has been used. We can kind of reset this team fight now. And if we can actually stall IGV from taking that Roshan with the meta on active, then we can get super aggressive when it's down. Right. And maybe they are able to take Roshan. But FN pushed so far forward that none of his team could really follow, right? Yeah. Chappie, he had no impact in that team fight, but I'm not sure if that's really his fault.
Well, the other thing that obviously sucked was getting bashed mid-Roche, because at that point he felt like he was maybe so far committed that, it's just a whole rigmarole of things going wrong at that point.
Yeah, it certainly was.
Invoker down here going to push out the lanes. Now that you have this Aegis a second time through for IGV, is this the time where you start thinking about trying to pressure for high ground?
Yes, but I'm looking at this. The PA has not managed to really catch up to the other 3 cores in this game. I do think this hero is going to start dropping off pretty hard. So while IGV, I think they should take this window, push it for as much as you can. It is not the we must take a lane of rack scenario.
Okay.
Right? It is just an opportunity that has presented itself. Go for the high ground push. If you can't actually succeed to take a lane of racks or even just take the tier 3 and open up shrines, don't freak out. You know, everything's good. Alchemist is like, he's hit like one of his big peaks. Nothing's really going to change too much. If you were afraid of the Radiance 6-slotted Alchemist, well, it's already here.
Right. Well, and I mean, that's the thing is, what else you got? We got the Alchemist. All right, we're fine with that. Don't even need to push Metamorphosis. You've got the Beastmaster aura there, increasing the attack speed, all of these, summoned units and illusions as the tower is just going to evaporate. And
Jesus, they gotta get a jump
Alacrity, they pull it back in, able to pop the BKB before the hoof stomp comes out. They're stunning for the moment that Alchemist. His BKB is going to end up blocking the secondary stun that came from himself. Meanwhile, Chappie jumps forward, they glimpse back in the Terrorblade. He is going to drop, wasn't able to get off any type of sunder there. As now they chase down Super, going to try and pull him back in as well. So suddenly, IGV going to lose 2, maybe going to lose more.
As long as they don't lose
Aegis here on Paparazzi and actually turns it around. Get out of here, Chappie. Great play from Paparazzi as he stands tall.
What happened? Did Chappie use his BKB in that last team fight? He must have had to. I'm not sure.
When he went on Terrorblade, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure like the pressure he felt, but he pushes out there and Paparazzi sees a clean kill opportunity. That was really big. IGV, I think they're pretty happy with that team fight. Like, they got the tier 3 tower, the shrines are unlocked. Again, there isn't this big timer where it's like, oh god, the Alchemist, oh god, the Alchemist.
Yeah.
It's not there because you picked somewhat of a scaling lineup.
And there's that BKB. So wanted to make the most of it at that instance, but just not quite fully appreciating the amount of damage that Invoker combination can go for. This is usually what they Yule Scepter set up into, and, well, he just took it to the face. Oh, so much.
Well done, Paparazzi. And this really hurts Chappie because you wanted those kind of kills to start springing the PA's net worth up closer to the rest, Octarine, Paparazzi's going to get that full 6-slotted impact from the Invoker quite soon. The Terrorblade has his Scotty. He's reached one of his big peaks. Oh, he doesn't have his Scotty yet. I thought maybe after that fight they would, but they're hitting a pretty big window here. Alchemist is now having to go past those 6 slots and start throwing around Aghanim Scepters. Disruptor Aghanim Scepter is like one of the big team fight winning ones, but it looks like they opted to give it to the Centaur instead. I can see the pros and cons to both, right? Yeah. Aghanim Centaur has like a more consistent impact, but I do feel like you're in enough of a you're far enough behind that I think I want to see that like really big disruptor play. Like there's so much potential out of the disruptor ags against these BKB cores that maybe it would have, like, just the opportunity to turn the game would have been better.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, to me, it feels like a reactive item as opposed to a proactive make the jump item.
Yeah,
and
I don't think Disruptor has like Blink Dagger.
Right.
That could be another factor, right? Where it's like, okay, we get this to him, but what are the chances he actually gets it off before the BKBs are used? Probably unlikely. So
yeah.
I mean, whatever. Another Aghanim Scepter is probably going to be coming in pretty soon, right?
Absolutely. And in the meantime, you look down towards that bottom lane where the Tier 3 used to stand, and it's also a lane of barracks. We didn't really get a chance to talk about it too much, but in the midst of all that chaos, Terrorblade took it out. You have a very hard pushing lineup from IGV, the mixture of Metamorphosis and Alacrity. So Empire, I'm feeling like they got to do something. Well, what does that look like to you at this point in time? Do you just have to keep relying on FN to push out the lanes?
You gotta be a little bit more active in your defense. It's like, you know, how you saw EG with the Brewmaster Alacrity thing. what they did is like, they were like, we never let this team get to our base again.
Yeah.
Terrorblade, it's like that. You don't want to let this hero get to your base. It's like Death Prophet. You know, force him to use his big spell outside of the base. And this is what they need to do. Smoke out, catch Empire before they get to the high ground. They're not being quite fast enough, though. And it is going to start sounding warning bells pretty soon for IGV.
There's the jump forward. This could be a big one. The hit stop hits onto nothing. The Disruptor ulti, it basically drops onto nothing as well. This is not the team fight that Empire wanted. And now turning on to KingCharlie, he is going to drop. Cicada is going to end up just being able to melt apart that Disruptor. They did lose the Beastmaster in the meantime, and now trying to chase down Ghost Stick as well. Dogfights is there for the follow-up stun. Hits it as he lands. And Cicada with the double kill.
Wow. Oh, so many missed abilities. Empire, you had the right idea, but it did seem like IGV were kind of wisening up to that. Like, they're smoked as well. They're sitting behind their pusher. They started backing away, knowing that there might be something waiting for them.
Oh, and dodging the dagger as well. Pretty nifty.
Yeah, he's just got to do the little efficiency plays.
Oh man, and FN got stunned by again. Could it be anybody else? The Disruptor, excuse me, the Dogfights Earth Spirit.
He's too much. Chappie can't do anything, not without the Alchemist. The Alchemist buyback, it doesn't matter. They're already going to lose the lane of Rax.
They're going to pull back in Cicada for a second, but it doesn't quite look like it's going to end up mattering. That's 2 melee barracks now down, and Empire, they just don't have enough in the tank. Super turns for the stun, and now they're going to find more. This follow-up stun in silence. Oh, Empire, you're in a lot of trouble. FN is there. They drop down the Static Storm as well, but is it really going to be enough? They pop the Stampede. No, it just doesn't look like it.
2 lanes, Rax down. You just spot back on the Alchemist. You still don't have any heroes for 30 seconds. If IGV really wanted to, they could just run down mid, but looks like they're going to play it super safe. They're going to back off, use the Shrine, wait for Metamorphosis to come back up. 30 seconds is all it needs. And they've got plenty of items waiting for them. Another big upgrade. That Octarine is now complete.
Yeah. And I mean, these team fights are so chaotic. You can see it when a smoke breaks on another smoke like that outside of the base. You know, 2 heroes run left, the other 2 heroes run right, everybody else goes down. It's like, it feels as if it's not that setup that Empire can get the perfect Static Storm that they need.
Yeah, IGV just react really fast, right? They use their BKBs pretty early. They blink, you know, as soon as the smoke pops, they blink out of the way to make sure the initiation doesn't actually land from Empire. IGV, I don't think there are any more smokes for Empire. I don't think there's any more plays where they can just push out. They've got to get some sort of miracle defense, and the initiation doesn't actually
before that,
land from Empire.
Yeah.
Wait for IGV to come to you. The push out play, it only really I don't think there are any more smokes for Empire. I don't think there's any more plays where they can just push out. They've got to get some sort of miracle defense, and the initiation. Roshan is before that. They just got Empire. Wait for IGV to come to you.
Yeah,
the push out play, I don't think there are any more smokes for Empire. I don't think there's any more plays where they can just push out.
A little bit of a lack of vision, I would say, too. The Beastmaster helping to make that work for them. As soon as the smoke broke, they had good eyes on all of the team fight.
The push out play,
connected onto this. Centaur still slow down. A little bit of lack of vision. Not quite going to be there. They dropped over now. Stampede came out, but that's not nearly enough. They had good eyes on the mitigation and damage. Connected on the Centaur still slow down. A little bit of lack of vision. Not quite going to be there. They dropped over now. Stampede came out, but IGV, they're storming the high ground. They're trying to bring down Cicada. Pops his BKB. Sunders to turn it back around. Centaur still slow down. They've got the trying to try and keep these heroes alive. Dropping it out. Stampede just came out back to the tier 4. They're in the high ground. This is trying to bring down Cicada. Pops his BKB. Sunders to turn it back around. Chappie is just going to be a big fight again. And good game comes out. Dropping it out. IGV just came out back to the tier 4. I think the dress is huge for that. I really like it. Chappie just going to be a big fight again. And good game comes out. Dropping it out. IGV just came out back to the tier 4. I think the dress is huge for that. I really like it.
I think the
And they found a little bit of value there. Maybe they just saw the games and saw the potential of this hero. Certainly in a patch that's so dependent upon team fight, that vision advantage that you're going to gain by virtue of a Beastmaster is incredibly value. And well, right off the bat, it's going to be Miposhka just running at Paparazzi and making his life hell. And I really like this response as well, because time and again, it's been that Invoker who's been causing the issues. Take him out of the game. Make his life hell. This is a great answer.
Yep, Miposhka's reprising his role as a Monkey King. Basically, you just kind of sit there and no one can really challenge you, and you could just kind of laugh to yourself, like, this is the enjoyable part of playing Ogre Magi.
Okay.
It's kind of like Lich. You have to really relish that the enemy team hates you. They hate you so badly that you're just this dumb ogre, and Paparazzi's like, I can't do anything against this hero. This is dumb. Because later on, you're going to be a walking bloodlust machine, and you're going to be the one hating life. So...
Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Puck!
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve
Shadow Demon.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Riki.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare.
Yeah, before it was like second phase ban, and it kind of moved up a little bit. Now it's just overall first pick.
Yep.
Where's his hat?
He doesn't have anything. Huh. He's bald, man.
What happened to that cosmetic?
Sirac just like stole it for his cosplay competition.
And now it's on the floor of the arena somewhere.
somewhere in the salt of shame for not winning the cosplay competition. But let's focus on the game, man. Invictus Gaming, they got the mag juggernaut. You're willing to do this.
Mag.
You're willing to do this. Like, we were hoping for this entire time. We were hoping for the XXS mag. He is absolutely amazing on it. His speed, his mechanics is really damn good.
It's hard versus Puck. Puck is one of the best heroes versus Magnus. And they have Alchemist. As we saw in the last series, Alchemist with his illusions everywhere just makes it impossible for him to get a good blink skewer. But I think XXS is one of those players where you just cannot sleep on. I think he actually might be a better Magnus than S4.
That's a big challenge, man. I know I actually challenged Sebastian, who's the coach of OG, about like the quality of it. He said he saw it, but he's like, we still have the son of Magnus. And as long as we have the son of Magnus, we still have the best Magnus in the world.
That is true. It is S4 versus the Magnus. We shall see.
I'm looking forward to seeing the duel between them all. As Cap also mentioned, like the SD as well as the Terrorblade, we're almost going to rehash at least the early game pressure that can come out from the SD and the Luna, but you will have cleave from the Juggernaut. You will have ways for IG to deal with that pressure that Terrorblade does provide.
And they have Smoke Cloud. Smoke Cloud's really good against Terrorblade, actually, because his illusions, they don't have MKB, they don't have BKB, so they can't hit through the Smoke Cloud. And a Shadow Demon Disruption will not actually save him from a Smoke Cloud, because the Smoke Cloud just lasts a really long time. It's really good versus shorter stuns and Hex.
Ricky was just out of range of that tier 1 tower. He's coming from behind now. Fly, the smoker's already broken on him, so Boboka is able to scout this out. So playing a very similar role to what he's done with the Monkey King before. It's all about seeing where the supports are moving around and allowing IG to just prepare for him.
Yeah, that's kind of an aggro try going on for them. ES and SD, they do not have a smoke in between both of them, so it looks like it will be a 1v1 mid at the moment.
It seems like such an odd combination to roam around with, like the SD being the last pickup from OG. They obviously had a concept behind this, and you start with the smoke rotation without having someone like an Invoker to lend a Sunstrike, because you're not going to get help from either Ana or No-Tail. They both will be permanently focused on farming, and maybe No-Tail with a little bit of push to the tier 1.
Oh, he took a lot of tower hits and gave him both of the last hits there.
Disruption bottom lane, rolling bolt actually blocked by Burning, putting himself in the path of that Earth Spirit.
He has the poor man shield, so he's actually not going to take a lot of damage, which is especially important versus small things like SD illusions and whatnot. So that was a big play by Burning, actually helping out his Warlock there. And looks like Q dropped the Sentry Ward on bottom and was unable to hit an Observer Ward because they haven't placed any down there.
Earth Spirit just TP'd up towards top lane as well. He originally came more than likely just to go for the quick pull, but thanks to the Observer Ward that Ricky placed previously, it's already blocked up. Boboka, he'll harass Ana, but Ana knows exactly what he's getting into. He's got the Sentry Ward down, so this Ricky Maru, well, okay, careful with the Courier that's walking right over the top of the Observer Ward. That's something to be a little bit more cautious about. But Ana sends it the other way.
Jirax rolling around, stealing runes. Boboka does pick up Arcane, probably the least useful rune.
Actually, with SD here, he can just potentially disrupt. I don't know if Ana actually has a saved point at the moment. No, he's gone for the 2-0-1. So there's no real follow-up. It's just Jirax to try and mess with the Ricky.
But Boboka's life is very difficult over here because Shadow Demon can easily set up on him, and Earth Spirit's roaming around with a lot of mobility, and he has the dust on him, so he can't roam around as freely as he would like. He hasn't actually been able to hit anyone aside from the Alchemist.
S4's got to be careful. He needs to join himself out on this one, which he will do so. Boboka's just going to harass S4 a little bit further out.
He needs some levels on the Riki. You want at least level 2, but currently he's just sitting at, like, what, 5% experience?
almost nothing. He's meant to be the king of finding those bounty runes and the perfect rotation timing, but he hasn't had the freedom to do so. As you said, thanks to the ES, thanks to the SD. Well, they're still trying to push S4 back out of the tower range. But are you happy with this OG at the very start? We haven't seen their pressure coming out. Ana is not too heavily behind in the farm. Obviously, OP is going to have the advantage in the early stages. But you haven't lost your offlane puck. He's managed to pick up 3.5 levels as well. Maybe with the rotation mid, Jirax looking towards OP, but again, there's no bite to this OG lineup in the rotations.
They can just push with meta. That's about the best thing that they can do for themselves in the early game. So it looks like Boboka trying to steal a bounty rune. Keep this Alk down as much as possible.
He should get it unless Jirax is going to rolling bolt of forward.
Yeah, Jirax is going to know though. He has the dust on him, and I don't think there's anyone close by though.
No. And in fact, it's actually the Dire Courier flying right over the top. Maybe be a little bit more cautious about that. Fly is leeching the experience of XXS. And Fly potentially, even with Disruption, he can't really stop him. But he can harass him out at least. Okay, with Disruption and Catcher, you should have Skewer up and just straight TP. Actually, no Skewer. He went for a 2-2-0 build over on the Magnus, saving no points. All about the farm.
It is better for jungling. That's true. He does sometimes unusual builds. The Magnus, as you mentioned, no Skewer. Usually you pick up very early on a lane to potentially threaten for a kill, but it does not help you in farming unless you're just traveling in between camps.
That first push is coming on the top lane. So Metamorphosis has been triggered up by No-Tail. That's why the fortification having to be triggered by IG. You will have that counter push arriving in from the Magnus, and Notel doesn't really have a big creep wave with him, but if you can keep that catapult alive, it's already too far out, and yeah, he's found Ana just farming up inside the jungle. Support is there, however, so Fly, TP support's coming in. But Boboka's going to have really good vision thanks to the Observer Ward. It's not on the high ground. Actually, they're both... Actually, he does have one up on the high ground, watching both the shrine as well as trying to block up the camp.
Ana got a little bit more gold from that because it was a troll camp. Troll camp, definitely the best large camp for him, and Fly nails that Observer Ward.
But he won't find the second one. Unless this is just the prediction play of Fly.
I wonder if they're actually going to see
it's timing
a timeout.
it anyway.
Yeah, they won't see a timeout though. That's kind of important for them. And he also plays another Observer Ward to the right of this to block out that camp.
Well, surprised Boboka actually comes in close on this. Like he jumped on top of Ana after the Observer Ward was already dewarded. So he should be aware that, well, at least maybe he's just flagging himself too.
No-Tail taking a fair amount of harass, but with the raindrops, he's not easily taken down unless Storm gets a good rune. Invis, probably not the best kill rune for him.
He's looking towards top lane.
Yeah.
And No-Tail...
no Sunder.
Yeah. He's gone for straight push. It's 0-3-3.
Yeah, they saw him with the Observer Ward burning, stealing some camps.
Is he actually going to get enough of the last hits? I get some of them. Still leaves the Alpha Wolf for Fly to farm.
Just trying to limit the Alk's economy right now, but they don't have a good way into the jungle at the moment because that Observer Ward was dewarded. They did see OP pick up the regeneration, or sorry, the Invis rune, and that's decent camps to take control of.
Gets something for his rotation. Doesn't find the kill, but at least gets the farm. S4 is being pushed down the bottom lane. Shadow Word against a poor little Puck, even though S4 is running the bottle now. So regeneration's a little bit better, but it's still a Warlock.
Ana gets another stack off while he's there close to the bounty rune. So just playing the economic in the moment. His net worth is not out of control yet, but this is long before he has his key items.
Yep. Once we see the armor, he'll be a lot more confident standing in lane. Having Chemical Rage too, so sustain's a hell of a lot better for him. And what do you actually do if you're OP? Like, do you build in for the early Orchid? Do you look for the jump initiation onto a specific hero?
Early Orchid is just so risky. Not having Bloodstone is just not really a thing anymore. I think you need the Bloodstone to be able to farm up and keep snowballing. If you go Orchid and you like die once, you're just useless for the rest of the game.
But what's the danger though? Like if OG decide to push, and they will decide to push with a Metamorphosis and SD, you're going to be on the defense. How do you stop that if you're IG?
Try and control the jungle, stop the stacking, get good vision, and just block some camps as often as you can. They actually have pretty good heroes to steal the stacks. So Riki for the vision, Magnus can easily take him out himself with the Empower, and then Storm Spear is also very good at taking out stacks. But they need to be able to find them and ideally fight away from the Puck. Puck is hitting level 6. He just hit level 6 off this range creep in the bottom lane and could set up some potential kills around the map.
They're actually TPing out the bottom. So No-Tail triggered his Metamorphosis, pushed in the top lane a little bit, and now is TP down to the bot lane to try and synergize here with Fly. So just trying to get IG to look two different ways, and they've succeeded because the Magnus is now up on the top lane. It's just down to the Warlock, who isn't level 6 yet, to defend the bottom. You can see just how much damage No-Tail is able to do. That was 3, maybe 4 hits, including some of the illusion hits. Okay, Dream Call. Oh, Boboka. He managed to actually jump himself down into the troll camp. G-Rex is on the run now. Remember, he does have that dust revealing him, but that dust will wear off. So problematic for him, and that push on bottom lane as well from OG. Minimal damage, and the Warlock is holding the line.
Oh, that's actually pretty incredible that he had the vision for the creep camp. He actually used that Storm Spirit illusion to get vision to that camp. This Observer Ward on the right side doesn't actually provide vision in the camp. I was like, how did he do that? That's because normally you have to cut down those trees to actually see which camp it is. But from the top left side,
Ana's got to get sick of this very, very soon. The Sentry Ward is now timed out. Rolling Boulder forward, another dust, so you see Boboka running to the right, but he is just being a thorn in their side. Leeching experience, the kick flies forward, Boboka able to dodge it. Is there any level of stun? Ana, they actually jump up to Ana, using that strike, and now he's Invis again.
It's a lot of time wasted. Riki has not really hit creeps at all this game. He has 6 CS, some of them stolen, but he's level 4. That's pretty good, all things considered. And slowing down the Alchemist, level 2 Chemical Rage is a pretty big difference, and it might make it much, much easier to kill Ana as a result.
And he'll take the 10-minute bounty rune just to add the icing to the cake. Fly should definitely pick up this Arcane rune before Ricky steals it.
Might get on 2 metas though. Oh,
no, they don't. Bulbaca is the biggest pain in the ass for OG at the moment, and he's the hero for this Chinese crowd.
It's a big rune to pick up too. DD and Arcane are probably the best for him at this point in time. His meta is off cooldown right now, yeah, so he'd just be able to crush this T1 on bottom and then push just a couple of seconds later. Burning.
Very smart TP out. He went back to the tier 3 tower on the bot lane.
Well, there's a shrine there.
So this should still be able to be a push.
Yes,
and
easily.
in fact, yeah, they both TP'd out. They're happy to accept the fact that OG will now claim their first tier 1 tower, but it took 10 minutes for OG to do that with the Terrorblade SD.
I wonder what build the Juggernaut's going to go. Normally, Juggernaut's very poor matchup versus Terrorblade. You don't have inherent cleave. Oh, I guess with Magnus you do, but and you own yourself with the reflection because you're in a crit. But they're trying to smoke around right now. This is going to be a very difficult maneuver because Shadow Demon's sitting behind No Tail, but it is just the Shadow Demon. XXS does barely have enough mana for an skewer into RP.
And those illusions don't last long at all. When the Shockwave's able to connect, No Tail is not a healthy man. He doesn't have mana for a Sunder, so Storm jumps in, trying to go for Fly. Now they turn their attention towards No Tail. Fly, there's no saving grace from him. OP will take the first blood. As IG come in force to the bottom lane, Rock is up for Q, so IG may actually be the ones to take the first tower here.
Wow, that was huge. They stopped the push, and they got the kill, and they wasted meta and wasted Sunder. I mean, Sunder's not that big a deal of a cooldown, but meta certainly is.
And now Alchemist is forced to come into the fight. His Chemical Rage has already been triggered. Puck will start his TP, but Armlet is up. So the Alchemist is not easy to kill.
They don't have any damage though if Terrorblade's not there and if the Radiance isn't up. So even had he coiled 3 people right there, it wouldn't have yielded a kill.
Everyone's bailing out from OG. They realize this push is not fully coming or committed by IG. So OG just sends No Tail to the top lane and Alchemist back into the jungle.
In terms of net worth, IG actually ahead by just 500. That's pretty good considering you're up against an Alchemist team. I think a lot of this has to do with Baboka, wasted sentries, wasted dust, bounty rune stolen, and the economic damage is small, but certainly not insignificant.
Pocket Ricky works for him. Silence, quick, and skewer S4, able to dodge it with the phase shift. Remember, he knows how the Magnus works, and, well, he ain't no mug with the puck either. This illusionary orb flying in. Finally, they will remove the Thorn from their side. The Sentry Ward to give the reveal, and the Ricky is brought down.
Ana at critical HP, but with no Ricky over there to scout him out, he feels completely safe, and he's still seems relatively unhindered in his quest towards Radiance. It's not going to be the 12-minute coveted Armlet Radiance time in, but it's still going to be very, very good. 15, 16 minutes perhaps.
Burning's pressuring the top. With that Empower buff up on him, No Tail knows it's very difficult just to hold the lane, and now the Empower will wear off. So Burning is just direct damage, but then you see again this maneuver. Wherever Burning goes, No Tail, he just disappears. He goes to the opposite side of the map, as far away from Burning as possible.
Sooner or later, Burning's going to be able to just actually walk up to these illusions and start hitting them, though. Right now, he's not that strong, and Empower is not max. Oh, actually, he went 4-4-1 on the mag for max Empower. That's actually a little surprising. I don't see that too often. But anyways, 1 tower down, finally. For OG.
But Mag moves up towards top lane. He needs to give the buff up to Burning so they can just pressure down the tower.
Blink on S4, immediate smoke up, Fly, Jerex, and S4, making their way from bottom towards, ideally a Storm kill would be the best for them. I'm trying to think of anyone else that would be better.
Storm just showed himself in mid. So if they do want it, yeah, you can see him. They're just making a beeline for the mid. So Burning will be able to take out that top tier 1 tower while OG position themselves for this gank.
They're peeing out. Are they going to scan?
They're waiting for someone to come in close, but it's going to be Bobaka again. He'll break the smoke, instantly dust up, and he will go down. So at least you get something, but it's not what OG wanted.
Yeah, smoke and a blink reveal just for a Riki kill. And Riki already has phase boost, so he's not poor by any means, surprisingly. That's actually number 7 on net worth out of 10.
He's got a lot to work with. And does OG just try this again? Like, how many more smokes have they really got up their sleeve?
The thing is they can blow through it a lot, though, because they don't actually need the Alchemist. They're not that worried right now because they don't have to protect the Alchemist anymore. He's very close to his Radiance.
Fly. XXS, a very uncharacteristic miss for the Blink Skewer, and S4 wants to initiate a quick silence, a jump out, phase shift. As the Magnus was playing with the RP. But S4 is also playing with them.
Puck is one of the best heroes at killing the Healing Ward, and the Healing Ward is very lucrative. 75 XP in gold, and he can kill it with just wasting Blink and an Orb, which is completely worth it. That thing is such a nuisance to kill in team fights.
That's interesting rolling boulder from Jirax. He was getting away. Now the jump burning, not really too quick to get himself out of this. Just the spin being committed again. Another Blink Skewer. That had to barely be off the tail of S4.
S4 missed that coil too. He almost caught XSS in that coil. He didn't want to turn and cast a coil behind him. He wanted to cast it in front of him, and because of that, he narrowly missed.
But they fortify up. You're still not ready to fight with OG. You're just short of it. There's not even 100 gold to get that Radiance up and running. The tower denied up. No tail. Able to get that one, but S4 cops a full Omni Slash from the Juggernaut.
Still get a tower deny, and OP committed most of his mana to try and go on Fly. Fly only got down to half HP during that, and that is the Radiance for Alchemist.
That it is. So fighting becomes a lot better now for OG, even though it's not the unstoppable Alchemist.
Yep, and Blinks come a lot harder for XXS. It's having a lot of trouble hitting those Blink Skewers right now.
Oh, this vision is just so damn good. Hello, Fly, welcome to the lane, and Fly, welcome to death. The Observer Ward was there. They just saw him come in and waited with the trap. S4, however, looking for some revenge. He hasn't managed to bring down the Riki just yet. It's OP who's the primary target. Concoction, it cannot be disjointed. That's why Jirax can just roll forward, look for another silence or kick it. What's he got? He turns on the Magnetize instead. OP, one more jump available. He gets back to where the Tier 1 tower used to be, but now in comes S4. Over from the side. Q, is it time for the rock? He's got the Golem available, and now OG, they have to switch targets once again. Q just wants to TP out this one. He's not going to drop the rock, and instead it's moving towards XXS. The stun, the silence, where is that stun? It's going to miss. He only hits the silence, and Ana, no mana. So incapable of throwing at another concoction.
Wow, that was a huge play by Q there. He got the Fatal Bonds on the Puck before he TP'd out and died. And because of the Fatal Bonds, he disabled the Puck Blink, and he tried to Waning Rift him before the Puck was able, or before the Magnus was able to get out. That was really clutch. If you didn't have the Fatal Bonds, that would have been like, what, 3 deaths, I would say?
Stopping any maneuverability of S4. Yeah, that's going to end in death. Fly. Well, he'll get a quick disruption off, but it doesn't stop the inevitable. OP will take the kill, and he'll take the bounty rune.
And the Bloodstone charge. 14 and counting for Old Storm.
And we start the ticker. I think OG have also cottoned on to where that, they have, where that Observer Ward is. So they'll get rid of that nice and quickly, but we do look at the 2 big power players. So obviously, Ana on that Alchemist for OG. It's all about him still progressing in farm. That hasn't really been stopped too heavily by Invictus Gaming. They've tried, and as far as the other Alchemists we've seen during the main playoffs, this Alchemist actually looks underfarmed in comparison.
It certainly does, and their saves are rather underwhelming for him. You have Defensive Disruption, which is not the greatest range, and SC isn't going to have any items. Like, even if you pull Axe to him, let's say, it's not going to be 1,000 range like the Time Weaver, or the Time Lapse from the Weaver, and then you have the Sunder from the Terrorblade, which is not ideal because then Terrorblade is really, really low. So, like, both your saves are just not particularly good if Alchemist gets RP'd. It will be nothing like the Time Lapse and the swap game that we saw before.
Looks like IG is grouping up in the mid, so it will be a smoke maneuver from them. That Blink RP is still just itching to be used. The question is, do they find a target? The Observer Ward is still watching the farming around the agents, but S4 has the Invis rune. He was looking for original kill, and now Phase Shift, Orb, and Blink away. Destroys the gank that was coming in from IG, but OP wants to keep going. Fly has to turn around to help out S4. Defensive Disruption will be there, and as Puck will come back in, burning, spinning. S4, he can't blink away, but he can Orb up with the Shockwave! Magnus reads it perfectly. The Observer Ward gave them absolute clarity for vision-wise, and Invictus Gaming again claim yet another kill.
Missed a couple skewers, but hit a really important Shockwave, I would say. That was a smoke gank that could have ended disastrously for them, and Puck didn't actually have to illusory orb out. Like, they don't have any invis heroes, so you're very unlikely to actually carry dust around when you're ganking. Maybe he was expecting like one of the supports having a sentry or a dust perhaps, but he jumped the gun a little bit. But better safe than sorry is generally the motto. Although that time he was safe and sorry.
Jirax is certain. He knows the Riki is down there. He threw a sentry ward in the tree line and wasn't able to find him, but Alchemist will TP up. They have one last second left on the sentry, and they got small amounts of vision on the Riki headed north. So, well, Bobaka takes the bounty rune and now wants to initiate another sentry waters down, so he goes into the tricks of the trade, but Concoction, Anna never got it off in time. He actually ends up stunning himself, and Bobaka still on the run. Are we really coming back to this? The dust isn't even, oh, it is in range. It clipped him on the edge, but because it's nighttime, they don't see him. He'll hold in the tree line and TP away to safety.
Boboka, I think he's been playing the best of any support in this entire tournament. That's just ridiculous what he's doing with Riki. Support seen by many is kind of unplayable in this particular patch.
Oh, Jirax again, OP, the long jump, not a lot of mana left, so Jirax rolling boulder, goes for his TP, very difficult to lock down, and OP will not get the extra Bloodstone charge. But you see that bonus damage and power is up. He was actually hitting pretty hard.
Now you have to consider Roshan. Roshan's going to be a hot point of contest. OG definitely want to take that, get their Terrorblade or their Alchemist and start maybe taking down some towers with this very farmed Alchemist. And on the flip side, Storm Spirit, one of the best heroes with Aegis. You definitely want it on him if you can actually get it. And IG, they are pressuring very, very hard.
You see the scan coming in from Invictus Gaming. They're worried they're being flanked from behind. Now there's a dire Observe Ward on top of the shrine. The Radiant Observe Wards don't actually see it, and the scan actually ends just before OG reached the point. So Jirax runs in, smoke will break. Who's he go for a kick on? Q ran into the tree line. That may have been one of the objectives, but
they might walk into RP if they go too far. It was almost about to be a disaster if like S4 coiled them and then they went in. A lot of that is on the puck. It's such a difficult puck game because he has to control the Magnus and make sure his team doesn't get destroyed by RP. That's his main job this game. Maybe a little bit of controlling the storm, but just control the fight so that you don't get destroyed. We haven't seen any RPs from XSS this game, and it's a game of chicken from them too.
They're coming again. Remember that Observer was not really seeing that much for Invictus Gaming. It's the vision. Okay, a dust from Jirax. He's hoping to find the Riki scouting out. Knows that he's not, so maybe there's your jump in. Nope, okay, they go on an illusion. Invictus Gaming, the puck, he jumped into the middle of the smoke screen. The 4-star bound, the rock will fall. S4 able to get both of his combo off, so maybe the control will still be there with a kick flying in from Jirax. Open everything off and no tower will fall. You can heavy damage to both sides, are quick enough. He wouldn't even get the kill for that one. They've lost 3. The Stormers are living. No one else gonna follow. Not from OG, because they really just don't exist anymore.
Oh, was a disaster coming out from the blinking right into that. He was probably pretty pleased with himself that he managed to bait us. But after that, blunders were made.
It looked like it was meant to go.
It looked like it was going to be really good, though.
Yeah.
He was trying to set up for them, and then we saw 2-man RP.
Anna. Burning's already doing the spin. Anna has to stun himself. There's no other choice. Or possibly Manta Dodge. That would have been another way.
Storm Spirit did lose a fair amount of Bloodstone charges in that fight, too, so they are at least keeping the Storm a little bit down. 11 and counting for him.
Yeah, had to deny himself up. Let's have a quick look at that fight again. So there's the initiation. They go on the fake puck, and then S4 still puts himself in harm's way. But he at least is able to get off the Dream Call, Silence, plus the Orb. So that was the small advantage for him. But the rest of OG was locked down. That Golem just kept them out of play.
And the Bloodstone deny afterwards, and the Healing Ward. They were able to claim that T2, and now big ultimates, yet 70 seconds left on the Rock. On the Magnus ultimate.
And Fly is just causing issues on the side, looking at silence him too. Damage, Pete takes the damage from the Dream Call. But this ball lightning away, trigger Shrine. Be right. No tells how to finish up this tier 2.
Seconds back to Magnus.
Away. He won't be able to survive this one, or will he? They attack the 4-star forward, but there's no extra phase shift. Seconds now, Anna, he's going to stun himself again. He couldn't find spinning in front saying, what you going to do, bro? You can't do anything apart to Invictus Gaming as they go for more. On the front lines, he's able to pick up an extra one. Now it's Notel. And the world is against him. Here is down for OG, overstaying their Roshana will go the way of IG2.
This they use a Magnus line. Run in and just make ball for the opposite team. OP just runs in, everyone goes on Puck. I saw the Terrorblade think about sundering the Puck. He's like, should I do it? He's like, nah, my life's more important, and it definitely is. And then as they're retreating, Mag gets the +2, not even just a +1 at the end with the RP, while everyone's distracted by the Storm Spirit and the Alchemist.
Life has got exponentially harder for OG with the loss of that fight, and not just because they're falling further and further behind with only the Alchemist holding the #1 net worth. The Ricky Mario was able to finish up a Diffusal Blade, and you've got an Orchid over on the Storm Spirit. More control, more disable is flooding into Invictus Gaming, and OG currently have no answer to it.
They really don't. Even pulling Ags isn't going to help them that much. Like, the Earth Spirit Ags is probably one of the best saves they have, but the range on that is just awful. Puck Ags is okay, but there's not really that many. Like, Juggernaut can just stand in the coil. Storm can just zip out of it. It's not that big of a deal. There's no BKBs yet on the Radiant side. Other ones that we see, Shadow Demon Ultimate, you know, he's not really able to cast, free cast in team fights, and then Terrorblade doesn't have one.
This just feels like the rats have to come out now. The SD has to start doing work with the Alchemist. He needs to finish up the Octarine core as well, so you have something to at least push the waves back out against. You even reach the point where we probably talking about, I wonder who Anna will give an Aghanim Scepter to.
Lanes, I think that SD has been finally, I would consider him very balanced, and his illusions take out, but now that you get 22 gold per XP, and 300% instead of 200, the risk is worth the reward. Finally.
Creation is up for burning. 2. And leaves Observer IG for so long. That one between R and Mib, the one that was at the tower and bottom lane, whenever OG come out, Gaming have seen it. They've been able to getting into.
And on top of that, they have Midases. 2 Midases on the Radiant side. 1 on Warlock, 1 on Magnus. So you're trying to play the economic game as the Alchemist, but you're very far behind in net worth, and IG certainly have the farming tools. Not only do they have Midases, they have the big, old, and power. Yep. That is like 3 Midases on your team.
Fresh warding down again.
They're really good about cutting those trees around that. Or if you don't cut down the tree. And or not, Magnus perhaps also pretty. It's cut down the trees, but it is not.
Now having to start taking risks. TP out to the Shrine Farm, the agents if possible. I don't know if he starts pushing only illusions across, because it feels like the only safe place for Radiant Jungle. That's as far away from the IG line as IG.
No.
They turn their on top, so you should have at least a little bit more. And these Observer Wards, they see everything.
Boboka can actually solo kill people right now. He has a lot of Diffusal, and with Empower, he's almost hitting for 200. And then add that with his backstab damage, silence people, he could potentially like kill the S in the fight, and maybe the Puck if he's not.
I love the small efficiency from Notel, using his illusion down to the Alchemist to TP down, up an entire creep wave, just without losing too much time. The bottom lane, there's nothing OG can do here. They don't have initiations. You said the Earth Spirits, we're not really feeling, and the Blink Dagger was what Jirax was looking at next, but there's no quick Sable that you're going to get from the Earth Spirit that's going to be enough. The SD, IG are almost, when he goes in for a destruction up either, right towards a Puck who of the double silences, as well as from the Orchid.
I agree. He also talent over to health, so he is very, very squishy. Net worth, not going to be able to be helped out too much by the Alk this game in that department. Moonshard is not particularly good on Terrorblade either. Because your illusions don't benefit from it, and that's a significant part of your damage.
I said it's everyone else who can potentially benefit from it. Will save, and then of course which was the bigger one, which we were...
Yeah, it's definitely on S4. He has to be able to control, hit multiple man coils, get fight for OG. Ana actually has to be really to get the Radiance burn on everybody, the miss hard hitting and
well, so far the illusions of Tier 2 tower is still taking down wave, and no one from Unvi here to really stop it. All things to think about. They're on the hunt. They go almost the Tier 2 creep wave is getting there. So OG have a lot of answers. Still finding space to do it. And the money. So once Shiva's guard is done, Ana looks elsewhere. But okay, there's a lot of TPs coming in. Bobica, well, he'll see Notel coming down. Might think up. There's just smoke screen and double silence. Alchemist comes to the trade with diffuser. Fights the damage and he'll get more. Sacrifices himself for the Alchemist to survive.
Wow. Big play by S4 right there. Oh, Blink waning rift. He almost RP'd himself. Instant cast is king.
Sacrifice yourself for the greater good. We'll stick with that jump in initiation, but S4 comes XXS. Jump forward as well. And S4, the timing.
That timing was so clutch. That observer to the left just missed by that sentry ward too. That made it so easy for them to catch up the SD and silence him immediately. I like how he like feigned going on the Alchemist and oh yeah, there's the SD right here. Let's just kill him. Feed those Bloodstone charges. He's back up to 17. Fresh BKB. Made very good use of it. And now Roshan's going to respawn very, very soon. Do OG just have to concede this one without even thinking about and testing it? I don't think he can really send in a get out because Doug kills him in 2.
Fine. Like, there's no way to do it. You can't even kill Ricky. Ricky just picked up tricks and then jump away. Even the wall fantastic positioning. You know, screw the cast rate. Further away, I went more Shadow Word than anything else.
He's going to be a very ability though. He doesn't have any items, like no blink, no glimmer, nothing even. He's not going to get any items.
He's like, he'll get farm.
Is he down? It's not good if he dies.
Oh. Self again, like maybe with the Manta dodge is the way, yep. And well, Storm Spirit jumps in, so well, you got no the Orchid, but he does have the Chemical Rage and OP. I think he powerful that Alchemist still is, even when you'll give respect to the Al.
Magnus. They were trying to bait out the heroes. Jump in. It was a straight 1v1. We don't need to help him out. Maybe.
It's actually a Blink Abyssal Blade now on the Juggernaut. But all the control. Bobica, sentry wards, but you should also towards the top lane. In there. Notel, the smoke is going to break. Bobica is still not triggered, but you already blinked away to safety.
He is ahead. It's insane how good he is at just being an obnoxious support.
He is the real cancer.
Oh man.
I thought I managed to cut this out, but I found another part of it over in my leg. Now here we are again. Hey Notel, and Notel now lives in the corner of fear. Never know where Invictus Gaming will be.
She will be the Roshan respawn. 45 seconds. Very, very long. I'll buy Ana a few more minutes. Bobica a few more minutes to annoy them. God damn Ricky. He's always there. Like, that's why there's so much money on Fly's.
Fly is hit 1K network. This is the saddest Shadow Demon. This is a guy who's been playing Visage most of the tournament, walking around with Solar Christ, getting Aghanim Scepters, just having a glorious time. And now, he's in a world of poverty.
Yeah, they might have to... Alchemists might have to buy Central Wards way earlier than normal. I think, like, after the first Ags, you buy, like, 1,000 gold worth of support items just so Fly has something at the end of the game. Like, even, I don't know, I actually don't know anything less than 2,000 gold that's going to save him. Ghost Scepter, I suppose, but that's terrible versus Riki. Glimmer Cape, it's so-so, but they could just easily pick up a gem.
Who's he giving it to? Fly's in the neighborhood, but it's not going to be Fly.
I would say
it's Puck. S4's blinking back down again, and yeah, S4 will get the Aghanim Scepter upgrade.
It's
the dream call you need.
Amazing this game though, because Storm Spirit can zip out of it, and then the Juggernaut turning it, or just.
But you need the team fight control, at least the buffer from the team fight control.
You could consider it on the Earth Spirit perhaps.
But unless does Jurix have his Blink Dagger yet? Because that would be the critical thing. Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
so it would be good.
It's definitely in between those two. Like SC just dies in the fight. Without any items, he just can't. One demonic. So yeah, I think it's a really tough call in between Puck and. Puck is the main controller in the team fight. If you do get it on the Magnus, that would be ideal.
Nearby, putting like a casual gem. Send these illusions out. You actually.
So they don't actually. Green Coil, I believe, upgrade. I don't believe they have Vision or didn't have enough time to click on him.
Who's here? So
trying though.
Oh, Boba. Silence and goodbye. For a good minute, they go into the Dream Coil, burning. The stun will trigger even through that immunity. That's the and burning on the run. Ana is now the time when you can actually stun. The sun's a little bit out of range there for S4. 2 seconds, half a second. The rock will drop, and Ana again. Fly will. OP triggers the BKB, goes inside the base, triggering off Metamorphosis. They want to do damage. Seconds, and normally that thing, but in this OG, it's the first big opening they've got inside the base. But be careful of the RP. You're ending up in XXS's world now, especially when Alchemist. There goes your first man. It'll catch him in. It's S4. The phase shift will end up saving one, but no, S4 back out. No tell. Where's your extra help? Keep spamming more illusions. Taking the tier 3. They just have to get out in their current.
Not bad at all. Gee, they were so quick at killing that fight before. That was so important for them being able to eliminate him, and that silence is just such a big news. Igra, you could just smoke screen the illusions. But yeah, Roshan is up. No Tail does not have Metamorphosis. Puck is still down for 15 more seconds.
But there's no RP at least to fight against. There's no Omni Slash. There's no Rock. These things will allow OG to have confidence.
And combining the Radiance with the Shiva just makes it even more difficult for the Magnus. And he's actually not going for the BKB. He's being very bold and just going straight into the refresher.
There's a lot of confidence. But he's also going to be a little bit more concerned now that tier 3 talent dropped to the mid. OG showed just how quickly they can do the push.
Can't mess up fights.
Yep, pretty much.
Gem has been picked up by the Storm Spirit.
Okay, you got a second Aghanim Scepter coming in from Ana too. So he's now got the money for it. We'll pick it up as the courier.
You might actually give it to SD now that you won a big fight.
He just sent the courier back. I don't know if that was really intentional. The courier's going back to the Dire base at the moment. Okay, he already transferred the 3 1K items to himself. That's why. So who does he look towards?
I say maybe the SD.
It's Jirax. It's Earth Spirit.
Well,
gave it straight out.
Boulders.
I suppose when you've also got someone who is as talented as Jirax on Earth Spirit, you could also understand it.
And he can do more with it because he has a blink. Can potentially save someone from RP and the SD disruption, so you kind of have 2 RPs covered. Trying to deal ward with the gem that they picked up. Roshan is up.
Ana.
The big fight's brewing.
Baits the spin at least, so Burning doesn't have that saving grace and allows Ana just to walk in to the mid lane. Storm Spirit, there goes your jump, but he's way too far away, and both teams are playing bait games. It just depends who can put out the biggest worm. Ana, well, it's a quick stun, but just trying to bait a reaction out.
Pulling them down with Radiant. Endless train of Manta illusions and disruption illusions.
The ping actually keeps came to bottom lane. There's a decent creep wave going in from. Not going to do that much damage to the tier 3 Juggernaut back out. Looking for that fight, but they look towards Roshan now, OG. As on bottom lane, it may be possible. But nope, they actually go even further. They go deeper inside their own game.
Sure, Roche isn't taken out by either team.
Well, everything is up. It wouldn't take that long. Like, it'd be nicer for OG if they Roshan Shrine the radio. They don't have the confidence to do that either.
Aiden has used scan, they know are sitting on.
Jump forward, a long fly. OP finds the target. His man pull to do it, but he'll still have a little bit more left. Those blaster charges allowing him to regenerate. Ana bringing in the stun, able to hit the rock wall. Burning do enough with his BKB now triggered. Same for OP. They stand their ground, but it's good regeneration for him. Causing problems, but they jump. It's Alchemist has been it's a saving. Trying to do its work. The Juggernaut, he hasn't pulling up the Earth Spirit. OG, and they're just trying to retreat, but the RP! And the hope will be through XXS! Glorious hop. Ana has to buy back. They need to keep this contest going. XXS sins minute against the OG. Burning wants to keep running. Done. They are going to bring it. Kills. Burning go. They're actually trying to go for doubles here, but with the help of it, get it. 882 gold for that kill on Burning. He's worth a lot, but so is the space opening up and out around Roshan. And let's see it again. Ana, Fly, and Notel, they all just wanted to go home.
He is really good about the turn back too. He gets it almost every single time on that RP. And OG, they aren't actually going to have to pay that much for it. Yeah, the buybacks, but they'll get a Roshan in response. And S4 did pick up a DD root on the bottom, so it's quick and easy for them. Magnus looks like he has completed the refresher orb, though. So he does have RP up for this next fight. OG, do they want to do something with this? The timeline is getting short, it seems.
It's got to be Shrines. You've got to take away Invictus Gaming's forward positioning. Now you got a little bit of fun happening as the Warlock actually in the middle lane. No tail. I mean, S4 jumping in with that double damage rune had enough damage that he gets him down, which means this could actually be the tier 2 tower up on top lane as well. So you take the Shrine plus the tier 2.
And luckily for Q, he did just hit level 20 right before that. So minus 30 seconds on that respawn timer.
He'll be up quick.
And it looks like Jug and Warlock going to respawn at about the same time. Can they fend this off, though, with the Aegis? They actually put the Aegis on the Terrorblade. So right now, that means Ana has no buyback for 5 minutes. That is a no-go. Definitely not.
It is not a time you want to fight. But it may still be enough confidence, right? Like, you still got to pick off on the Warlock. You now control your jungle. You've managed to get some aggressive warding down from OG. They've had their backs to the wall this entire time, waiting for some opportunity where they can battle against Invictus Gaming. And they've shown they can do it. It does cost buybacks, but they are the ones who currently actually hold the tower advantage, only by 1 tier 3. May just be enough. Understand, if this fight doesn't go their way, OG will push.
Yes. Fight is to make the Alchemist can't spread out its illusions and Radiance burn everyone. Then that is time for with a big and bad RP.
Where did that gem end up as well? I'm assuming it was lost during the engagement. Gem of Truth, it is on the store. Just saw him bounce across and not dewarded. I don't think he had it on him at the time.
Yeah. So he did not die.
Storm actually, he's going.
What better? Or follow up after RP.
Group Vortex.
What about the pull on the Ag? So that's actually a really good save. So he was able to pull the out, and that is very difficult to counterplay. And you could see them just going to kill him. Jeff Burning just went straight onto him. That pull.
Man, Line's actually going to get a lot. He supports Ursper. The save. He's also got the ability to slash that comes in from saving grace, but also because he's looking towards picking up the Ghost Scepter. So you've got a lot more ability to soak up on that front. Your physical damage isn't really going to connect, so Ricky is going to have to be on top of him. But then now you've got the Arcana Scepter on the SD. Now, yeah, the Shadow Demon most of his net worth is actually the Aghanim Scepter. In fact, it's more than 50% of his current net worth. But having the 3 Purge charges, if he can keep his distance, is going to be very difficult for IG to continue a chase against OG.
It would be very good against Juggernaut if he didn't have the blink already. Normally...
Here comes Bobica. What's he going to find? And he'll find no Tala. Okay, Fly is obliterated. Notal wants to keep fighting, but he is being speared. The kick, it connected. It's forced to go to his spin as they clear up the illusions. Self forward, wants to do as much. They will hold him inside the smoke. Watch back out, tricks of trade can be very ineffective as Notal. Orbs burning, it's not too. Again, it won't hit any. It's keeping Magnus out. They're trying to bring him down. Created. Q is so low, but he never had to take the. Wants that kill, and he will. It's going to be the Warlock. Now the rest of the mess on the back lines here, OG, while front line. Jirak found Bobica trying to escape. It will not. A small creep skip. No, it's just going to TP straight out. There's no Ricky, no buybacks available for either of them. This is the about.
Really good plays from the course from OG over there. I think all of them just kited incessantly with the Lincoln, the Force Staffs, the Illusions, the Mantas. They just hold of Hero. Magnus held onto his RP. He has PKB, so things might be a little bit easier so he can avoid the raid. And then Juggernaut also did not want to expend his Omni Slash, but the last outer shrine of IG.
So safe as well. Barreling down mid tank. Let's take out the back to the IG team fight. Yes, it's coming out of fantastic planning, but they know they can. The vision, the blink, the hex, but the pullback when he's orking it up and no turning, so returns it. Drop, but Anna's bringing onto OP and he'll claim it. Notel, they down an OP with the Bloodstone charge. Warlock dying on. It's that one.
XSS did not RP there. And I think he could have RP'd the TB before the Sunder, and then he got the Sunder arm burning of all heroes. And that was not where you want to be as a Juggernaut against a full HP Terrorblade sitting at like 25-30%. He still has 2 RPs. And lucky for him, it's Warlock and Storm Spirit, the 2 heroes with by far the least respawn time on the Radiant side. But IG, they keep losing, kind of losing team fights. That was definitely a vision win for OG. And looking at the gem status, there is 1 picked up by Q.
So you got 1 on S4, 1 on No-Tail, and then a fresh 1 picked up over on Q. So OG can probably leave 1 of those back at the base for a rainy day. But then again, with the Ricky on the field, maybe having the gem is going to be a better thing for them.
Wow, how late was this Midas from Earth Spirit? I actually have no idea how late it was. Well, flying Q.
It really hasn't been Flyest Day. This is almost unfair to Fly to show it.
A lot to do with the Riki pick.
Anna just keeps nudging in the waves, and with the help of Fly, this is starting to work. Okay. Play. He can't blink forward. That's a bit of a problem. The Orchid can't save himself either. Seconds. A good simple pick off there from OP.
And nice scout out by No-Tail with his gem to find that Invis Magnus. And XSS just does not know how to approach against the Radiance.
Are they coming mid? It looks like it. IG are pretty grouped up. Roshan's got a little bit longer before he's going to spawn up, so that's not going to be the critical moment for them. But then again, if this fight drags on for a minute and then you lose the fight, OG can just take the next Roshan from you.
They need to be very careful about how they use their RPs, because OGs at this point, they can actually power through some of the RPs with like buybacks or, you know, one of their 10 defensive cooldowns that they have. The Hex on Puck has actually been pretty big too. It makes Magnus like have to maybe like BKB out of Shadow Blaze sometimes, maybe even before BKB, so you don't get hit by. Okay. When do you BKB? It's very hard for him.
Like full Glorious. You hit the big double RP. Like that has to be it, but then again, you're not establishing vision control either. that walk live because you need his influence in the fights.
Yeah. To also get you vision. The time that I've seen someone come at worth in a relatively long game. So he's peaked out at around 30,000 for two of the big Radiant cores.
Well, he's got to keep giving stuff over to everyone else.
But that is himself, because no one's actually buffing him up. I get and whatnot, but they're not and fight. Whereas Jug is going to get stronger and stronger. So here he has Butterfly, so with Empower 400.
That's why Notel wants this game to delay up a little bit longer too. He needs to finish up of his. Needs 600 gold for it, but back in order to purchase. He's ready to push, and he is the bait this time around.
They just need to keep lane shove so they can do favorable Roshan respawn for Invictus Gaming. Looking at 10 minutes past the last death. And now the buybacks for OG have cooldown. Alchemist is ready to go.
Okay, gem trade-off. Now S4 still trying to get to his level 25, even to a point they're giving him the tome. Is he actually... Okay, he did consume it, so he's just shy of his 25.
He does need that 420 GPM badly.
Fly needs something more. He's level 11 in this game. You're 51 minutes in, and you got a 0-11. We actually have a contender for the Malcolm Ward at the moment. Storm Spirit jumps in. OP phase shift from S4. He dodges it and gets the Hex. OP's in trouble. Even with the Storm, the Rock will drop, will create space, but the damage was there from Notel. 42 seconds without the Storm Spirit and the bash. Okay, S4 will lose his life. 98 seconds without him, but Jirax looks for the extra control. It's down towards Q. A double kill now for Notel, and they want more. Burning is on the run. Jirax, where's your control? Where's your vision? It's the Invis Shadow Blade of the Magnus will allow him to survive.
He BKB before the Shadow Blade that time to not get the radiance, but he still could not find a good opportunity for that RP. OP is going to respawn very, very quickly. Do they actually want to take a fight around Roche? Now, in their mind, it's like, it's been 10 minutes. That is pretty long.
Yep. We're going for...
Oh, he got orb distance.
We are going for speed. We're going the distance. That is what's coming in from Puck.
That is quite surprising. It is very far. Max distance 20-25, but 420 gold per minute. That's like 4 Shadow Demons right now.
Dude, 420 is only a meme. S4 is a player, not a memer. He subscribes to the Book of Loda.
Well.
So Roshan's up.
Yep. Dire knows it. Radiant is gonna know very soon.
It's max spawn time. Everyone knows it now.
It's only been 10, so it's not quite max respawn.
They find Anna. Anna does have the regeneration up. We'll see if he has enough damage. The Orchid keeping... Still, the damage... Surviving. Fly's got a little bit more to help out. Not throwing it down on burning the break. He'll have to BKB. Trying... Remaining healthy, doesn't have any kind of armor to toggle through this one, but Notel damage isn't as scary. Straight TP up. Jirax runs forward. Where's that kick? They look for the hit on Q. It will not connect. Trees and just stay silent. Don't. Oh no, Notel saw it. Did he? For a moment? Nope, there's your run. Now they'll. He subscribed. But S4, like, you try and survive. The heck. They hang around him. Q wants to just with him. S4 in front. And Q slowly and surely. They wait. Q will still die. Prevents this.
Straight into the row. Refresher is RP is all that Magnus has in his arsenal. And that was just one RP on a 4. Not end up doing that much in that fight.
Man, OG are actually not going in for Roshan. They're pushing the lanes out instead. They want to keep the equilibrium going their way before Roshan starts to happen.
I think they're also waiting for all their Manta and Illusion cooldown so they can actually prevent this Magnus.
Is that the other reason why you just let the Warlock run for so long? Like, get Metamorphosis back up again. Like, you're not going to push, and the longer Warlock's down, OG is not going to be doing anything.
They prevented themselves from getting RP'd, is why you just sent all the illusions out of them.
OP. The Hex! S4 is there! OP trying to create space, and all he does create space for OG. Burning has to commit. Brought down the Puck. S4 does have buyback. That is not available for the Storm Spirit. Run forward. Mental Illusions. Now they're going to look for at least the mid-racks.
XF This is your time.
Or do they? They're backing up. They're looking towards... They're not pushing down the lane. They want to get the Aegis in their hand. And cheese.
Looks like they're scared. Potentially the big RP from X. Still be right.
Storm Spirit, it's risky to attempt it. And then a fresh Yule Scepter. They saw him coming thanks to the Sentry Ward, giving him the vision. Up, Roshan's down. No talent as the Aegis anymore. Magnus tricks to the trade. Ricky Martin by the river, and he'll now jumping back in front. Sentries everywhere, detection everywhere. 86 gaming a 4 down if OG want to push.
Another D for OG as the Roshan respawn. All things have been going their way. Runes right before the Roshan. They've been playing pretty excellent after the initial debacle in the first 15 minutes of the game, where they were only limited. Started coming out, and they had some net worth to play around. Are in very dominant position in this game one.
And Invictus get the vision back if they can allow. Switched out his Aghanim Scepter, so he has the Scythe, he has the Bloodthorn. These individuals able to do, that's what OP's intention was in the mid lane, to create that space to have OG a man down. This gaming to start re-establishing map control. It's not coming their way, so instead still fall back to what they have. It is a game with buff of Empower. Huge advantage. You still have the double arm rock with Fatal Bonds. OG, even though these fights and 5 minutes control seems to be going their way, they are still not home and host in game one.
Yeah, there's only been since that's this game, and what, 3 times I think with unanswered.
They could punish the RP before us because it was in OG.
Yep. And no Lincolns on a source preference of a Scythe of Vice. Maybe pain perhaps in this next team fight, especially without a Lotus or War. I think a Glimmer to a Lotus Orb in his quick buy has to keep the Storm alive. The Magnus can't do it himself.
Defense is the name of the game. OG, really? Is it a run it, Anna?
They have to skewer into. That is a very big. They're pushing against Magnus.
The illusions. It'll see Invis thanks to his Shadow Blade once again burning. Forced to try and fend this, but this is that slow illusions bringing down OG. This, well, play you would see when Luna working together. Now, Invictus Gaming do have easy ways to clean up the illusions, but it's still taking time. But especially when they split up this much.
All 3 lanes, though.
I'm wondering if you start chipping away the range racks as well, or if the tier 3 towers are your primary thing.
Why not all 3?
Yeah,
why not all 3 lanes? Why not 2 T3s and range racks at the same time? They have enough illusion.
Bobaca's nearby. Go for the jump out, but at least clean up the creep wave that was on bottom as S4 range and very luck. He can jump.
I guess he doesn't actually need the GPM too much on the puck. It's pretty cool to control the mag. Or
this is the most important menu up on our screen. Menu. The 3 can all come back. And it's only 800 shy. Pick up their buyback.
OP gunning for Fly.
Long jump out. Does he have enough damage? He should. In this one, the Orchid. I say the Orchid is the 4th return. Rocks will fall, but now it's OD on the aggression. XXS is forced back. Stunned up. He got hit by the Dream. I'm just letting RP do it. There's no other choice. Oh, take more of the damage. He's able to do it. The Aegis Immortal will burn. It puts him in Immortus back on cooldown. Back, looking for target. S4 up and towards the air. The also big kill. 100 seconds without him and the control. OG's losing too many of the front lines. They down this so much pain, but more patience from Invictus Gaming.
And only 1 buyback, and that's on a Storm Spirit. Still down 9 Bloodstone charges, but finally XSS is able to connect on 2 RPs, and it was so big for them that they were able to take out the Terror Blade before he was able to Sunder. I don't believe he got a Sunder off that fight at all.
Nope, he did not.
And that's going to have to be at least one buyback. I don't think the Alk is going to be enough alone, but maybe because they don't have one on the Magnus. So they'll kind of feel it out with just an Alk buyback. I think it's enough, but it's not be. I think IG just want to end this right now, though. They don't have buyback on Storm.
Yeah, Magnus, however, he's still so far buffed. This is your other issue, or is he? Is it going to be the end of... So they're not clear OG, but without the Puck's initiation, they're a little bit more confident.
So they're going to take a lot of T3 damage, and T3 opens up shrines, and is that worth a buyback right now?
Not for the Terrorblade. He's 21 seconds away. You just have enough faith in Ana to do the... Up the blink. Oh, XXS is preparing the concoction. Have to stun him. He can look towards it with a kick from G-Rax, making it to... But that melee Rax is falling quickly. He goes 6 seconds until No Talent is back up again. Invictus Gaming, all they have to do is get out now. But do it straight TP. And Invictus Gaming, it has taken an hour to do it. But Rax will fall.
That was a OG, but valuing the life those two heroes over. They could maybe get a Storm game themselves, but it's risky. I think they have to make this game is buying back or not, because they still have trying, so they can easily catch them out with a Dream Coil and do about it. Maybe BKB damage to whack through it.
We have the Alchemist. He's switching himself between Radiance and Blood for the fights, looking for Storm Spirits. BKB is down. Have anything else that will actually save him from the Bloodthorn.
It's really good versus Juggernaut. He has to Mansa very often in the fights, and BKB Bloodthorn a better.
Such a great time for IG to fight. There's a fresh item on the Magnus. He's got double Hex. It's the Scythe device combining up with the Refresh Orb. That
one Alchemist game could, or death right here for them. And I certainly know that something is up right now, and they're trying to fan out their illusions, but is it going to be enough on person to pop out the smoke?
S4 still a buyback off cooldown too, but hey, there's a Blink Dagger on Fly, so congratulations, Fly. You've now bought your first mate. It only took you 62 minutes.
And it couldn't come at a more important, as Alchemist is flirting with being dead for the rest of the game.
No talent. Flying back to pick up BT. Smoke screen. That won't do anything. Fly was already away. BT's on the Terror.
Are they trying to potential for
the glory push?
I'm by BOTs of the game without saving. Is
either that or he's like, you know what, I'm
okay. He sold it at him, and now he has
only 200 gold short of it though.
I checked this thing, it said like 690, so he had to sell something fairly.
Oh, for the target, the Hex is in trouble. Alchemist TP. Will still be another Bloodthorn. The damage is there. The Alchemist down. No telling. About the smoke screen. The disruption will allow them. Forward, full kill for Burning and the RP. That could be the game right there. Done. Have they? OG Burning. He wants to put the now. Talos back up thanks to his buyback with the Hex. Mallet in the air. It's Invictus locking down Notel. Burning will hold him. Nothing more to do but skewer him into the afterlife. They will lose the game after being the first ones to really enter the base, taking the tier 3 towers, but Invictus Gaming paid today.
God, that was such a hard game for IG to win. Oh my goodness, they had to pull out everything, and I thought that S4 had brought it back with this puck, but RP late game is just so hard to deal with.
It really is. There's a reason why that Magnus Juggernaut
Dire team ban. Reserve time. Reserve. Newbies turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Newbies turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Juggernaut.
Alchemist.
Newbies turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
Ursa Warrior.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Newbies turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Newbies turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Newbies turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Bat Rider!
Newbies turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Lina. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Newbies turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Vengeful spirits.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining.
Weaver.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
If not, we'll get fogged and Melini on this one, I think.
I see them sitting in the dark.
Can we talk more about how good Magnus
we can go over
is?
now.
How good
So,
Magnus is? Pretty good hero.
We're all good. We're all good. Let's go down to the commentary team right now for game one.
Aiden, and just before you don't miss any action, we've got faith. Getting taken down by XXS. He's a bit annoyed, gods, that Newbie, they took his Magnus away from him. He'll be playing the bat this game. We're straight in. Welcome to you all, of course, here in the low bracket finals. The two hottest teams in China at the moment, IG versus Newbie, fighting it out, obviously to get to the championship, but most importantly, really, to get the chance to prove themselves in a best of 5 against OG. We've had the drafts, gods, it's something a little bit different from both sides. Venge coming out in a bit of a different capacity, back on the support. We're used to seeing it really as a core nowadays, and back over the other side, Baboka showing us that Weaver support that really started to fade out.
Yeah, and not even when it was being picked, it was almost always with the Drow Rangers, so something a bit different from IG. They get the early first blood. That's going to help out their lanes a lot. And I think also importantly to note is the first pick out. Something IG haven't been doing. They picked it over here as like Earth Spirit that were available. They must really look at this hero after like some of the OG games and say, this is going to be absolutely absurd. We need to play more out.
On top lane, XXS, he was hoping to go for this trick, but Newbie were well aware of it. You've got Kaka and Faith.
He doesn't want to miss it.
Yeah, having to walk for a fair bit of the Firefly here, but with the roll forward, they've got vision on him. And now down, back on the ground. XX says he can try and buy as much time as he can, duking for the tree line. In fact, Faith's been caught on the wrong side. He can't get in close enough for the lockdown, and XXS...
Roll number 2. Will this one land?
He's got to hit it, and he's not going to, but he may have body blocked him up here. XXS trying for the duke around for the tree line, but Newbie will finally pick up the kill and take down the bat.
Faith is like, you guys go for the kill. There's CS under the tower. I'm going to take this. Venge is 3 CS as a TI winner.
Cool,
That's like actually...
we thought it would be a support Venge.
Faith has other ideas, you know. He's done. He's like, I'm a TI winner. I'm going to take over the core role. This match is easy. Yeah, that's the efficiency play. You don't miss the CS of the tower. At least someone gets it while your carry gets a first blood, which is better than the 3 or 4 CS. So they didn't actually miss out on much. And cute little play from Bat, but Newbie recognizing what was up and had both supports up there ready to contest it.
And of course, as we can see in the mid lane, it'll be very interesting to watch Newbie drafting this Ursa to go, hey, he can 1v1 against an Alchemist, but then IG said, well, we'll throw a support Weaver into the lane and have Baboka sitting there being an incredible nuisance to this Ursa.
Often you see like a support come, harass, help out mid lane, but this is like a true dual lane in some ways. Baboka's just like...
yeah, take the lane whilst the out goes to the jungle. Yeah.
Okay. Where is Alk headed? Grab some bounty runes, actually. That's where he's headed.
Maximum efficiency.
Yep. Weaver will take a couple CS while he's gone. And you're happy, even if he doesn't get the CS. It's still XP being shared around. And yeah, as you said, efficiency is the name of the game. Very different look from IG. Normally this is a team that's being like the tempo setters, playing more aggressive, but perhaps the series against OG has given them like some different views on how Dota can be played. They're showing some versatility. Perhaps this is how they think they have to play against Newbie, because Newbie, I'd say kind of similar to OG, can be a more defensive, farm-oriented team, although this draft, not the case so much. And even the game they won against EG in that Game 3 decided, they kind of changed the tempo and took the early game in a much heavier way. Oh, Ursa's like, sweet, I'll take that plus 30 gold from the Beatles. Extra CS.
CS at the moment, as we can see.
Jungle out.
Yeah, OP keeping himself ahead with these camps, of course. Yeah, Talon and the Quelling Blade.
Yep.
All the coil damage that he can have.
Yeah, I thought it would just like grab a bounty rune and come back mid, but it seems like they're actually going to have the Weave in the mid lane. It's a pretty like unlaneable matchup against the Ursa. It's a very hard counter in the laning stage, and I think that's where IG picked this Weaver. Like, it's kind of a 4, but also a 4 that's going to get something in the lane.
Blooming heck, SCCC nearly found the kill
Is he going to find the kill? Tower hits, okay, not quite enough. SCC will survive.
Yeah, also had an Earth Spirit rolling in, trying to clean up, but wasn't able to find it. Top lane, once again, XXS. Trying to play around, tease with the Luna, slow down U9's farm, but it's only going to end up giving them another kill to the safe lane of Newbie.
Yeah, playing the safe lane very well. XXS talks about as one of those like standout players on the IG side throughout this tournament, but he's off to a rough start.
Oh, Kaka's been spotted out here by Baboka, and Baboka will certainly make him roll the heck away.
Yep.
Didn't have the bugs.
You may have seen him plant that ward. He kind of turned his head, had to change the direction he was facing to put it down before running away, so might be apparent, although it doesn't look like any sentries coming out, just the one observer ward for the mid lane.
And at the moment, this kind of greed from IG, it doesn't really look to be punished in the sense of how we're seeing the Weaver in the Alk lane and jungle. We've obviously got the rotations of this Earth Spirit, but he's headed towards the top.
Yep.
And that's going to give all the space that OP needs to get that solid start in the jungle, and Weaver to have an okay time in lane. Top lane, we'll see if Kaka can get away with this. Obviously, already we have seen XXS die a couple of times up here. Playing a little safer, maybe not safe enough. Actually, Kaka going to roll up into the hands of Baboka.
Doesn't have his role, but I'm not sure Baboka is going to be aware of that one. Maybe aware that ward's there now, since it's a very aggressive spot to be in, and normally you're only moving there to get that deep ward down, so.
And Baboka with what could potentially have been a surprising movement just going up to the top lane, but it was spotted out by that dire observer ward, so Newbie know exactly where he is. And now with the lane free, I saw, in fact, SCCC coming very deep across, seeing if they could find OP in the jungle. They'll see him back in the lane now, but he is on the safe side as such, as KP and Kaka won't be able to cross the middle to get to him. Yeah,
they've ordered both jungles, so making sure they try and limit his farm as much as possible, and anytime he is getting a bit greedy, they're able to try and rotate in using the Earth Spirit +1. SCC. Problem is for Ursa in the mid lane, it's not a hero that doesn't excel in pushing out the wave, so typically if you're going to go gank the Alk, you have to spam the wave out and then make that aggressive move, so not too easy for a hero like the Ursa. But as it stands, Alchemist is just going to continue to jungle. Has gone for, I was going to say, he's taken like a page from the OG book in terms of the Alk pick, but this is the NB build. He went Phase, Iron Talon with the Quelling Blade, all the early game efficiency items, and these items help you jungle incredibly fast. Phase is really good damage. You get damage from Iron Talon, Phase Boots, and Quelling Blade, and you just right-click very, very hard, and you get from camp to camp a little bit faster with that Phase movement speed as well.
Top lane, aggression once again from Newbie as XXS, the third time being taken down up here. I mean, the two of them plus Kaka, Faith and U9 have been able to maintain pretty strong control of this lane. And XXS has to be careful. I mean, I guess you could say backing up to the jungle, but as we've seen, OP's pretty much got his hands on that. So yes. XXS, one of the downsides of this efficiency, causing him to be forced to go to that top lane, and it's costing him his life multiple times.
Yeah, and even though the jungle's been expanded, you've got more camps on these 7.0 patches, it's a lot riskier. There's only like one area in the jungle where it's safe, which is like the secret shop camps are fairly safe. They have been warded up heavily, but it's very easy to rotate in to protect them. You're right by a shrine. the other camps, like the further east you go, the more dangerous it gets. So it's not like you can split the camps up, because naturally the junglers are going to kind of levitate towards the safer place to be.
And it really feels for IG, they've got to make something happen at this play. They're smoked up with Q and XXS, but again with the three of them there on Newbie, it's very hard for them to get something done, and once again, Bat in trouble. The boulder smash into the right-click damage from U9 brings him down once more, and this top lane is turning out to be an absolute disaster for IG.
Yeah. SCC's even rotating for a second kill, but Boca can Shikuchi and TP. There we go. Yeah, we'll pop the stick charges for that. But yeah, disaster. And this is the perhaps biggest weakness in their draft, is that if Bat gets contested in lane and needs to fall back to the jungle, he can't fall back to the jungle. So his only option is to keep going to that off lane, and they're trying to solve it by sending supports up there. Birding's more than okay free farming way down bottom, but I think the solution is going to have to be the Jug rotates, because even bringing both supports, the Weaver and the Rubik up there to help the Bat, proves to not be enough. Newbie respond, they have good answers with the Ursa rotation, so I think if you want to try and secure Bat's lane, Jug needs to help out. Perhaps even Bat even takes over the bottom lane, because this Juggernaut is the strongest fighting hero right now for the IG side.
Yeah.
To fall. Oh, maybe he's trying to juke him out.
Juke him at the trees. Bobaca's like, okay, which way is he going to go? As long as there's no observer ward. But he's got an observer ward sitting up on the top side. So even if Jerax does try and juke this, it's not going to work. Jerax is becoming the courier. That's what he's actually becoming.
That was a very nice attempt to juke, though. I will give him that. That's not something that you see too often. And then Boboka potentially could have wasted a lot of time. It probably would have worked a lot better if it were nighttime and if that observer ward weren't there. But Boboka's happy to leech.
Jerax has to be counted the experience. All right, welcome back, everybody. As you may have seen, IG able to claim the first blood with the Lina in the mid. And that is a beautiful start for Invictus Gaming, while Enigma still having issues in the jungle thanks to this Ricky Mara rotation. And welcome back, Merlini.
Hello.
Apologies for the short delay.
Lina had to chase the Invoker very, very far. This is a tough lane. And I thought that Newbie were going to pick in the last series, but potentially thinking that it was going to be a very, very tough matchup, did not opt for it. And looks like Ana is suffering a little bit of the same fate, although OPCS is not amazingly good. Boboka,
he would love to get that courier, but Llamas no.
Enigma is slightly ahead in terms of levels, and they do have that one sentry ward on the high ground, but that does not mean Jerax is free to roam wherever he wants.
Because even taking the courier for himself, bringing boots across the river.
Jerax doesn't have mana for another conversion. What's he actually going to do now? Does he use the Invoker Shrine?
Oh, no, look, he's even trying to bait the last hit out.
And he still got it.
Yeah, it was Boboka who actually claimed it. But now, with the battle, Ana brings him the cold snap. Boboka has to put down the smoke screen, but one more attack. Boboka's so low. Oh, he goes in this! So close to death, and Boboka will TP out once again.
Is there
the problem child, and well, rotation in from Q. They get the light strike array. Ana tries for the sunstrike. Sunstrike OQ will walk into it. The damage from the tower will not enough to bring him down. Invictus Gaming, they're all over OG like a hot rash.
Oh man, Baboka again on this Riki, just causing so many problems. And I think Invoker was caught out there because he's probably thinking, do I hit the Sunstrike? Do I shoot in base? How long is he going to wait for him to TP out? And normally it's the players playing against the Invoker that are constantly fearing for Sunstrike, but it might have gotten him killed right then.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Invictus Gaming, you couldn't have asked for a better start. You do still have the issues, the fact that Centaur as well as Juggernaut are still #1 on the CS board, so on that front, you're still getting a hell of a lot, especially when this happens. The Sunstrike will miss the timing. S4 still has double edge, but he doesn't have to use it, so Burning will lose his life on the off lane.
He was just way too close. He just straight got hit by a hoof stomp.
Overconfidence, lapse of concentration. You'll need a lot more of that. Remember, this is a best of 5.
Normally, people are even more cautious when there's Sunstrike in the game, but not Burning.
Nope. My eyes are on the creeps. My eyes are on the farm, and Babakur, my eyes are on him leeching once again.
Maybe, I mean, potentially he could have even wanted to die, I suppose, to front on top lane, but that's not generally something that you want to do as a Spectre.
Real troubles. The smoke screen is down. He's going to get out of range of it, but with both Laguna Blade plus the Fadebot, the damage is too high. They trigger off the dust, and there's not enough real damage, even with Fatal Bonds connecting them. Q's not taking any more hits. Bobica still revealed. Malefice, you have enough mana from Jirax.
Oh, he has to use Invoker Shrine too. That's not good for Invoker. He's already died twice. Normally you fall back to the jungle, formations and whatnot.
Yep.
But yeah, that's not terribly great for him. Burning, playing around with No-Tail in the top lane, just trying to prevent himself from getting Omni Slash, and No-Tail is not able to connect.
But No-Tail's still happy with this. You force Burning off the lane like he only just came back up here, and all the damage you take, Burning has to give consumables. You just commit a healing ward. So easy regeneration. It's bringing the attention of the Rubik towards the top. And Ricky is also starting to roam around, so maybe he turns his attention to the top. And this is where Enigma can just start to get proper experience inside the jungle. He'll do it underneath almost the Observer ward that is down there from Invictus Gaming. So that is the upside that IG know exactly what he's doing. And No-Tail, spin TP out. The rotations will be in vain from IG.
Do you see Invoker's net worth right now? Oh my goodness. He is number 8 on net worth.
Number 8 on net worth?
Number 8. Okay, he just went to number 7, but he was number 8.
Yeah, this is not a happy day for Anna. Like that hand of Midas timing, we talked about like Anna being targeted in game 1 with the Alchemist, where it ended up being that late armlet into Radiance timing. But this game is going to be a very late hand of Midas.
XSS feeling that gank out. He has Observer Ward, but it's far to the west.
He at least knows that the Enigma has made the maneuver. The maneuver, which may not be read easily, is No-Tail, but actually, yeah, there's another Observer Ward back behind the Tier 1, Tier 2 tower up on top lane.
And Baboka is also treading in that area, trying to scout out where exactly this Juggernaut is.
Maybe it could be for the Rubik. Like, the pulls just happened. Like, unless No-Tail, because No-Tail doesn't have spin TP available. He's got 17 seconds before he can use that. But with only one creep underneath the tower, No-Tail, oh, he jumped out. He'll have to spin to commit to this one, or does he? The pickup is there from Q. There wasn't enough mana. The Mango Charge was available. Stampede will be used just to get No-Tail out of jail.
Wow, that was almost a sick play from Burning. He spaced himself almost perfectly in between himself and the creep so that it could have just killed the creep and
now the spin with Cold Snap. They need to keep the vision over on Bobica, but he can just jump for the Sunstrike. Bobica, too fast.
Oh,
too furious. Back to the T1 tower.
That is really bad losing your T1 tower this early in the game. 8 minutes, Invoker has no T1, he has no Shrine, he has Enigma taking up his jungle. He does not have very many places to recover.
There is the big advantage, and I'm going to keep looking towards him on that bottom lane. S4 already with the hood up and running, so when he initiates in with the blink, he's going to be able to initiate in and survive. A lot of the damage from Invictus Gaming is not really going to be as effective against him. You look for the damage out from the Lina. Again, he's tanky and resistant against it. And the Spec doesn't really do a hell of a lot with the Empower from the Magnus. And the Magnus himself, he's actually got some good CS as well. But it's actually going to go for Arcane Boost. So both Blink Daggers, timing should be roughly the same. But it still feels like OG's going to have a lot more power coming into this 10-15 minute mark. And No-Tail's coming in again. Burning's already let the Spectral Dagger go. And No-Tail, Phase Boots on cooldown, he can't reach him, and no Omni Slash available either. So he would have had to rely on the spin damage to find the kill.
Yeah, perhaps maybe with a Sunstrike too. The phase is very nice for that situation. Maybe some players would consider the treads for the attack speed benefit with the Empower as well as the extra agility, but the extra phase certainly helps chase people down. He's going to be on top of the Warlock a lot. He has to deal against the Stampede, so phase probably the better choice here.
The Sentry just saw OP go into the tree line. JRX will try and roam around the side, so they at least know there's one invisible there. But you don't have Black Hole yet, so the instant stun isn't going to be there yet. But Hoof Stomp is available. But it's going to be top tower being attacked. So smoke up, IG's going to rotate up towards the top. Fortification's already gone out, and you've got Notel desperately trying to push this. But with Spin, starts off the TP, and just in time, Invictus Gaming are not there to stop it. They'll be able to stop the push, but the TP went directly to bottom lane. So Notel, after doing the attack, forcing the rotation from Invictus Gaming, they push to bottom lane now.
They could have potentially TP'd in with the Magnus there. If you tried to spin TP, you'd just RP him because he was very close to the tower, but looks like they did not want to pull Magnus off the bottom lane, or perhaps they did not want to reveal their smoke position on top. But that smoke will not yield anything. Burning still struggling a lot in terms of farm. Maybe not as much as Ana, but still struggling as a Spectre. He will pick up an Iron Talon to just farm up the jungle. But Boca, what you doing?
He wants this. He wants this. I don't know if he can have this. This has to run away back to the safety of the wave. So no Sunstrike damage on him. XXS, okay, here's a Spectral Dagger. Jump in, RP, hold him in position. Sunstrike will connect on Burning in the Black Hole from Jirax, holding him here. The support is TPing in. It's the Invoker on his way, but can Ana get in range of Burning in time? Jirax, thanks to the stuns, it may be possible. Shockwave out, Jirax is dropping down low. He needs 2 more attacks at least to kill off Burning. One will not do the work. Burning retreats out just in time. And it is run home Burning.
I wonder if Ana's going to try and go for a Sunstrike right here. Nope, he just invoked Alacrity, or actually he just swapped Alacrity. Oh, maybe.
You can see Burning, he's going to shrine. He's going to shrine for safety.
Nice and safe play from him. I like how he tries to get involved with kills early, though, as a Spectre.
That was one of the big perks that we always looked at Notel for. Always rotate out in these heroes, which you may be like, oh, maybe I should just continue to farm a little bit longer. But with that spec, you always want to be able to jump in if you can, even if it's just to kill secure with your Spectral Horn.
And he could easily just power farm with the Empower. It's not amazing, but it's still by far better than normal Spectre's farming toolkit. And that was first Black Hole used. No Midnight Pulse on the Enigma. I think he actually skilled 2 in the Malefice to deal with the Riki, yeah, and that it was a big issue that he didn't have enough damage in the Black Hole. Sunstrike came out and it hit before, but no one was actually there to follow up with a Black Hole.
Well, that's a wonderful regeneration rune that lasted maybe 0.01 seconds, thanks to Pobica once again being on the front lines. Bottom lane is where we want to be looking right now, however. TPs have already come down there. And, okay, maybe with a jump forward, they go for the Sunstrike. Q's going to walk directly into it. A little bit more damage thanks to Malefice. Q will end up falling, but it's the jump out with the rock down from Fly. You've lost Burning too. Where's your extra stun? Notel gets pulled away with the skewer, but he body blocks up XXS. He can't run away. With all that spin damage going to work, you can at least jump out. There's no shrine damage, but you've got Laguna Blade. Notel regrets the follow through. The rest of his team wasn't with him, and the Survivor build, it just wasn't there either for him.
And the sacrifice will not be in vain. They were able to get a reserve reward up on the shrine, so that's actually pretty good for them. I don't think it's worth his life, but it was still very nice positioning by OG to be able to take advantage of that. But they did commit, what, 2 ultimates from Spectre, definitely worth it. He is actually not going for earn this game on Burning too. Maybe he's just decided he's too poor and needs to save it for bigger items. But he would have been able to spend a little bit of his unreliable gold right there.
You thinking like direct Radiance?
That's what it seems like. Although Radiance doesn't have the best synergy with the Magnus. Again, you want like an AM type hero, a hard right clicker with tons of attack speed, tons of agility.
Well, do you mess with Jirax then? Like, do you look for the early Diffuser Blade, reduce that mana, make Black Hole, if he does go for the mech, a little bit more of an issue for him?
Potentially. I'm trying to think of better builds for the Spectre this game. If you want to go for an agility build, perhaps.
He's got Radiance in the quick buy now.
Radiance is kind of the standard. I think if he were going for a right-click build, he would have just come in for Treads a lot earlier and Treads Diffusal Manta instead.
It stops the Blink Dagger if Jirax wants to go a little bit more aggressive with that Fly. Does he want to commit the Sentry? He will. Observer and Sentry is down. Bobica doing the wrap around. It's the Ricky dance.
And that Observer ward is right outside Dire's Sentry ward.
Oh boy.
Boboka knows something's funny is going on. They're TPing in. Rubik from the top side. Magnus from the...
Okay. Oh, we thought he was actually going to come in from the bottom. But no, they're just going to walk in. This will bring him underneath the Observer and Sentry of OG. But the pickup from the Rubik, Spectral Horn forward. The Cloud will actually separate them. G-Rax get a 3-man hole. But where's the follow-up? Notel wants to come in. Starts off the spin. The damage can be on the Q. The Horn Stomp! Perfect from S4. Catching out 2. The RP will finally be able to connect, skewer him up, Light Strike Array, and bring him to their knees. OP with the double kill. S4 still wants more with a double edge and damage from Ana. They need a little bit more damage than that, but they don't have the Light Strike Array. Stopping S4. OP able to get in range of the shrine. He's regenerating up quickly. Ana on the run, deafening blast, can't create up space. He'll be killed up by the shockwave. S4 can't dodge Light Strike Array. It's a triple kill for OP. Positioning is spectacular.
That was a great black hole by Enigma. I thought OP was going to cancel it. He wanted to cast Light Strike Array, but then he kind of just walked into it. So it ended up being a 4-man black hole from them, which was pretty big until XSS comboed 2 people with the RP into the Light Strike Array, and Spectre did end up dying there. So this pickup was pretty important. We see Lina slay from the bottom side, Stampede to close some distance, and I think she could have probably stunned, and the shockwave was not enough to finish him off. Damage looked like it had already been done. Fatal Bonds, Sunstrike, but look at this RP from XSS right there. And of course he gets the turn back, and that little bit of distance matters a lot.
Yep. It's that timing we're talking about. While it was a little bit hairy in game number 1, obviously we saw the beautiful RPs later on, but it's that timing, it's that skill, it's that mechanic ability that comes out from him, which is the reason why both Ben and I were flagging just how great that is from XXS.
And also, they're much better about using their shrines this game in OG.
Notel, he just goes for it. There's help here, the rock will fall, and the Fatal Bond's connecting over on 2. It looks like OG's going to get some freebies in the mid.
Nice Obs Ward and Sentry Ward placement. They definitely did not expect that play from Notel right there, just gunning for them as soon as that hit. Of course, the Stampede probably caught them off guard, too, but they were not ready to fight.
They're trying to run forward. Jirax, Malphus comes off cooldown right now. Burning's making his way forward. Jirax going to give them a bit of a stun, but it's Q with the Feybolt will find the kill. Nice grab, Laguna Blade as well. The spin, the damage is big from Notel. He's going to focus down towards Burning. Bobik at the Sunstrike. He doesn't run back into it. Neither does Burning. In fact, Bobik goes in. He goes aggressive, looking for the kill over on Notel. It's not going to happen, however. Both teams will back up. And damn, that Lina comes back quickly. Gotta love talents.
He actually suicided with his Bloodstone. He denied himself during the Omni Slash, it looks like.
Yep.
So
it was only the one kill at the start.
Yeah, they weren't able to get any kills on the Juggernaut there. He almost died then. Boboka is not scared too. I thought he was gonna run right into that Sunstrike, but they almost finished the Juggernaut off with that last little bit of the Spectral Dagger. Nice play from him. They're setting up kills where it looks very low probability.
Still a bit of a downside though when you start losing Bloodstone charges at the beginning, but it's no stranger for OP. I mean, it was the opposite way around with his Storm Spirit. But big group up, smoke up, out of range of any Observer Wards of OG, and there are 3 of them on the dire side of the river, but all of them will miss out. The question is now, with those Observer Wards down, you don't see anyone farming up in the jungle. There's no one pushing the mid lane. There's no one... Okay, we'll now get a little bit of a vision of Spectre farming up the bottom lane, but it's Ana. He's the main target. There it is again, but the pickup! He was skewering him back. It still will be enough damage to find the kill. Alacrity stolen as well, but Fatal Bonds connects all 4 heroes of Invictus Gaming.
They didn't even have to commit Haunt for that too. So Spectre can just keep peacefully farming on that right side of the map. That's a pretty good call by him by not to actually Haunt there, because he would have lost out on a lot of farm or had a TP back, both of which aren't particularly good for them. RP down, not the longest cooldown, 120 seconds at all levels, and they need to be a little bit careful about the Enigma just kind of farming up. He was very poor, and he was hindered a lot by the Riki, but now that he has Midas and going to pick up his GPM or cooldown talent fairly soon, he could start getting a lot of gold.
Yeah. Well, might also be worth pushing the Enigma up to level 15. Give him as much space as you possibly can to get that gold talent, get towards the blink, get towards the BKB.
Spectre actually has a lot of gold. It doesn't seem like a lot because he just has phase talent.
He has the recipe sitting in his stash.
Yeah, he has the recipe in his stash, and he's number 2 in net worth. So he's actually doing quite well.
Yeah, but none of it's effective net worth. Like OG are maybe also understanding that.
Well, maybe it's a good thing for him. It's like, well, they don't see that have anything on him. Maybe they don't feel like he's that close to Relic because he did not have the best early game. He was against a Centaur. He gave an early kill. He's 0-3 actually, but he's number 2 on network. So I think this score might be deceptive to OG, who think they might actually have more time than they do.
Yeah. And I feel they need to focus more on the other heroes. The 6-1 Lina, the 3-1 Magnus. Like,
but you're underestimating Empower if you think that Spectre's going to be poor. You can actually farm Ancients. Spectre farming Ancients is just not something that you're usually used to.
Dire Scan's able to scout out the fact that Juggernaut as well as the Warlock are around there. Obviously, it doesn't ping for multiples, just says someone's in the neighborhood. Also shows the reason why Ana was so confident farming the lane. So actually complete the entire pipe on S4. I was wondering what he would like look towards, like if you would consider going in for the Aghanim Scepter a little bit faster, but it looks like he wants to complete the entire pipe first.
So now both things have to start thinking about Roshan. If you're the one that wants to fight, you can force Roshan if you want, if it won't put you in too compromising of a position.
Well, Rock is up, Black Hole is up, and thanks to the Observer Ward down, they see OP farming. But also thanks to that dire Observer Ward planted by IG near the Radiant Ancients, they see a lot more, but the Omni Slash OP completely isolated. Oh, there goes some more Bloodstone charges, but thanks to negative 30 seconds, plus the Bloodstone charges, he is already alive again.
That's 2 ultimates. Not only the Omni Slash, but the Stampede as well. And now they still have 2 big ultimates in the Black Hole and the Warlock ultimate, but Stampede can mitigate a lot of the damage from the Spectre during the Haunt. And the Juggernaut, that's another tool for him to be invulnerable in the team fight. So No-Tail will start on Roche himself, but he's not very strong. They don't have
maybe IG doesn't think they're going to do it. Like, as long as Fly's behind them.
They have an Observer Ward way in the back.
Yeah,
close to the Asians.
And they haven't seen him run away yet, but that's the tree line. They don't actually see a hell of a lot. That tree needs to get cut down. They now see the first thing, which is Fly. But Smoke will break. XXS still looking for the initiation. S4 jumps in. The skill will drag him down. The RP catching 2, plus the stray stun over onto the Centaur. No Stampede available. They're still stuck inside the smoke screen. Warlock will fall. S4. He's still coming. Roche up at the light strike array. Holds him there. RP gets a triple kill, and Invictus Gaming, they can do no wrong.
That Observer Ward, though, and the scan, it hit onto IG. They were smoked, but Lina was not smoked. So they actually just thought it was Lina, like, oh man, what a waste of scam. And they weren't prepared for that sort of fight. They also did not have Stampede disengage. Juggernaut did not have the Omni Slash, and the Lina talent is a really big deal in this situation because they didn't have the spells that they needed to close out that fight cleanly.
Boy,
and that was really.
There they go again. The blink, the skewer, Ana goes invis, but he is brought down anyway.
That Observer Ward placement, look at that one. That's Riki too, but Boca just setting everything up. Yeah, XSS makes it look easy, but
here we go again.
That was almost a 3-man RP.
It was, thanks to Q, it kind of was. He stole the Hoof Stomp. He was the one that controlled up S4.
Not a spell you want to be giving away. You want to give away Double Edge, and a beautiful stun by OP right here. JRX just zoned out at the start of the fight due to the Spectre Radiance. He knows that he can't really go into the midst of the fight. But that's kind of the payoff that you go for when you go for the Midas first on the Enigma.
He wants this. He's going for the tower. Burning to the navel, but S4's also here, so Burning tries to solo contest No-Tail. I think he also gives enough respect to the fact that you do have the Omni Slash up. Burning can find himself very quickly dead, and I'm sorry, what?
3 Aquilas.
3 Aquilas? Is this the Riki build?
It's pretty good damage, I suppose. What do you actually get from the Bastia Aura? You're missing out on a lot of armor, I guess. I mean, that's unusual, to say the least.
Like 2.1 regeneration, great, but you could have afforded a Yule Scepter, which is another way to disable off Enigma's Black Hole.
If you're going for Mass Wraithbands, you might as well upgrade them, right? You might as well.
Really? You're going to say the same thing to a person who's just feeling so far behind they get Mass Braces?
Yo, he has 9 agility, so that's great because it stacks, you double dip because of Empower, right? Right?
Yeah.
I'm not even convincing myself here.
Would you like another straw to clutch?
I mean, it is 9 agility versus a 6 agility on the Wraithband, so you're getting like an extra 4.5 damage per Aquila, which is not bad. That's, it's hard to make a case for, but I can see where if there was a Magnus, it'd be like, okay, Baboka, nice troll, haha, good joke. But he right clicks a decent amount.
Well, we'll see if it works out.
It's good mana regen too, right? Except it doesn't give you any extra.
It's like 2.1.
Well, you don't get any. Oh, you don't even get any extra intel. It doesn't actually give you any more mana.
But Bobaka thinks we won't question the man who has been so instrumental in IG support rotations.
You can't even flash off your items as a Riki. You can't be like, dude, I got 3 Aquilas. What's up now? Like, no, with a normal hero, you can show up in lane and be like, what is this guy doing? But with a Riki, you don't actually see his items that often.
Maybe it's just like Riki might have like 3 rings, 3 fingers, so he's got 3 rings.
Where does the other 2 fingers go?
It's a good question.
Oh, come on, put 2 more Aquilas on your quick buy, please.
No,
please, sir.
He has to go defusal.
Oh, he does not have to do anything, Toby. No one told him you have to go 3 Aquilas.
He should probably hover around Roshan then. Again, the Observer was down for OG, so they look towards Roshan. TP support is on the way, but that Observer was further to the east, so OG have better information that this is coming. But every ulti is up, so the smoke will be there. The smoke will break. Spectral Haunt comes out. You gotta keep your... Drops the rocket. They can't get in, so they come out to fight. Roshan's still so low, but so is Burning. He can't get out the Midnight Pulse. The concept doesn't work, but Burning! He's... LOP will start to... He will can't even kill him! Lose 4, they lose Roshan!
OP denied himself again to heal up Burning. He's done this so many times throughout this tournament. OG get rolled inside the Roche Pit. That was probably the most perfect haunt timing that you can have. Any later, Roche would have died. They would have committed for it. Any earlier, he probably can't actually force a fight there.
Oh, boy.
But the haunt provides vision for the Enigma, so they don't actually care about the Enigma. That's one benefit that Spectre has over any other carry that they would have picked. And Burning, I cannot believe that he survives there.
The fact that Notal was never able to even Omni Slash, he was caught inside, like, he wasn't even caught inside the smoke at the very, very start. He was committing with the spin. Now it's Jirax. He can't black hole. He's actually caught by the smoke once again. And what do you do, Jirax?
Okay,
he can't even get the kill. Tricks of the trade will get the kill, but Notal, he'll jump in. The pickup is there from the Rubik. Burning wants to keep fighting. Now the Omni Slash will do his work. It's spinning Q, however. Notal has to try and up. Burning is still alive. The Sunstrike will finally put him down, but 3 seconds and the man is back again. Aegis to the Immortal, second life. Nothing of value is lost, apart from maybe the spirits of OG.
Damn. Crushed.
Really, it is. This is beyond crushing right now.
It was close up until that point.
Yeah, it was.
And then a massive drop off in the net worth as IG pushed themselves to a 15,000 after this tower, probably 16,000 net worth lead.
And if they take the tier 3 tower, then they open up shrines as well. XXS is already looking for the kills. They pick him up, and the skewer. It's just synergy Dota now from Invictus Gaming. And it can still hold the lines. That ice wall has caused problems, but what are you going to do? You're going to go through the cloud? What are you going to do next game? Ban the Riki in the first 2?
Well, OG are back up. Who needs respawn timer when you're only level 9?
Yep.
Actually, no one's level 9, but they're still pretty low level.
It's not as bad as it was for Fly the last game. He's level 11 this time around.
Oh, man, this is rough. The Riki with 3 Aquilas can actually pick most people off right now because he has a lot of damage with the Empower. He has 200 damage. Last game, I was talking about him having a lot. He was a little below 200.
XXS, OP, Invis Rune's going to find him, starts the live strike array. Doesn't matter if you're agility up. Where's your control? Jirax, he's got the black hole, but he can't do anything. Notal trying to spin away. You've already got the kill on Anna. S4's going to join him. Skewer him back over. Q can control him. Burning a triple kill. It's Burning not actually getting a Bobaca. No. You do not get to have yourself a rampage. Instead, it's Laguna Boy to pick off S4. Everyone's wide from OG, and they would love this nightmare to end. But even if they do, if they tap out now, you know it's 2-0 in favor of IG in this best of 5 finals.
That's how you punish greed. OG are like, they think they can get away with a jungle Enigma, but not when Boboka's in the house.
And everything's turning on him. The IG team, their own heroes could turn against them, and now this crowd is going to start to get to OG. You might have been able to keep your calm, your collective after game number 1, saying, you know, it's all right, guys. Like, that was a good game. It was nice and close. This game, IG, they be styling. And Notel wants to go again. A quick smoke up. Where's your attack? The Omni Slash forward. OP takes the damage. The Hofstopper won't connect, but the Sunstrike, it also doesn't connect. They can't hit these damn abilities. Fly is dying right now to the Ricky Maru. Boboka is trying to go ham, but he will finally be brought down. Notel will get the 775 gold for it, but you've lost your mid ranks as well as your melee on bottom.
The Spectre is too farm right now. My goodness. And Invoker also got punished versus Lina. I was like, yeah, okay, maybe they think they can do it, but they couldn't support the mid lane because Enigma is jungling, and Enigma can't jungle because of the Riki. So the Riki just making problems stem from every direction for OG. And
it begs the question, like even in the draft, like how would you solve it? Slaughter was brought
better
up.
lanes,
Better lanes.
not do a jungler. When's the last time we saw a jungler?
We didn't.
Stage probably.
That's why the panel was sitting there going, it's a four position centaur because you can't run the jungle against him, like a roaming almost like Earthshake style centaur. I don't know.
Well, they thought they could pressure the Spectre lane. Spectre plus Rubik is not very strong. Warlock Juggernaut is way stronger, especially if you have the top first range creep denied.
Yeah.
So I think that IG preemptively prepared for that, but how could they see the lanes coming? They had the
Good
Riki.
luck, Dotel. S4's coming down for the room. Boboka's there. It's just done. It's just murder on the dance floor. There goes another one. Anna's gone. And you're going to lose the Omni Slashing Juggernaut too. 3 heroes gone. 2 of them without buyback. And the line is drawn for IG. Go down mid. Rotate top. Arax is on the menu.
It's time to tap out.
It is.
We thought that, oh yeah, Centaur, he's pretty tanky, right? Nope, just dies in 2 seconds. Haunt just kills everyone on the radius side. Their game plan was pretty sound though. They group up. Yep. They have, I think the decision to go for the Midas over the mech on Jerax might have been a little bit hasty for him, just because they weren't even strong enough to do the team fight. Oh my god.
He can't even get out of that. This is GG. Invictus Gaming, 2 games up. Nothing against them in the grand final. They are 1 win away from getting the entire grand final in a whitewash in front of their home crowd.
I think that's a Boboka MVP if I had to choose. Yeah, he played pretty well in game number 1, but game number 2 was startlingly better.
But what
for
do you,
him.
Okay. You're now reaching the point. It's like, do you start switching up your draft? The Monkey King's been banned out in the first time, but you let Magnus through multiple times. You haven't stopped Burning's farm. Even on Spec, who doesn't synergize as well with the Magnus, it's still finding the openings. How do you change it? It's...
you might need to start picking Alchemist in the first phase. I don't know. They need Illusion Heroes, it seems, because every other game they've just gotten.
Well, you're not going to get Naga. Well, I don't know.
What do you do in the draft, guys?
Yeah, that's a good question. Panel, what can...
versus the world pay-per-view this Saturday.
Dude, Team China's got some legit heroes. They've got synergy coming in too with the Wraith King, with PA. They have scaling potential as well.
I think Sumail may have missed the mark a little bit here.
They gave him a stun.
Gave him stuns, lockdown.
An AoE team fight ultimate from Void. Time dilation's pretty good in this game. And you look at Team World's heroes. If I had any of those heroes, oh no.
What are you talking about? I had that in my pub last night. This looks pretty similar to a 3K pub here over on the Team World side. 5 cores, all melee, and really no home. I have no idea who's going to be the ward bitch in all this.
Well.
Oh, it looks like Ice is pretty heavy in support. No, he's got Poorman Shield.
They've got Jarex jungling. We have it looks like it's going to be the Miracle roaming anti-mage, as Peter was talking about with the Orb of Venom. You actually are able to do a lot of catch. Faith Beyond's going to be playing, it looks like a Slark with the Poor Man's Shield.
Okay.
And VGJFY, they're actually smoked up. Team China, they're coming. Looks like they might be able to find somebody. Oh, and Miracle actually breaks it.
You want to get in there early with a first blood and just kind of assert dominance in a match like this.
Ice, he gets stunned up by Burning.
Do they have any more
cold
stuns?
arrows? Are they able to chase him out? Nope, he's able to doppel down. He'll be just fine.
And again, only really one stun around. A pounce could help, but outside of that, you don't really have anything at level 1 to offer in stopping your opponent there. So
let's take a look at these. I'm looking at these items. It looks
keep
like,
a look at the items.
I think Burning's playing support, huh? Burning's got some boots on this Wraith King. Yep.
So he's like that 4 roaming around for his team.
Does look like it. ROTK's got a Blightstone and Tangos. It looks like he might be the other support.
So they're not going to get like one really just worthless wards only kind of player here. If that's the case, we could see indeed all these freaking Midases come out and be in for a 2-hour experience. But again, shouts to the players for being able to participate in this All-Star matchup. A lot of them still competing and going into the later part of the night. All good. And looking to put on a bit of a show here.
I know Jarex is going to have a good time, just straight up jungling, but Burning knows this. Burning's like, ha, I'm going to go in your jungle and not let you do that. We have Miracle actually positioned himself. He's waiting for the courier. We do see, yeah, Miracle does want to go for a courier snap. It's not coming out just yet, though.
It's not even moving. I don't even know if FY cares about the courier in this one.
Not just yet. So Team China does realize that is a solo Terrorblade in the safe lane, so they're going to rotate the Phantom Assassin support up there and start pressuring him with the Void and PA.
Envy on the Terrorblade, of course.
Bottom lane, though, Sumail. Oh, gets brought down. See, this is the problem. You pick a stun, and they even have a secondary kind of stun with the Pounce. So Pounce Leash with Wraith Fire Blast.
So Sumail's
very problematic.
Tilted now, right?
Oh, that's already. Jarex is already.
Just got to make sure he puts his teammate in check there. We'll let that one slide, but it's going to be the first nod going to Team China here. Mid lane, I'm seeing some sort of gank possibly break out here onto FY, trying to punish Lady Drow Ranger. It's Miracle, the roaming anti-mage, getting in with the slices. Now they're committing with the lance.
Oh, he puts a branch to try to block himself. Is he able to survive? He eats his Fairy Fire as well. Sitting at 40 HP. 10. And Miracle gets the finish up last
roaming anti-mage, look out for it in your pubs. New meta here.
You have to watch out. The amount of slow from Spirit Lance and from the Orb of Venom is just too much. Oh, Sumail again, bottom lane. He gets brought down again. Oh man, this is what happens. He doesn't have a Stout Shield in the off lane. This is unacceptable. Going for a Quelling Blade in the off lane? Sumail, come on.
No proper dual lane.
Universe would be very disappointed.
And I don't even know if he wanted to kind of forfeit the lane and go to the jungle. There's no more real estate space in there. Jarex is kind of already bringing through the mileage and probably sharing the jungle with that with Ice from time to time. But we'll see. Sumail just kind of adhere with it and head back south. But Jarek's going to be the big breadwinner as he farms through that jungle front. It's going to be interesting. A lot of the heroes on the side of Team China are not going to be dealing with ruptures too well.
They will definitely suffer from that, yeah. Jarex is going to have an excellent game. We know we said it. Bloodseeker, he's just going to kind of be free up jungling, but it does seem like Team China is attempting to solve it. You know, they have ROTK roaming the jungle. They have Burning running around. Just constantly trying to keep pressure onto Jarex. They know that he's going to be the problem in this game.
So question for you on the Drow Ranger. You're a Drow with a bunch of melee heroes. Do you actually even bother leveling up the aura, or do you skip it? Do you get a value point in it?
Value point. He'd probably 4-1-1.
Okay.
Depends on how his lane's going. I think it's going to be depending on that one. He should have it just fine time versus the DL.
The Emperor is here.
Oh, they're in. The double roam.
Oh,
the crit by Burning.
They need another one.
Jarex. Was this a misclick? Oh, 18 HP.
He's got him.
They don't have the mana on Burning. Just out of range of the dagger. The boots, will they be enough? They are, and the crit to finish him off.
The chop down from B-God himself. It should be a privilege, really.
Is this Burning involved in all 3 kills? 100% kill participation from B-God himself.
And I guess Sumail's done with bottom lane and is going to be the new roamer suddenly.
Oh, Burning's taunting him a little bit. Just kind of walking around. He's got the TP up if he wants to. Oh, yeah.
I'll just TP on your
Sumail drops
torch.
his items. He's like, come on, stop that TP.
Very cute.
So taking a look at the CS right now, it does seem like Team China is dominating. Not only the kill department, but lanes across the board.
Mid lane, top lane, bottom lane, all getting a serious amount of
FY, though,
farm.
getting pressured pretty heavily by Ice. Accidentally walking up on the hill there. And it looks like he's just going to go for, not really getting the gust, just a couple more levels in the precision aura. Just for himself. Just very greedy play.
I'm curious about how these skill buildups are going to be quite different.
Oh, yeah.
Considering the circumstances that these teams have been put into. It's gonna
So
get quite
far,
ridiculous.
checking out a couple of these heroes, we do see a couple of items being put into quick buys, just the boots. Nothing crazy just yet.
I'm curious to see for the cores who are now delegated to the support position how they itemize from there. Ooh. It's like SCCC still taking it to Envy here in the top lane. He's got 24 and 8. Envy on the other side 16 and 5.
Burning's got boots, wind lace, Clarity's already. Oh, Fitbion's getting some pressure on him bottom from the Miracle rotation, but now we do Burning with the Ray Fire Blast. They're turning it onto Sumail and Miracle.
Nice
but do I say that? Fitbion actually getting turned on, dropping very low.
Oh, they're going to go
40
for it.
HP. Is he going to get the Miracle gets stunned. Fitbion cleans him up. Sumail gets the last hit, but he's going to go down himself here by Burning. Again, Burning everywhere. Involved in 5 kills already. He has his Wraith King. Unbelievable.
Greatest player on the planet. The raid is going right here. It's going to get out of control fast. Sumail takes another fall on this one.
Oh, look at Miracle. Oh, man, what a mistake there. He tries to TP to fill Ice bottle. Oh, Sumail does it right, though. Miracle messing up, but Sumail not going to mess that one up.
These guys are not used to having to do that, where they have to send to a lane. They're used to being the guys receiving the filled bottle, not handing it
I believe
off.
he actually... RTK breaks the smoke instantly, but now he might get turned on. Miracle with the body blocks. Orb of Venom. Is the shrine active?
No
The shrine is not ready. ROTK, he's getting right-click down. The dispersion, or the Desolate damage plus the Orb of Venom from Miracle, just too much.
Hey,
now Burning, being chased out a little bit. The Orb of Venom. Oh, no way to stop that TP.
They need stuns to cancel TPs.
Anti-Mage not 6 yet. The only stun that they actually do have on their lineup.
So TPs of high value here for Team China, I imagine.
Yes, absolutely.
Already high value when you're going against a Bloodseeker.
Oh, mid lane though. Now again, Miracle just with these quick rotations everywhere. FY getting body blocked up again. And he gets brought down quickly.
Nice
Miracle
take.
and Burning, definitely the standout player so far for this match.
Good stuff there. ROTK gets to take over the mid lane for now.
Sumail just tanking a bajillion hits from Faith Beyond, and oh my god, what is he doing?
He's dead, that's what he's doing.
He just let himself get 10 stacks of Essence Shift already. It's 6 minutes in the game, how is that even possible?
He's tilted.
No, Sumail, come on.
I mean...
Miracle, Burning, standing toe-to-toe. It's trade-off. Miracle, baiting with the blink. He's got it up at the gust from the low ground from FY. Are they going to clean him up? No, they're not. It looks like Miracle's got a blink.
He's out of there.
Very close. Mid lane, Ice, Faith Beyond even making a rotation in. Ice, try to make a little tricky player there with Illusion, but no, they know better.
They do, and they got his number. He goes down. China up ahead, 7-4. I think I know the game plan overall for Team America here. They have, or Team World rather, they have put Envy in the top lane on this Terrorblade. I don't think he's going to venture away from this. He's here, he's going to Metamorph towers, and he's going to nerd sweat the hell out of this top lane.
Oh yeah, it's going to be, it's pretty much going to be Envy and Jerax, just the big playmakers in this game. They're going to be, the weight is really on their shoulders. We do see Jerax putting the Midas into his quick buy, so he's jungling just fine, almost level 6. We do have Void already, level 6. We do see the rotation coming top. They're going to be a chrono onto Envy. Burning, going to lead with the Fairy Fire Blast. Will they have enough damage here to bring him down? He does not have Sunder skilled. He doesn't have a skill point saved either. Is it enough damage? The chrono coming out. It looks like Envy's going to be brought down by this one. Are they going to turn on to Miracle? He has the blink away. He should be just fine.
Easy enough for SCC to get it done. I mean, when you have to factor in the fact that you're probably going to be the only one doing damage within the chrono, you have to make sure you can get the job done. So, fair enough there.
Later on, they will have the Drow Ranger to be able to put some damage into that chrono.
Of course. But for now, though, Tryhard Envy in the top lane is going to be put on the sidelines until he can make his immediate return. So the big factor I'm seeing in this game already is just the roaming Burning.
Yeah, and I mean, Faith Beyond has a Midas as well, so his safe lane is heavily secured from that rotation coming out from Burning. Mid lane, Ice, committing with the Doppel onto FY. There's some rotations coming out. He's trying to be cheeky again with that illusion, but it seems like they know something is up. The jig is up, Ice. It looks like they've isolated him. He's going to be brought down here.
I like the play.
Oh, he gets FY before he dies. Big mistake there by FY, giving up way too much to Ice with that committed try rotation. Looks like Jerax making his first move. He's got Rupture online as CCC uses the Time Walk aggressively. He's ruptured. No TP on him either. Looks like he's going to get brought down here easily by Envy, Miracle, and Jerax. I say easily though, but Liquid almost... I say Liquid, I mean Miracle almost get brought down.
I like how Jerax came by just to make sure he could watch it happen and walks away back to his farm.
Just throws the Rupture and he's just like, all right, let me just get some experience. So Jerax almost finishing up that Midas. We check out the fight recap.
What the hell are you doing, Miracle? Just trying to draw Burning back into what could have been an awkward spot. Yeah. It's good.
So it's a fairly even game though.
Really?
Yep.
It's funny when you look at the net worth, it's already Slark way out of the top. Yeah, overall team net worth is down the middle. Faith Beyond has been secretly doing work in that bottom lane.
Look at this teamwork. Jerax and Miracle just doing the Ancients together. It's only 8 minutes in and they're able to do that. That's very impressive.
It's going to be a lot of potential there, of
Mid
course.
lane, ROTK.
they need
Should be brought down. They got vision of him from the Thirst, and they're able to get the lance on him. Excellent play there.
The Blood Rage is also going to have some nice little things going on for Team World 2. Blood Rage lances.
The Blood Right's going to be pretty big in this one, Faith Beyond.
Oh, yeah.
His big rotation coming in. He misses the pounce, though. He's ruptured the Blood Right on top. No, he doesn't get the Blood Right off, though, but Faith Beyond still ruptured. Ice trying to put some pressure onto FY here. Here we go. The Blood Right comes out.
They turn around and they will take him down. That's the highest net worth for Team China going to get dropped at that point. So.
Great haunt there by Sumail as well, just trying to get involved into the game nice and early.
Yeah, it was a tough early game for him.
Now Sumail, though, might get turned on, burning with the stun. ROTK with the dagger. Are they able to pressure him? ROTK, though, dropping very low. He actually gets blocked down. The Blood Rage.
China crumbling.
Oh, my goodness. The Blood Rage with the Spirit Lance actually is way too much damage. They did not expect it, as well as Miracle with the Mana Void. Oh, man, this might be the first tower of the game coming out here. But do I say that? Huge Chrono! Drow Ranger! Dishing in the damage!
She got like 4 arrows off in that Chrono, and it's doing so much work.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable Chrono by SCCC. Just... You can't see. That's what's the problem with giving a team just massive team fight potential like that. You got to be careful when you're sieging those tier 1s without Eternal Envy there.
He's got that Midas building up. I hope he goes for the refresher. Double Chrono could certainly do this team a lot of work.
I hope to God we don't make it there.
Let's get a replay on how monstrous this Chrono was. Look at.
Oh, Miracle sees it though. Miracle's like, not gonna get me, but FY, he actually gets 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 arrows off during that Chronosphere. That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of optimal damage right there. Shouts to Miracle being able to kind of get the wherewithal to get the quick juke back.
So we mentioned a couple of the Midases, but now we're starting to click on just taking a look at a couple other heroes. It looks like almost everybody has a Midas into their quick buy here now. So FY does, SCCC has one finished up. Ice, not going to be going for that. He's looking to go pressure. He's going for Drum on the PL.
Shoutouts to RTK. He's the only guy with a ward currently in the
Oh,
inventory.
the Rupture coming out again. SCCC, he's going to TP to base. Are they going to have the burst for him? Oh, the Mana Void coming in for Miracle to cancel it.
Oh, Fit Beyond now looking to get in the action. Has to pounce away here.
Oh, great rotation here by Envy. I love this. Blood Rage, Terrorblade beating on the tower.
Oh, that is going to hurt.
That is
Blood
the big
Rage,
thing.
Metamorph, Terrorblade.
No, they have a good amount of tower siege. The Drow lineup, they don't really have anything else that benefits from precision, so it's just really the Drow who's going to be able to siege. This makes a lot of space for Sumail here in the offlane now, too. Going for that Midas, too. RTK
like
also has one in his, has a Midas in his quick buy, so like I said, Midas is across the board.
Beyond returns back to the lane here. Sumail can't do much on his own, which is good. Burning was nearby waiting it about. And then PA here, top lane might be in a little bit of trouble.
Team World, though, doing a great job. They're already almost pulling ahead by 1,500 gold. That's pretty dominant in the first 12 minutes, I'd say. Especially when we all were kind of favoring Team China's lineup just a bit.
Yeah, but you know, World is getting some good passive farming happening right now. They're building up a serious economy behind all their heavy core heroes. So VGJ, they've already shown they got a little bit of synergy to work with, and they're going to use it while they can, whenever possible. When this Chrono's up,
big smoke coming out. The Chrono's up. Sumail looks like he's going to be in trouble. Are they going to use it? Are they going to commit it? It looks like they're gonna.
They got Faith outside of the bubble, and of course FY as well. And
the response TPs though, Miracle coming in, Jerax as well. FY attempting to TP out. They get the silence on Miracle. He's not able to cancel the TP out. SCCC looks like he's going to survive it well, but Faith Beyond might be the culprit here of this dive. A nice pounce into the trees. He doesn't quite have enough mana for a TP. Looks like he's going to be chased and brought down by Miracle and the crew.
He has nowhere else to go, and no more blue bar to work with.
Also still being chased out by Ice. Still too many time walks. Burning now. In a little bit of trouble, but he does have the reincarnation. Will they be able to proc it? Sumail really wants to. He really wants to.
Just do it, Sumail. Put him down.
Sumail.
Oh no! The Gate Guardian has showed up in SCCC, and they're looking to turn it around. They will get the Life of Burning, but
at what
Sumail
cost?
costs us his life. It's going to cost Ice too.
Oh man, the very greedy play. Diving between the tier 2. Oh, no, it was way too early for that. Come on, guys.
14-12, 26 kills in 13 minutes. I wish this was every game at this tournament, but
I believe that dive actually may have just like evened out the game too. That was a little bit of a mistake there coming out from Team World.
All right, now it's going to get exciting, Fog, because we have talents starting to come into play here. I'm curious if anyone is going to favor something a bit different, or if they're going to all play this like as if they're all position 1s and position 2s.
I believe anything that helps you farm is probably going to be the choice. It looks like Miracle. He's got Phase Boots, he's got Urn, Orb of Venom. He's going to go for the Manta next. Just heavy fighting. He's getting pounced on here. Faith Beyond almost able to bring him down, but lots of stick charges on Miracle. He'll be just fine. Mid lane, Jerax. Another Rupture. Are they able to bring down Ice before he TPs out?
Oh my
I mean, are they able to bring down FY before he TPs out? Ice with the rotation. He does survive, though.
The TPs are such high value right now for Team China, but it's starting to feel like the damage is coming in for the World's team, and that means that these TPs are not going to be as effective. So,
yeah, Jerax is pretty huge, though. He's almost got his Shadow Blade finished up. And he's buying the wards, it does seem.
I am the farmer here.
Top lane, again, Sumail getting the pressure on him, ROTK and burning. Oh, they bring him down quickly, or do they? Yeah, they do.
He couldn't even move. Orb of Venom, Great Fire Blast.
Oh, burning in some trouble of his own. Beautiful TP canceled by Miracle.
Out for good.
And now they're going to be able to chase it down and get 2 kills here.
Get his brother in arms and ROTK. Nice little jump to the lane, but he's surrounded. Done for.
And now they're going to be able to pressure the tower. Envy's up here too. Envy's got his Midas. He's got meta up.
Oh, give him the sweet blood juice and let him take that thing down.
SCCC and FY though, hitting the mid tower while Faith Beyond hits the bottom tower and cleans it up. So good trade there coming out from Team China.
Now, what do you think? Based on the 2 lineups, I don't think it was touched on a whole lot in the panel, but who's better at taking towers, pushing the objective? You got a little bit of love on both sides. You got Drow on one side, you got the Metamorph Terrorblade on the other.
I think just a little bit of love on both sides. I'd say probably the Metamorphosis Terrorblade, just because you don't really need too many items to complement that, because they do have the Blood Rage. It naturally gives you just high bursting damage, while Drow, you need your levels, you need like maybe 1 item, but they do already have the Dragon Lance up on FY here on Drow Ranger.
Okay.
So we do see some nice items coming out already.
You're going against all melee. Keep your distance further with that. ROTK is just eating so much damage. It's a Metamorph, for God's sakes. SCC will be able to make it away, but
they're going to go for 2 towers here. Team China doesn't have any D-push. None of their heroes really are able to counteract this anyway. They have to make heavy rotations. Burning coming in. Reincarnation, though, on cooldown. Looks like, Faith Beyond going for a solo kill onto Jerax, though, with FY coming in.
Nice little snipe there in the mid lane, but you're losing towers here, Team China. The top lane now completely ransacked. And that's a big boost of money going on across the board here for the World team.
A lot of map control as well.
Yep.
Gives them some slight Roche potential if they do feel like going for it. They don't really have the lifesteal like Team China does, but we'll see. Lots of wards coming out.
Yeah, look at the wards.
From Team World, all over the top side of the map.
Got good coverage all over the area. They just kind of ran right through. Being able to keep tabs on Team China while they probably look to put World's work on the other half of the map. We have to see. When's our next smoke play going to come out? Are these guys going to manage to coordinate a smoke move?
It does look like Burning
Here we
just
go.
uses his. They've got Chrono online. They want to be able to claim some tier 1s. The last tier 1 top.
Now they are running their way through wards, obviously not being detected, but I'm sure the World's team is seeing that a lot of them are missing off the map right now. We'll have to see how privy they are going to be onto this. Or is it straight
the
to
scan
Roche?
comes out. They actually got them. Oh, they're going for the Roche. This might be expected here. They've got Spectre ult.
They're doing it.
Well, they know. The lifesteal, the Drow aura.
Pressure on Faith Beyond. It does not look like the World team have any idea this is happening.
Oh, this is so smart.
Who do you give it to, though? You're Burning, so he gets to get another extra life. Do you think SCCC is the highest value farmer? FY, maybe?
SCCC or FY, probably, but yep, SCCC does seem to grab it up. He looks like he's the heavy farmer with the Vlads, the Midas. He looks like he's going for an SNY build onto the Void. Bottom lane, we see some pressure coming out.
Oh, FY might be done for here. They are going to catch him off. Ice shows up, hits him with a lance.
Whew, good thing he didn't have the Aegis there.
And he will be taken down just as fast as they're able to get the Roche. Real unfortunate there for Team China as the pressure just continues. World team moving through the bottom lane next. They're going to be claiming a tier 1.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Midases almost completed now on the board.
7 Midases. The greed. Yeah, no different than any other game we saw today. So here comes World. Are they going to keep pressuring this bottom lane? Because look at this push. That's 3 range creeps, a catapult. That's a tier 2 for sure if they don't have a response.
Oh yeah, the Vlad's pick up from SCCC. ROTK also was building up that creep wave for quite a while up there.
Now, the problem, as I believe Peter pointed out on the panel, was that these teams do kind of lack the capability on either high ground defense or being able to siege into the high ground here. So do you think that at a moment here, let's say if the World team is able to kind of take it all the way to the China side, are they going to be able to defend the high ground well?
China, I think, has a little bit more trouble defending the high ground than Team World does. Team World at least has the Spectral Dagger to spam out the creep wave. They have the Blood Right as well, and maybe the PL spam. It looks like PL is going for Aghanims, so he's going to be able to push the waves out a little bit harder in that manner. So, if anything, I would actually be giving the favor to Team World here into the later stages of the game if it does get to that point.
Okay, so while Team
breaking high ground.
Yeah.
Oh! Miracle, nice TP cancel coming in. FY gets a good gust in.
cancel.
Nice. TPing in.
How dare you
Oh,
cancel my
ROTK
TP?
with a big crit onto Miracle FY. Looks like he might be into trouble, but the rotation coming in from Burning. Ice is just trying to be so cute with his illusions, and it might work. They might be able to pick up the kill onto FY. The Haunt coming through. They chrono it. Sumail, though, on the outside, gets the dagger finish. He's going to pay with his life, but that's just all right. ROTK, ruptured up, in some trouble. He gets brought down by the rupture.
Very nice grab there.
Ice continuing the pressure, though, with Jerax. Well, he's just playing with them with these illusions.
As Seed finds the real Ice, tries to jump onto him, and it looks like he might have second-guessed it, thinking it was an illusion, but Ice does make it away, being very crafty with the PL.
Massive amounts of space being created from Team World here. Envy just like, I can farm this whole time. He's almost got Manta style finished up on this Terrorblade, pressuring lanes, farming to his heart's desire.
Looks like any other MP Envy game to me.
Yep,
and
bottom lane, Jerax moving in at Triple C. They've got the blood right on him. They've got the dagger slow. Are they going to be able to chase beyond the tower? They don't have anything to stop the TP. Is it enough damage? It is. There is the Aegis, though. Burning, rotating in.
Shows up, and he's a man alone, so they just turn on to Burning and say, how dare you even think about coming by and helping out? They'll just take him out, too. Dominating already for Ice on what is considered the terrible hero.
This is starting to become a slightly problematic, just hemorrhaging a few too many kills on the Team China now. It looks like it's Team World's time to push this tier 2. They've got meta online. Envy has his Manta style too, leading the net worth at 10,500.
And you can just tell by the body language here from Team China, they want nothing about it. They have headed up north, and they're not going to worry about this pressure until maybe it's too late, until maybe their tier 3s are getting hit. So they better just leave it as it is, because they are not winning the farming game right now, and they've been losing in some of these exchanges.
Tier 2 cleaned up. Jerax with the last hit, Shadowblade finished, Midas as well, as we mentioned before, looking like he's getting toward that level 15 point, so we'll see what talent he chooses to go for.
Ooh, Fate Beyond.
Sumail.
Spotted
in some trouble. Oh, he's juking through the trees. Oh, he's going to give a hit. Oh, Envy with the bro play, giving Sumail the Sunder.
Okay. Nice little bro play right there. Hands off a high five and some life, and Fate Beyond.
Fate Beyond's in some trouble now.
Trapped on the low ground, can't make it away.
The Void to finish him off.
Gets popped like a balloon.
Nice little juke play coming out from Sumail in the tree line. Fate Beyond going for a very risky play there.
Here comes Team World, 20-18, but holding the net worth advantage. Burning trying to farm his way up. Jerax, though, feels like he has a rupture every freaking second here. He's pump faking it. Gets it off right now as help is rotating in the form of Miracle, that roaming anti-mage. Working out pretty nicely. Burning trying to toggle his way through it, but will eventually go down losing his first life as they pop up. Miracle steps away. And look at this, Sumail showing up, has caught SCCC trying to get in on the action, but it's still a 3-on-1 going for Burning. Meanwhile, Envy taking towers. SC gets the kill on the Sumail. They'll finally bring down Burning.
They had to commit a lot, though, for that Burning kill.
They did.
Top lane, they're going for the tower.
What is happening? They're inside the high ground. They're about to take a tier 3.
They're going for the racks. Do people have TPs?
They're using the full momentum of this draw lineup.
Only PL has a TP. Oh, anti-mage as well. Picks one up from the side shop. Okay. But the Rax is already claimed. Oh! Massive play from Team.
Monkey King.
Radiant team pick.
Monkey King.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining.
Legion Commander.
OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Imba Spirit.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Visage.
Radiant team pick.
Shadow Fiend.
OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick.
Lone Druid.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Commander, maybe that's not as different from them, but we're pulling them away from the Magnus. We're pulling them away from having either Monkey King or, do I dare say, Ricky. So we have to see a different style of game coming out here from IG.
Is it though? They get Earth Spirit again. I guess they have a lot more right clicker in the mid. I mean, Shadow Fiend is not that difficult to play around. They seem pretty good about playing around OP.
It just feels like Invictus Gaming's in Game 1 and Game 2, the harassment of the lanes of OG was just on point. Achieving that with an Earth Spirit is going to be a lot more difficult than what it was having the Ricky or having someone like a Monkey King. This is the reason why we saw OG ban out. They take out the Mag, take out the Lina, and then first pick up the Monkey King. Obviously, this is an answer for this game. Obviously, next game, Invictus Gaming will have first pick up, and they'll have to try something completely new. As if they can reach that game. Most of the panel, in fact, all the panel, and you, all believe they probably can't reach that. I'm hoping they realize. The
yeah, he has to go with the ES. Legion still, I want his best. Much better matchup this time.
I think the Link Sphere should be confirmed.
A lot of people don't like Lincoln Sphere because it limits your damage a lot. So XSS was able to pick up a bounty rune. That makes 3 for IG. And Note also has to start off with a Blightstone in lane. That's also one of the many nerfs got in the most recent patch. You can't buy Blightstone from the side shop. Well, you don't want to start off with a Blightstone. Sometimes, I guess you have to, like in this situation, where you're not going to have much chicken access because he's in a safe lane.
But it does allow him to get this one-on-one matchup with the Legion Commander, so it's the aggressive lane from OG.
It's ideal, though, versus Legion, because you have 2 units hitting you, so double the chance of proccing Moment of Courage. And Boboka harassing on. That's no fun at all.
No, this is... But it's bottom lane where the... I mean, Jirax getting on. Fly went for early assumption. It won't be enough damage, or will it? Jirax, it's the last swing in.
Wow, they got to without any slows and or.
Yep,
that is quite difficult to achieve. But Soul Assumption, I think the highest damage level 1 spell in the game.
One of these trees is not like the other. Bobica gonna find the Monkey King. Really good for Jirax as well to have. Means earlier items for him coming in. Top lane, XXS really getting up Notel's face.
Yeah, he's forcing him to tank a lot of the creeps because he was creep skipping in first wave. And as a melee hero, you're much better suited to it because you have the poor man, or the, rather, not the poor man.
He's be so much better as well. He just does the harass, goes back, takes Trine, and now ahead of Notel in the lane. But Jirax
doesn't have Jingu. Can't trade. I do like the poor man shield over the Uv. It allows you to just be much stronger in this sort of situation. You can bully around the jungle a lot more than just with the Uv. It's better first blow without the Uv blow.
Okay, jump middle, Jirax. And get a Searing Chain off. Potentially there is the ability to go on to OP, but you also understand that, okay, well, he'll jump in. Where's that slow? Where's that? Anna can't get close enough, and bananas, they're meant to be healthy, not killers.
But Boka's just sitting there and is waiting for an opportunity to potentially jump on Anna. He is not level 3. They need at least a level 2 raise. They can maybe go for a kill right now.
There's no Flame Guard running. So Copper raise, 2 seconds, 1 second. Flame Guard's back off cooldown now. So this kill looks a little bit more difficult for them.
Monkey King is not there to help him out, and it would take 2 raises for him to pop that shield.
It's pushing the lane too, but Anna is really low. Now, Anna gonna get attacked, rolling boulder. He'll dodge it. The Earth Spirit will go on. Now he's gonna get the courier. Lily Bobica, he'll lose his life. The courier will survive. That was an expensive courier as had a lot of things on it.
And Anna ended up getting the kill because of the tick from the Flame Guard. Pretty nice for him.
Yeah, but he doesn't get the experience. That's the downside.
Anna may be getting a little bit of nerves too. He actually misses Searing Chains, didn't hit anything with that.
That's a good observer ward for Jirax. It's not going to be committed, but it was committed. So Jirax can not freely move around.
And Boboka wanting to deal with the Monkey King pick quelling. It also helped him see the neutrals that was attacking the Monkey King, so he got Monkey King that way. But can't really do that much versus S4. There's no home for Boboka right now.
I'm surprised they put that observer ward on the Dias. Obviously, it's going to see from that approach. It gives him high ground, which is fantastic. But it doesn't see the approach of the Monkey King.
It certainly does not. Not that much he can do about it, too, except play on the creep wave. That's definitely his best option right now.
And here's Jirax coming again.
He didn't have to go for bottle on the shadow fiend. That's pretty good for him. He needs to be able to dodge the searing chains, and he also has early.
Here's your jump. Jumps in towards OP. Jirax again for him to work with. It's more create space and let Ana have for one start to the mid lane, even though it's 19-9 against 14-2. And that top lane is a straight trade up, 19-5 versus 19-1.
Yeah, S4 doesn't really feel scared at all. Spirit, I mean, it's decent, not a melee. Oh, rolling in onto him. He was trapped onto the trees, but he didn't actually place a stone for the from Boboka. So
he's connected to the Centaur by Fatal Bond. I don't think it's enough damage to kill him.
I definitely do not think so.
Well, there's not enough shrine. He'll survive, but Jirax, hello, able to find XX over in the shrines. Boboka have to roll in, so Jirax wants to get away from this. Able to get up the hill. Orb of Venom, a real pain in the butt for a Monkey King to jump up.
It is really good. Oop 2. Oh, sorry. Earn 2.
But this is now a lot more space being created. XXS forced off the top lane, allows Notel now to reach ahead in the CS.
Indeed. Legion was able to do some neutral for the meantime. So maybe that CS not as valuable for the LC. So Boboka's not particularly rich at the moment. Still working on those boots. And compare that to the First Blood Monkey King, it's not very easy for him.
Jirax still needs to get more levels. If you think about like phase boot style on bench, do you like the early damage coming out from that, or do you like to lean towards treads a little bit more?
Or Burning really likes his phase. It does help you maneuver around the fight a lot, which is really important versus things like Monkey King ulti, Grave Chill, Ember Spear, who you don't want to be on top of you. But you miss out on a lot of right-click damage. Early game phase is better, later game treads is better. Game. And he also doesn't actually need to do that much this game because he has Shadow Fiend. So if he just stands there and howls people, he's still doing a lot of damage.
So combined together, you just remove all the armor, then your damage is a lot more effective.
Some heroes have Ember, even he might have to go for an armor talent this game. And the Axe has very high issues with his low base armor. Once he's called, sure, he's a lot, but...
These trees are hunting Q. Ana coming in too. Oh, that's a big rune. Invis rune. They're going to find Burning, but they don't want them. They actually are moving up towards Warlock. It's a lot more of a guaranteed kill. They're not committing anything too heavily. They may be Fatal Bond up together, but Ana going for the kill he knows.
And we see Fly able to absorb up experience in the meantime. He dropped on his Reservoir behind the tower, so he's kind of free to just leave there if he wants.
Yeah, almost up to level 4. That level 6 obviously very critical. Fly. We saw it in that winner's bracket final. You just start losing Rexes. The split push was already going to be pretty damn good from an Ember Spirit, but when you add Familiars to the back of it...
Yeah, Familiars are really good here. There's a lot of things for him to combo off of. Searing Chains, Axe Call. It's really good to go from running against Lone Druid. Even a Root Lone Druid could set up for some good stuns.
At the same time, we're now reaching a point where IG can feel a little bit more aggressive. In fact, success. You can see Notel. He knew what was coming, but it's down on top of the shrine. The damage is high. You'll lose the Monkey King, and now in comes Ember Spirit. The Searing Chains hitting hard. SF's already going to go down. Boboka may join him, but it's a triple kill for Burning. Just sitting on the tree line, doing all the damage with Q to support him. You will be able to get that second kill, so Ana picking up Boboka. But can he get out? Burning and Q are with him. Ana needs just a range for the Spirit, so Burning, if he can do it, there's your Spirit away, but it's the other side of the river, well out of range of the swap.
Well, can't fool a Monkey King player, but Boboka was able to get the stun. He saw the Monkey King and chopped down the tree. And Jerry's like, okay, what just happened to me?
Yep.
Doesn't need items to make plays, it seems like.
Fantastic timing for IG now. Even though the SF did die, you're still looking at the top 3 net worths, all belonging to Invictus Gaming.
Just barely, though. XSS looks like he is going for the Blink build as the main initiator. They don't have a good initiator. I guess Earth Spear is decent, but you want them to be forced to be able to fight. Armlet is okay, but you can't actually force them to fight. You want them to be able to fight into Fatal Bonds, Rock, and Upheaval. That's why you want to pick the Warlock into Requiem as well. And
rotations coming up from Invictus Gaming. I think they've had enough of Notal just farming up on the top lane.
They need to be able to get a swap on him, though. It's not going to be easy at all. Level 1 swap, 700 range. Yeah, they could approach from the top left side, though, and Notal, I don't think is going to expect a gank from that. Dire has you scanned. They expect it from the right side. This could be a disaster for Notal.
They at least know. So nothing's appearing on the right side. Notal knows he can hide out back past the tower, let the bear do the work. Well, no one's showing themselves on bot lane. That's where Monkey King is. You don't have to fight this one. Another entangle, so he has to press the attack a little bit earlier. The Fly's moving in too, so they're here ready for the fight. The Ember Spirit jumping in. The Spirits won't do the damage. They're stunned very quick with the swap. Notal's low. Savage Roar might cause problems. Bobika out of rolling ball of forward, so Notal will fall, but Burning may be a casualty of war too. Fly, is there another burst damage with the Spirits fall? Yes, there is. XSS also trapped in the tree lines. Soul Assumption up for Fly. Not enough mana to actually use it, however, but it won't matter when Anna will come in for the double kill. They're really committing more into the Ember Spirit now. 4-1-2 for him.
Perfect jump by OG coming in at the right time. And Radiant side, they thought they could get the duel onto the Lone Druid before it died, but no dual damage yet for XSS. And IG will have to search for other ways to increase his damage. I guess they have Venge and President Dark Lord, so being under farm is not the worst thing in the world. You need levels more than anything else, I think, on their heroes.
All coming in for the Shrine. The Spirit jump forward. OP forced to go towards the left. Jirax jumps up to fall back down again. They'll interrupt, so no big raise, no big damage. And SF will die again.
S4 getting a lot of good space. He is not that high on net worth, but he's still pretty close to number 1, and will have his Blink Dagger. Pretty decent timing. He'll probably need a stack just maybe one more time. Actually, I don't know if they want to take... Do you want to stack that one more time?
When he's only got a PMS? Probably not.
Yeah, they're right next to a Shrine. You have Call. It's only level 1 Call. Probably not. Yeah, I don't think you should stack that.
More than likely, they still want that Shrine for after they fight on bottom lane, so they can re-jump for that.
So what is Burning going for? Looks like early Solar Crest. So he's going to be playing more of that aura buffing Venge as opposed to... I mean, Helmut Dom is also a strong contender if you want to buff up with auras, but they want Roche. 2 minus armor, make that a 3rd with the Solar Crest. They want to be able to fight inside the pit, which Warlock excels. We already saw that big play from Super earlier, and I wonder if Warlock, although having no points in upheaval, can rival that sort of play.
That's a lot of damage to the mid-tier 1 tower. OP's able to take it, but as top lane, XXS being initiated on by Jirax. Notal's there, but with the press the attack. Overwhelming on, sorry, Jirax forced to get out, but the swap is there from Burning, and we have ourselves a winner with the duel. First bonus points of damage, not to mention friends have arrived. Rolling Boulder will clip Notal on the way out. So Invictus Gaming, not only do they take the mid-tier 1, they get 2 quick kills and now pressure the top tier 1.
While Anna pressures the bottom, but he's just an Ember Spirit.
He's nowhere near as fast as a 5-man push from IG like this.
Yeah, their 5-man is really strong. I really do like the Venge fake because, firstly, Burning likes to get involved early, so they don't really need a hard carry when they have an SF in the mid lane, and it just synergizes so well with the SF, and it can help the LC kill people very, very quickly. And yeah, he might have not been able to get the kill himself, but still getting tons of damage for good old XSS. And now, Roshan is going to be considered. How do they want to take this? They actually want to be pretty stingy with the rock here, I think. Like, you don't want to have to drop it. Maybe if X blinks in,
Do IG know that's a fake tree? He's right next to it. It looks like he blends in until he levels up. So you have the Wukong command now available for Jirax and Bobika. Yeah, the tree disappears.
He knows exactly where he was going to jump to. That's crazy.
Middle lane, I saw G pressuring in. So IG, they'll take 3 towers in the space of 2-3 minutes.
That T1 tower
and they lose
really
out their mid-tier 1 tower.
I would rather have that T1 up in mid than a T2 up in Dire. But from Radiant point of view, can farm out the jungle very, very quickly. But there is that Shrine. That's the thing. Like, the T2's not as important anymore because of that Shrine.
But they just lost their Observer Ward. So if they were thinking about defending the bottom lane, they now don't have really great vision. So they'll have to move in force, which they're actually doing. under the cover of smoke. IG looking to wrap around the back of him. Jirax is nearby. He'll break the smoke on XXS. They know. They jump through and they think he's in the tree line. That's why Earth Spirit cuts it down.
And it looks like the smoke will be popped, and XSS is already revealed.
S4's in trouble, however. There goes your quick press the attack, jump forward, duels over on S4, familiar drop down, won't create enough space. S4 already pushing up the daisy, the jump forward, the kick, won't be able to connect on the rock. Won't be able to connect on the tree that Jirax was jumping off.
So much for that blink reveal.
Yep.
S4 cannot die first in these team fights if OG want to be able to take a clean sweep, and that's another one, another notch on the belt for LC.
Yeah. Keep him coming, keep that damage rolling in, and then rebuttaling damage through the blade mail.
They thought they had superior positioning though. They had like the deep observer ward inside the jungle, and Jirax had claimed that high ground to make sure they weren't approaching from the shrine. But it's still a very difficult place to fight.
Again, it's the fake tree. Do they know? How well do you know your Dota map? He knows it very well. Jirax goes in for the Wukong command. The double stun, however, may cause enough problems. But the rock in with the double stun. Burning was pulled into it, but it's accidental. They die at the same time. OP will let the Requiem go, so less damage being done. The Wukong command still stayed up for a long time, but Notar can't survive. They just don't have the damage output in order to bring down IG.
My God, they are so used to playing to the Monkey King. That is ridiculous that they were able to spot that out so quickly. They also had the observer war on the left side. I think he might have been able to see it on the minimap because of that. But what a great swap from Burning, swapping out the SF, and they just got pummeled inside that chaotic offering. My God.
Let's see that again. He's standing right next to it, and you're like, okay, there's your first double stun. That looks nice. S4 gets the call, but then the rock drop goes down, and OP gets so much space. Bobica jumps into the middle of it, and there's just no answer.
Jirax played that really well, though. Even though they spotted him, he was still able to get the Boundless Strike and his ulti up and hide in the trees and survive the entire time. And he also picked off the Earth Spear. So I think that was the best possible play from Jirax in that situation. Although it looked like he was about to get his tree chopped down. He was one tree away from getting his tree chopped down. Ember Spear still struggling a little bit. No Veil picked up.
They want to pick if they can get it. S4 blanks the call. This will be something nice with a double damage rune. They have the extra damage. S4 gets the Culling Blade off.
They don't have enough physical damage to transition this into a Roach or a T2, it looks like. Rock is down, so they could think about objectives, but with only 20 seconds left on the timer, that's not enough time to consider how you want to tackle things next. No-Tail gets a free tower on the top.
He's going for that Midas. He's trying to play recovery now, OG.
And Ana, what is he going for? BOTs, I suppose. Okay, he has bought the BOTs.
He's got now the Veil as his next primary thing.
BOT is great here. You can TP onto the Vistas Familiars and the Lone Druid Bear, and they are pretty tanky and pretty hard to burst down.
They got friends here. S4 potentially can blink. Bobica also going to come in range, and the creep wave arrives. They get the double call off with the creep wave and the Wukong command following into a double stun. Great movement from OG. A double kill for S4. Ooh. After the pickoff on Burning, they transition this into heavy tower damage.
What a sick play from Jirax. Jirax is playing this Monkey King very, very well, scouting out with the vision.
And now he gets another side.
Yep,
he actually sees OP moving into the Familiars, trying to create more space. Stun number one. Jirax fell off the tree, so he doesn't have his stun available just yet, but Ember Spirit, Ana comes in. Where's your extra damage? Jirax misses the double stun. He's looking for Q. In fact, Burning will swap him back in. 2 hits from OP is more than enough to deal with that pesky little monkey, and the jump out. Ana has the Spirit and Spirit again to get out of this. They already got their kills. You lose your Monkey King.
And a Boboka buyback. So he was kind of in poverty mood. Surprisingly, he's not actually that poor despite buying back. He's still way richer than
17 minutes in.
Well, Medallion used, popped on Roche. They don't have Monkey King to scout this out.
But the Familiars, you can still TP the Monkey King in. It's going to take him too long to kill off Roshan.
Yeah, this is not great for them.
Actually, was that a TP to the bottom shrine?
It looks like it. Only level 1 President of Dark Lore on them, but this Roshan's going down pretty fast. Is at about a 3rd HP right now. How are they going to approach this? Warlock ult is still up.
They know he's up there. Bobica's trying to take out the trees. The jump back out for the Monkey King. You know something is coming. Ana, does he Spirit in? How many of those are even left? Jirax jumps away, still fearful. His tree's going to be brought down. No-Tail moves in. The bear, they have to see inside the pit. The resummon Familiars, they're looking on top of Roshan. The stun! Roshan bashed SF for the time the initiation happened! The kick through! Ana as the agency mortal! It was killed off by OG. The Kali Blade will be there, but the Requiem of Souls is causing troubles, but not as much as the Wukong command. So your Ember Spirit back to life. He'll Searing Chains up, so XXS cannot steal the Invis Rune. It's Anna who will take it, and Fly looks for his target. Bobica might be the easiest one. The Monkey King pouncing forward, but Bobica just rolling boulders away. But no! The turnaround! He'll find one! The Blade Mail is up. Fly does not want to hit him. The Familiar tries to create space. Anna still stalking them, however. He's got the Searing Chains back up again. Fly with a slow. Familiar back up, but it'll go down as well. That's both of the waves of Familiars dropped, but at least OG were able to claim the Roshan. But you still see just how far IG are ahead. You lose that and you still come out on top of the fight.
Their team fight is still far superior. Warlock was a really good positioning there, able to drop everything. And I think a big oversight by XSS this game is not having a Quelling Blade or an Iron Talon. He was right next to the Monkey King and he saw him, but he couldn't do anything about it because he couldn't cut down the trees. Earth Spirited had a spell down and he wasn't actually in a good position. He has his Quelling Blade. They saw Monkey King. He was right next to him. JRX got the vision that they needed, though. That was perfect timing for them to be able to jump in with Ana with that triple. I'm not sure if it was triple run, but at least a remnant to get in there.
They have a couple of things going the way of OG. IG still hold the reins as that SF rapidly approaches the 9,000 net with the 20-minute mark.
One big play that they could have done there is swap the Asian when he jumps on her and then blink him. That would have been cool. I would have liked to see that from them because they didn't have a blade, but you need some way to knock down trees. You could have used Chaotic Offering on it potentially too. Yeah, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for them because without that, they have to sacrifice the Familiars, which give a lot of gold and die pretty quickly when that far away from the Visage.
And it's going to be more important to kill King. He picks up the 5. At least there's something to negate the armor IG's rolling with, but the Basher being completed now makes his ultimate, that Wukong's command, even more problematic for them.
And it looks like Lone Druid also did not commit to the Maelstrom. These two are going to be doing the majority of the damage in team fights. Shadow Fiend closing in on BKB quite soon, although not particularly good against the Monkey King ultimate, which I think is going to be a big problem in team fights. But Lone Druid not super greedy this game. Maelstrom first.
Dire Ops and Sentry go down, so no real good vision, and Lone Druid's not here. So there's no reason for OG to try and contest this tier 2 tower on bottom. It's a rough position to go to anyway. But the TP out from Monkey King leaves one of the Observer Wards on top of the shrine, just to the south. So they can see the movement out from Invictus Gaming and understand just what they're up against.
The Solar Crest is going to be really important here for Vengeful Spirit. Like, misses, yeah, you're taking less damage, but it can also prevent some big things from happening, like the... it can also prevent the bash from the Monkey King, which, like, if he gets bashed while trying to Requiem, that could be really bad for OP.
S4's got a haster, and he's searching for something. OP's going to show himself in mid, but S4 knows but he can't just jump in. It's a little bit too good. Burning sitting behind him with the Solar Crest ready for the swap.
Oh, he's going full defensive. Although he did go attack speed over to the magic resistance, so not 100%. But with his build, item builds, Solar Crest in the cloak, he's all about buffing up OP.
Yep. Oh, speaking of him, Searing chained up. OG, they have their Familiars back up again. Fly just resummon, but Anna's just dragging the creep wave into the dire jungle.
He has to be really careful. They can swap him into a Boulder Smash or a Geomagnetic Grip, and he will die. So, regardless of whether or not he has Remnant down.
Oh, Chirax, so close to Bobica. He's going to rolling Boulder up. Top lane, you've still got No-Tail pressuring it. So while IG's going for this trade-off, OG's trying to get the best they can out of it.
They're waiting for the Remnant.
They still don't want to take a fight outside the base. The Veil of Discord only just got completed as well onto the Ember Spirit. So these small little things, they're hoping will give them the advantage, but you cannot deny the power that is IG. They're coming down the mid, the BKB on OP. This will be the 10-second one that he really wants to damage down this mid Rax with, if it's possible.
Vengeful Spirit's position going to be key.
S4 gets the call off. They're holding OP there. VS gets a swipe out for the rock. Perfect with the fatal bonds. There's nothing OG can do. They're falling apart. The stun. Maybe there is. Jirax throws the ulti out. The Wukong's command is going to sit right on the edge of it, covered by the tree. So at least pick off the golem. The Basher is stunning over on. Now the starting to the magnetize. Bobica will survive with stick charges. 3 G. The buyback comes out from Fly, but now it's up to Fly and No-Tail. IG are ready to storm into the base.
I really like the way they're seizing the high ground, though. Just bump up the Shadow Fiend, press the attack, Solar Crest, why not? Shadow Word, just everything onto the Shadow Fiend.
Oh, the perfect kick. Is there a follow-through? Nope, they're focusing on the racks for now. The bear comes in, Savage Roar. All they're trying to do is create a little bit of space. And they're going to the tier tower remain up for now.
That rock was so good though. It's set up for the LC duel onto the Ember Spirit. You mentioned him having a Link. It's just 20 minutes in. You can't go Link this early. He's not even going to have the farm for it, even if he wanted to go for it right now. And that they're just playing really well around the Shadow Fiend. What else can I say about that?
It's perfect. How long can IG keep this up though? Like, you try and push into the higher ground, you just burnt your BKB.
So the defensive swap, really, really good. And then the rock comes right as the Ember Spirit goes in. He gets duel. He's dead. Everyone's fatal bonds. And Magnetize cleans up another couple. Jerax, again, like, his positioning's really, really good in this fight. He's right on the edge of the circle.
But it all comes a little bit too late. He knows he has to keep his distance. If he gets fatal bonded up as well, that Monkey King will not survive.
They need the Lone Druid to get bigger. Normally, your high ground defense at that point in time is Lone Druid sitting close to the T4s and hitting the person that's at the tower. But because he has a Solar Crest and because Lone Druid is not super far out, he's 5,000 net worth behind? Wow, he's 4,000. He's like 4,000 net worth behind the SF, but like... And then add in the Solar Crest, which is like another 2,000, 3,000 gold. Your SF is like double the net worth of Lone Druid. Even if he's at the safety of his T4s, he still can't do enough damage.
There's the full Mjolnir up. So maybe with some lightning procs, OG hope to keep the lanes away from them and potentially a little bit more damage in the fights, but it's IG looking towards the mid.
They don't expect the smoke timing because it's not when Rock is up. But No-Tail looks like he has some sort of sixth sense and will back off the map, even though SF was bottom. Wow, that's some next level sense by OG to see this one coming. They have no observer wards on the Radiant side of the map. OP is also farming out in the mid lane, but that's
it. But no one's holding the bottom lane. The top lane is still being pressured in. So OG with the side lane pressure, there was a little bit of a signal for him, and it was enough.
It's also like 7 minutes after Roshan's cross. Roshan, they can't possibly have taken it after that potential smoking kill. But sometimes the best smokings are the ones that you don't expect.
Woo! Jerax, so close. He gets silenced, but the tree doesn't get destroyed before he pounces away.
He's been very quick on that tree dance.
But he got the vision he was looking for, trying to work out where IG was, realizing that it has to be around the Ancients.
The Blade Mail is on the LC is going to be a big problem too, because Lone Druid, he's glass cannon. He gets dueled up with Blade Mail, he's just dead. There is no save for that. I guess maybe Monkey King could bash a lot, but that's pretty unrealistic.
Just try and distract him, because they were trying to commit the familiar drops, like keep the stuns coming in, so at least you've got that to work with.
So now you have to worry about IG either threatening high ground or how do OG win the team fight right now. Rock is back up, everything's back up.
They're not even in a position to fight yet. That bottom tier 2 tower is being pressured. OG and not in base, so no tower will arrive. He'll pull his bear back in. But the tier 3 tower is OP doing it from range, and there's nothing they could really do to stop him without committing in. So there goes the tier 3 tower.
How they can shrine and then how do OG stop this train? It's maybe smoke wrap around from the south side or something like that. Maybe try and take a fight at the shrine. They're too late. IG already claimed that high ground.
Yeah, like the vision is covering every way. OG will be able to de-ward all of that before they really want to try and fight Roshan.
But how do you take Roshan? The shrine's down so early into the game.
Yep. You got a minute and just over a minute before Roshan is up.
They need
so Invictus game straight for it. They think it's already up. They don't have any eyes on this. They have the Observer, which is a little bit deep, and that may be enough for them to work out who they want to kill.
They need a big Wukong's command. They also need to be able to jump.
That BKB is up.
Yeah.
Oh, IG want to fight. They just got the BKB over on the Legion Commander.
There is an Observer wall right there. Oh, and they see it.
Sentry.
No. Oh, gee, how do they... They're blind. They can't walk up that hill.
Yep. They actually have to wait for somebody else just to pounce out or get Jerax to do the work, and that's what he's doing. Bouncing across the trees, but it's so dangerous to do it. Radiant is standing in front of Roshan.
Yeah, they were worried about them sneaking it themselves, but the damage is not that great, but potentially they could have had a medallion on the Visage. He's actually still too poor, but he does have it in his quick buy. If he does have the medallion, maybe they could sneak it in before IG could run in there. But XSS still hunting out the Roshan timer. He will not be there for the respawn.
Fly is still trying to push that bottom lane out. get IG to look behind him. But if they get the Aegis the Immortal, it's almost it's a ticket to push, and they know it. That's why S4 has to add more pressure. Reveals himself on bottom, and there is no contest here for OG to try and stop Roshan.
They're going to try and end the game now. Now, what are you trying to do? I guess Visage can actually split push bottom as hard as you can. This is actually one of the best supports at taking down towers, but there is going to be a high ground defense. It looks like all the important shrines are up on the side of OG inside their base, and they have to have excellent shrine usage. No Tail has to be in a really good position to not get dueled.
Are they going to play a different angle as well for that Monkey King? Because I'm looking for that. Yeah, he was sitting outside as a fake tree, hoping to go from the north side. He's been battling from the south side before, and S4, there's your taunt. They 4-staff him up. They're trying to bring the SF close towards the tier 4 tower. He's in deep. The duel is out. You can say goodbye to the Monkey King, but OP has committed his BKB before the Aegis. No buyback, however, available for Monkey King. So have to clean up the creep wave and try and hold these towers. No tower with the range damage. OP's fine with this. He's getting pressed the attack. He's getting more life, but here we go again. The call, the drag back, and searing chains. This will be the Aegis the Immortal triggered off, but they need more. The melee rack has almost gone down. XXS will now move forward. He'll be locked in position. The Blade Mail is up, triggers his own BKB. There's no duel available, but again, another taunt. They hold the SF in position. The damage is done from IG. All they have to do is get out of here, and they're in a fantastic position. Q, however, he's the man left behind. Anna will not get the searing chains off. He missed the combination. So IG get out. The only thing that was lost was the Aegis.
That was a really tough call by OP to use the BKB at the exact time that he did. He still had Aegis and he still has like half health, but he was chained very close to the T4s, and that prevented him from going even closer, because like maybe a straight 4-stab could have pushed him in, and they'd have to like fight into Wukong's ultimate potentially if like Monkey King could have bought back. So he just preventively like put his team in a really good position because he popped his BKB so early. A lot of people like to save their BKBs for after the Aegis, but I think in that particular case it was very important that he was able to
aggressors. They just let the Wukong's command lock in the SF triple round. Being committed, but OP, the BKB won't spin, but the Magnetizer is on the duel as well. Nowhere to go, bar down for Arcana. Brought down, Nortel on the run out of here. They have to go outside the Wukongs now, but Nortel, more issues. The stuns are there from Burning, hold him in position. They're bonded together. The fate of OG is tied. As for the Blade Mail, can't work. Nortel, the DB out, he still dies a fountain. Jiro took damage from both. It was enough to find the kill. Flies in no man's land. He will be pushing up the days as XS triple kill for him. OG were trying something, a roll of the dice, and all that came up was Snake Eyes.
The theme of this game for IG has just been playing around the SF, and I cannot stress how good they are about playing around the SF. They press the attacks, dispel the chains from the pipe, like chain without pressing the attack. They were all there to save him for that particular fight too. He got his BKB off, he still got cold, but everyone was there. And like, look how close they are to the minimap. They're like right behind him. Boboka's there. He almost gets a stud before the remnants come out, and man,
another duel again. Plus 80, Hastrun to close the distance, and Monkey King will fall on the top lane. He's not even just entertaining, he's almost completing the idea of a full assault cuirass.
And Ana needs to complete this Lincoln Sphere. He is just getting dueled far too much. But by the time that happens, Legion Commander is going to have so much damage. He could potentially get a help if he wants to get rid of the Lincolns, but I don't think he's really worried about Ember getting Lincolns anytime soon. And if he does, whatever. They don't have enough damage to kill the SF if he does go for Lincolns. OP going for the Satanic now, so now he can actually save himself.
Yep. And that engagement, you'll just trigger BKB, trigger Satanic, and turn around, because OG showed they don't have enough damage to kill him off during that first little call time.
They do have to worry about the damage output from the Axe, because Axe with Blade Mail is very strong, and on top of that, they can put the Mjolnir on him as he blinks into the fight. And with Fatal Bonds, it's going to be constantly ticking, and Mjolnir damage is going to be pretty big, especially if they can catch the Shadow Fiend without BKB during the entirety of the call. But a big problem is they can't keep track of Burning, they can't keep track of Q. These two heroes and players have dropped big ultimates in a team fight to save the SF from imminent disaster.
No way to control them. OG, it just has to be this fight from inside the base, but
they can't jump the back lines is the big issue. SF is there hitting the tower with Solar Crest, and then
you just try and win the fight with buyback and hope that that is going to be enough to keep you in this. The buybacks are available there for Lone Druid, Ember, as well as Axe, so the 3 cores can come back.
You need a more solid game plan than that. If you do that, they'll just push with the next Aegis, and they'll have like, what, 7 lives when they have no buybacks, and that's really, really bad. So they have to jump the back line somehow, maybe like keep Ember Spirit chaining the SF up front, run in the back with Axe, or vice versa, have Axe take care of the SF in front and meanwhile jump the back line with Monkey King. I actually think most of this relies on JerAx. Boundless strikes on Venge and Warlock at the same time. That could be huge when they're jumping the SF without BKB. A big Wukong's command, so that even if you swap the SF out, the Venge is caught in the middle of it and then everything's getting beaten on by the soldiers. It's very important that potentially he could. But yeah, double pipe out from Boboka and Burning. It's all about saving OP.
For the glory of the Shadow Fiend.
He's not even the highest level on the Radiant side. LC is getting really close up there. Highest level and second highest in net worth. So yeah, you might throw everything at a Shadow Fiend, but LC compounded with this mass dual victory damage and the minus armor from the Terror and the minus armor from the AC. He's going to be hitting very hard.
Yep. And OG need to kite him. They need to be able to... Well, they need to actually almost keep him permanent bashed. That's where the Wukong's command can come in.
It really is all on JerAx, I think, to save themselves in the team fight. Like, the bash is... They can't do anything if everyone gets bashed.
They're so problematic, however. At least it's going to be on the side lane, so he's got a couple more trees to play with.
Yeah.
But if he's running on the tree line on the top, or like depending which lane they come from, you still have to sit to the very sides of the map, so there's that small little slither that IG can just move into.
And he has to worry about just
the line, so it's going to be the top.
They probably need a gem on the Radiant side if they want to be able to kill him, because he does have a... Did he have
the Shadow? He's got the Amulet.
They only have one source of detection, and that's just on the Warlock. And in his back... Okay, he just swapped it in.
Yeah,
but they need at least one thing
But Warlock's sitting on the back lines. Like, he's not going to be the man to just, okay, well, I'm going to throw that in. So it's a tree sitting a little bit further up. That's the Monkey King. He's the primary player here, JerAx. Lets the ulti go. There goes your core play again. The bash actually stopping OP from going in deeper. So JerAx has to commit the secondary stun. Then they swap back out. Familiar drop down holding Burning there, but he also has enough life to survive. Only just on the edge of the Wukong's command. And Invictus Gaming, you gotta feel confident now.
Uh-oh. No Wukong's command. That's their only source of lockdown.
Uh-oh, very much indeed. They smoke up now, OG. How do you do this? It has to be the call of a lifetime now from S4. The pressure is on him. There goes your call. OP being dragged in. Familiar's right on top. They do a heavy amount of damage. There's your follow-up stun. But XXS just triggers his own BKB. Looking towards the racks. Can they control him up? XXS, they just from that now. S4 in. Gets the call up. But it'll bring down the house. OG sized up. They are losing this hard. OG will buy back heavy, but they've lost their melee racks up on the top. They need a consolation prize. S4, he's able to get the dunk down, so Boboka will fall. Notel, maybe, no, Burning will swap him in. Notel, run away. OP too much damage. Notel can't be protected. He's gone. That's a dieback from him as well. And it's Morris, and they just keep going. S4, jump in, look for the spin damage, get a triple kill. Holy crap, he got so many spins off. The damage is there. He dunks too early over an OP, but JerAx with the basher and the Tier 4 towers, he still can't do it. The immortal Fiend stands over the corpses of the OG lineup.
That's a wipe.
That's bottom rack as well.
That's everything they have.
No buybacks available, left. OG. It may be time to accept their fate.
That's a wipe. They really, without Wukong's command, they just have no fight really, and I do like how they were like, okay, let's just go for the direct. They're not going to fight us.
Notel's trying it. Q is standing his ground with the upheaval. Notel's got the range on this, so he's okay with that. And Q, low on life. They just want him down. Notel, he's got the movement speed. Q starts the TP. 2 hits from Notel. He savage draws to cancel it, so they'll at least get the consolation prize, which is Q. They should get the they have the consolation prize. But that's a mega kill streak over on Q. Heavy amount of money in for Notel, but the base of OG is in tatters.
I think one of the most important this game post-draft for IG was Burning committing to this save SF build. The Solar Crest into the pipe, into the Dragon Lance, into the pipe. Oh, Jerax.
No, Roshan's stunned. Roshan's stunned when there was only 2 of them there. Did they actually cotton on to that fact? Now Jerax lets the Wukong command out. The 3-man stun flies on the way in. He'll jump up. Roshan's low. The kick is down. OP as the Aegis, the Immortal, and the taunt is there. There was a YOLO play from OG, but what choice did they have? IG, they are the unstoppable force. Burning will swap them back in. Savage creates more space for Fly, but will it be enough? You're going to lose your bear. They stun, they hold him in. Anna will jump up, but now he's magnetized up. Bobaka and Burning teaming up. Anna's gone. No buyback available. This will be it if Notal goes down. They're already up against Megas. No one's left alive to defend. Well played. Invictus taking 3-0 against what looked like an unstoppable OG. Invictus Gaming win deep.
The crowd, the stadium.
He's done it. Team. Close. Last time, geniuses were the champions of DAC, but in 2017, the title will belong to China. And what a terrific performance. Invictus Gaming is not just the cause with the legendary Burning. The supports played beautifully. The coordination from the team was just stupendous.
And what sportsmanship coming out from OG. I still see No-Tail with a smile on his face as he greets the new champions.
I think he'll be very happy to have a battle later on. You know, Kiev isn't that far away. And there will be a chance for a rematch. There'll be more fantastic Dota coming. But now Invictus Gaming can greet the crowd in China who will support them the whole way.
They've been waiting for this for a long time.
They are the victors.
The trophy.
Invictus Gaming, your DAC champions.
There we have it then. The 2017 Asia champions for Dota 2. RIG. Fantastic performance from the Chinese home team, supported by the crowd thoroughly through the grand final. And they do become the brand new champions of DAC. The last champions, of course, in 2015, Evil Geniuses, replaced at the top by Invictus Gaming from China. A little discoordinated with the flag, but that's okay. They'll fix that, I'm sure. It's about the most trouble they've had in the grand final. There we go. The champions are crowned. They finally got the monkey literally off their back as well. Chinese team's not doing particularly well in big Chinese tournaments over the last few years. Of course, Shanghai Major last year won by Team Secret. DAC in 2015 won by Evil Geniuses, and finally, as you can hear by the are the champions. What do you make of that, Peter?
That's awesome. I'm excited for them. I wish the series was a little more competitive. That was like a very decisive